Well, hello everyone. Today is it's going to be April 4th. It's 3:31. We're running a little bit early, mainly because we're going to be doing some diagnostics tests on our system here, and I want them to be able to see any fluctuations as they may come. Right now, we're being stable at about well, I mean, there's only 46 frames dropped at all, and I mean, so it's dropping from 10 to 6 again, which is fine, and it's staying at 6, which is fantastic. So right off the bat, we're hitting full KPS, kilobytes per second. We're not even dropping down from 19 to like, oh, we just did that. We went down from 19 to 8 again, 8 uh, kilobytes per second. It's not kilobytes. I'm sorry, that would be megabytes. I'm abbreviating it, shorthand and not saying the correct thing. Sorry. Okay, so what I have going here on my right is what I'm going to be doing is instead of doing a normal window capture, I'm going to display capture so they can see my fluctuation rate. Normally, I would not set it like this, but because I'm having to, let's say, diagnose this on the fly, I'm just going to have my game running in the background like I normally do to signify a normal load. And yeah, so this is about as normal as it gets unless I'm trying to stream on my Xbox at the same time. But then it has a more stable kilobytes per second rate of output at like 3 megabytes, not even, or like 3,000 kilobytes. Not this 19 where I have this set at to kind of ensure that it's not going to lag. But I have a funny feeling I might be causing a little bit more lag than is necessary. But like it's holding strong at 19 down here right this second. You see the green. I'm going to zoom it in on to screen capture the OBS in general, so you don't have to see the whole OBS screen, and then I'll activate my window capture for the actual presentations today. So far, that's what I'll do. Here we go. Then that's thinking on the fly. Here, let's look at this. All right, so we'll just start cutting off. Okay, so you see what I'm doing now. I'm basically creating a small window where it shows the gauge to my internet provider so they can see in real time. And I'm gonna put it down below over here on top of the running stream download. Like I said, it's never the download that's the problem. I never really have a download buffering rate problem. That's not the problem. It's always been this weird instability where it comes to upload speed isn't exactly what it needs to be. And I'm not saying that like it's not gonna be able to get there. I'm just saying like for some reason it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, and I'm trying to figure out why. All right, so I'm going to now enlarge this a little bit so they can read the full CPU usage even, and to know that, I mean, yeah, I'm not running on the newest stuff, or, I mean, by any means, I'm not running on the newest stuff. I'm running on the like 13-year-old Xbox One. But I mean, I'm still able to get great quality and decent quality, mainly because of their internet provider service, which I highly recommend if you are out here in the high desert that you look into Roadrunner because they really do care about you, your service, and your business. If you are running a business on their service, they take it very serious, And yeah, they actually engage with you as soon as they can. They don't. There's no. I mean, sure, there might be some wait time if you're expecting immediate responses at like 4 in the morning, bro. But like, yeah, like like if you do a reasonable time, they're gonna and if it's drastic, like it's completely shut off and like you need help, like now they might even send a tech out. But like that is like I've never heard that from them. But like let's say like you really needed it or something like in an hour or two, they probably will figure out a way to help you out, man. And so what I'm trying to get at is they're way better than, let's say, somebody like if you had Starlink, you couldn't really have anybody like a technician come out and see you. So you always got to remember that when you're going for these places. The next best place that has internet, it would be like their max service of $100 per month would be like 2 megabytes of download speed. And I'm not even kidding. Like they were literally selling $100 a month for 2 megabytes of download speed. I've never seen anything like it. If you want to look it up, it's called Mojave Wi-Fi. But we're up here in Joshua Tree, California. But I'm sure that they can get you anywhere really. In the high desert, they're very in tune with the infrastructure up here, so they know what they can do and not do. Like immediately, when they look up your number of your house, they can know whether or not it's gonna work or not. So like, just give them a call. Roadrunner high speed internet. You will not regret it. All right. So without further ado, we're going to continue on our quest of here we go. And I just gotta put it back over here and then enable the screen. All right. Now, one more thing from OBS I need to do is fix this. And then once this is over here, I'm gonna have to fix this because this tends to, I don't know why, but it tends to switch. Like the top needs to be taken 25 or so off and then shifted every now and again to the bottom. But the sides are fine. I have no idea why it does that with window capture. I've never had to do this with like display capture when I had it just set to the corner and it was perfect every time. Anyway, so there we go. There's this. Wait, one more maybe? Yeah, there we go. That's fine. All right. So, and then so here's my intro, folks. Thanks for bearing with me.
A few moments later.
Is we gotta win the game. Slap that roach alarm, folks. Make sure you like, follow, and subscribe. Now, remind you, I don't usually have my this down here open. I close this. Where is it? There's this live counter right down here. I'm trying to show you guys. So I'm going to shut this off. But usually, like, like that doesn't end the stream. So, like, it just gives me more. That probably has something to do with download speed because I'm downloading my stream at the same time as I'm uploading. So I can understand why there would be like fluctuations there. Like that's like obvious, like a lot for any like computer or any type of system to handle. Um, that's why I have it down to 720. We're cruising at 14 right now, 14.1, and that's only lost 2,000 frames in the whole of 10 minutes. So, and it's mainly only going up like 10 frames every 30 seconds or something like that, which is not bad. But this is right here, this is what I would consider optimal. Like, this is fine. Like for now at least, because I'm not paying like exorbitant amount of money, and yeah, I'm just trying to get started here with my business so I can actually start getting revenue from YouTube. Then obviously my internet provider is going to get a big chunk of that to help promote my stuff, and make sure my upload signal strength is better and I'll have the best equipment and yada yada yada. But for right now, this is going to be a decent test, because this is animation. AI animation is clearly sometimes very hard to download and render in and stuff. So I'm trying to use would have been my intro I did for about a week, and as you could tell, it's doing the fluctuation thing, but the kilobytes per second isn't dropping below 8, which is usually how it is, which is fine. But yeah, I don't know why it doesn't stay green. I don't know what's the thing that tips it to the point to where it starts dropping 10 frames or something and then comes back online to full strength. I have no idea what's doing that. So that's the only, and I'm assuming if we figured out what the root of that was, it probably has a runaway effect to where it makes it easy for it to like drop more frames the more the problem's going on. See, look, it dropped down there to 3,000 kilobytes versus 3 megabytes of upload. So like that would have been a significant frame drop there for my viewers. So like, this is what I mean. Like, even though it's at 3,000 kilobytes and my Xbox says that you can run 720 on 3,000, doesn't necessarily mean that, because I'm doing all of this extra stuff involving broadcasting resolution at a skewed. I mean, I used to, make this bigger, which was a lot harder on my PC, but now my PC isn't even 50% CPU usage. Like, I cleaned my computer out, like, to where there's almost nothing on it. It's like 75% empty. I have a solid state drive on there, so there isn't any extra weight reading from hard drive to, it's got a solid state drive, so that's not the problem. I cleaned all the dust out. It's dual core. It doesn't have any hyper threading. It has only 4 gigabytes of RAM, and I have 2 8 gigabytes of RAM sticks coming to upgrade it to 16 gigabytes. And as soon as that happens, I'm assuming that the majority of these glitches will go away. So I'm gonna give myself 6 to 10 days, because they said it would be here no later than the 14th. My package as in the RAM, so I'm not really worrying about it too much up until I get what I would call my optimal system. Like, I can't judge it unless my system I know is fine. Like, let's say if I were to try to stream Twitch on my phone, it probably would run way better than if I was trying to do it on this old PC. Just inherently because of how the code's set up on this Windows 8 versus the newer phones. So, like, I'm understanding that might be having a problem with it, considering it is an older device. But
Alright, what's going on there, folks? Is the Earthmaster out here, just
like,
checking
even,
in.
like, shutting it down. Like, there
On the
should have
mobile
never been
device
a
with an
point to where it
earthquake
lost
here
so
in
much
Australia
kilobytes per
of a
second to where my stream
5.5
actually had no
magnitude
kilobytes
earthquake
per second for
centered around, well, looks like
5
the
seconds.
center portion of Australia. That's
It takes like 10
some-sized
seconds
event.
of nothing
This
for it
earthquake
to shut the
originally
stream
coming
down.
in as a
So for it to do
6.0,
that,
I
like
believe.
yesterday, like 2 or 3
Downgrade there
times
by
was
the
definitely the
USGS
reason
to
why I contacted my
5.5.
internet provider, because it's
6
never done
miles
that.
deep there near
So that's why I wanted to
Lara,
make sure it
looks
wasn't a
like,
DOS
Lara,
attack or anything, and they said that there's nothing like
just
that
moments
on their
ago.
end. They didn't see any evidence of
Kinda out
that
there in the
on
middle
their
of
end.
nowhere, I suppose.
So
Not
far
too
so
familiar
good.
with
We're
the
not being attacked.
Australia
We're not
area,
being
but
or trying to
I'd
be
say that's
censored or
definitely
whatever
a decent
people are
sized
trying to
event
say.
for this area. We'll continue to
think.
watch areas around New Zealand here.
I know all
as
this stuff is
things have
delicate
been moving up along the
situations,
Kermadec
and
Trench, but not
eventually
so much there
the
across
air
New
might
Zealand
even
region.
correct itself.
We
So
definitely
I'm
wanna
very
keep an eye
aware
on
of
that,
situations
considering
like
we've
this,
got
and I
further
try to be
movement
very easygoing. But when
well
it comes to the
inland
point of
here
where, like, I can't
in the last
trust
few
that I
minutes.
can
So
walk
for now,
away
5.5
for a couple minutes and come back, and
Australia.
like my
We'll
stream
catch you
is
guys out here a little
disconnected
bit
now
later on
4 or
this
5
evening
times, and I didn't even
for
know. Like,
the
yeah, that was getting kind of
Saturday
crazy yesterday.
night update. Take care, folks.
But other than that, the stability seems to be completely improved. Like I said, it's not even sitting anywhere near
Karen Ford
44
Paint in his
like it was
outdoor AC
yesterday. I think
unit
I
at
had
3
over
a.m. She
a
said it was
quarter of a
lowering her
million
property
frames
value.
dropped
The
in
judge
like
was
2
shocked.
hours yesterday. And yeah, that's a no-go. That's a fail in my opinion. But right now, this is 15.6 frames, as you can see on your screen over here. Totally drops. Did I get that in there?
I have the appraisals right here showing my property value going down 4%. The noise alone is a separate issue I intend to address. Keep in mind, I gave them every opportunity to handle this themselves.
You have appraisals showing a 4% drop in property value. You have noise concerns you intend to address. And your response to all of that was to pour paint into a family's AC unit at 3 a.m.
The 15, it doesn't show. It doesn't show my the amount of frames dropped completely, or it doesn't even show what that is really. So I'm gonna make sure that they can read.
Always excited to give this chat good news, and here is some of the best news that perhaps we can ever deliver to you. That the laws of gravity apply to Hollywood, the laws of the universe, that if you continue to spite and spit on your paying customer, if you continue to make trash, then eventually people will say, you can be the junkyard. And that is precisely where the vast majority of the careers in Hollywood are headed, along with their fancy little studios and their lots that they film movies on, or at least they used to film movies on. Hollywood's job market
that should look better.
And totally
you should be able to
the
see
days
the full
of on-location
amount of frames coming in
Los
real time
Angeles
of what's dropping now. Sorry about that.
Imploded. Look at this. And this isn't from like the heyday of Hollywood, right? In 1950s, let's all go make a movie. No, this is just 4 years ago. It's 2021.
Like 27-inch screen right here. It's tucked behind my 44-inch.
Here we go.
So
this is
TV
like, shows. You got 18,000
a decent amount of pixels hidden behind my bigger screen right here.
Commercials, 5,000 to 2,000. So that's cut in half. Feature films, 3,000 to less than 2,000. 3,400 to less than 2,000. So that's cut in half, roundly. And then television shows, of course, are down 2/3. Total and complete collapse, down by 70%. Whoa. Just whoa. Why is Hollywood's job market collapsing? A century-old entertainment economy is evaporating in Los Angeles with no signs of the turnaround on the horizon. Let's go ahead and check, shall we? Fear grows of a Detroit-style decline as Hollywood jobs evaporate because of Hollywood, because of the decisions that they've made. It is remarkable because of how they've decided to not only run their economy, it is incredibly expensive and totally union-driven in Hollywood. And the unions are on strike literally every single day, even though AI could do all of their jobs better than them. And also, they're making trash, and also it's prohibitively expensive, and also there's so many taxes in Hollywood, and also it's filthy there because they have so many homeless degenerates and Deegans. Here we go. Real fear grows of Hollywood's once thriving TV film industry, a Detroit-style decline evaporating in just a few years. A staggering 30% drop in TV and film employment since 2022 has experts warning that the city is following the path towards Motor City, Detroit, according to the U.S. Labor Department and Wall Street Journal. Recent stats show that in March 2026, jobs in the motion picture and sound recording industries have dropped. They were at their peak with more than 455,000 jobs. Now it's collapsed down to 300,000 jobs. In March congressional hearing, California Democrat Senator Adam Schiff met with others who work in the industry to gain support for a bill that would create a federal film tax incentive, because that's what we need, to keep movies made in the United States. Nope. Nope. No. We're not giving freebies out. These degenerates and predators and pedos. We're not giving a bunch of our tax dollars to Hollywood. No. Everyone should stand against this. During the hearing, Schiff noted that LA County lost 42,000 entertainment jobs in the last 2 years.
Which is
These are great jobs, and we want to keep them here. Really?
The way that they have it set up,
The actor hit the actors there. So who cares? It's hard on families. It's hard to fracture an industry. You know, it's like, dude, AI can do your job better than you. Look at this. Look at all this. What a mess. What a disaster. AI is getting so good. The video gen in AI is getting so good. They're already like gobbling up AI companies. Yeah, this is just gonna go the way, honestly, it's gonna go the way of the guys who filled gas lanterns, right? Like electricity is just gonna take over. And it just happens for every single industry. You shouldn't weep for it. It just is what it is. The loss of jobs have been particularly bad for crew members who work behind the scenes, according to the International Alliance for Theatrical Stage Employees. Okay, then this is your problem. There is an alliance for that. There's a union for everything. You can't even move a sandbag in Hollywood. Go to a Hollywood film set. You're not allowed to touch anything. You're not allowed to touch the food. You're not allowed to touch the light switch. You're not allowed to touch a sandbag. Everything is unionized to the hilt. And now all the productions are moving to the UK. They're moving to a bunch of other. They're moving to other nations around the world because there's not only tax incentives.
I need an extra freaking bill in my life.
Crews are so much cheaper, and less obnoxious. I mean, honestly, you ever tried to shoot in Hollywood? I mean, we have before. It's just obnoxious, so privileged, so entitled. Shut up. You know, honestly, it's like it disgusts me, just because it's Hollywood. I'm not impressed by Hollywood. It is filthy there. It is disgusting there. Foreign governments have successfully lured film and television products with a multitude of jobs that they create away from the United States. Tax incentives. Films intended for international release in the U.S. are increasingly being shot overseas. American workers are paying the price. Well, it just is what it is. Why don't you make films that people want to see, and then stop being so obnoxious here back home? This is what everybody else is going to have to. This is what everyone else is going to have to do. Here's the data breakdown. See how Hollywood's job market is collapsing. Ooh, man, look at that. Motion picture and video production employment is lower than compared with a decade ago. Not a good sign. Newly started productions by country. U.S. You can see the inflow to the UK, Canada, other parts of the world. They're making less TV and film. Hours worked by Hollywood production is collapsing too. And this is what Elon Musk responded to, actually, right here. Inevitable. Hollywood went woke. Now it's going broke. Inevitable. Also, some of the wokest in Hollywood are fleeing J.J. Abrams. Money begins to flow into committee backing Karen Bass's mayor's race. So J.J. Abrams has funded the destruction of all of Hollywood and all of Los Angeles by supporting a left-wing communist, Mayor Bass, and now he flees. J.J. Abrams was a major donor to Karen Bass, and now he's abandoning Los Angeles. Ironic. He better vote Republican wherever he goes, or wherever he goes will become just like the place that he left, says Elon Musk. J.J. Abrams leaving Los Angeles. J.J. Abrams is scaling down his bad reboot production studio as he moves to New York. The shingle is leaving Los Angeles after nearly 3 decades of producing several hit films and TV shows there, including the Mission Impossible movies, Lost and Westworld. Big move here. Steven Spielberg also moved to New York. Like, honestly, you're just going from burning ship to burning ship. You just hate to see it. Bad robot, bad reboot, as Nerdrotic calls it. Went totally woke, obviously, and has destroyed like great franchises. Jumping from one burning building to another. Can't stop laughing. J.J. Abrams is shutting down Bad Robot's LA office and moving everything to New York. Why? Because Democrats made LA unlivable. J.J. is no longer bankable after destroying both Star Wars and Star Trek. At its height, Bad Robot had hundreds of people working inside of it. Now it's a ghost town after massive layoffs because he spent years crapping out one terrible reboot after another. Poetic justice. Now he flees Los Angeles altogether. If J.J. Abrams and Karen Bass, mega donor, can't afford to make movies in L.A. And thinks New York is more feasible, Karen has put Hollywood in a death spiral. Now we have to fix it, says Spencer Pratt, who's running for mayor. That's what they always do. They destroy the place that they're at, they leave it in ruins, and then they go do the next thing in the next place. Funny, says Adam Carolla. Okay, if there's one thing that you can be certain of, powerful, wealthy Democrats, they will never subject themselves to the failure of the policies that they support. The destroyer of franchises is downsizing. Look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a way to counter Hollywood, and that's to create something better. We'll always need entertainment, especially if you have kids, you want entertainment. And Angel Studios is how I entertain my kids, especially in this holy weekend. The King of Kings is a wonderful tale of Christ, his birth, and his life. And it's told very appropriately and beautifully for children. And it is a wonderful, critical story, obviously, that you can share with your family. You can go and sign up for the Angel Studio Guild, and you can watch the hit show David, now turned into a series. Or again, this weekend, I would recommend The King of Kings from Angel Studios. That's how you destroy woke Hollywood. Destroy themselves. All right. It's your boy Benny. Like, share, subscribe.
Nice. Well, thanks, Benny. That actually really is nice, man. I really actually appreciated that. Very cool, man. Very cool.
I have this JD Vance clip. I'm not sure if we have it loaded, but I would really love to get your reaction to it because you've broken a ton of news on our program, Congressman, talking about Ilhan Omar. And JD Vance, sort of like, frankly, off the cuff, was talking about fraud. And he just like drops a bombshell on me and on our program just a few short days ago.
Anyway, yeah, good job, Benny.
The White House.
Oh, and good job, Internet Provider Service. Like I said, it seems to me like you guys actually understood what was causing it, because like right now it literally is
over the DHS portfolio.
It's as good as it's been in days. It hasn't been this good in 3 days at least. And I appreciate this, like, a lot. Like, it's a lot less stress on my shoulders thinking that, like, if I go somewhere, I have to, like, just for a second, I have to check on my phone to see if it's cutting out, like, now.
The president and the White House have been out saying she married
you're
her
back
brother,
on top.
that
You're
there
back 10
is,
out of 10.
immigration fraud
Like, even when,
going on
like,
here.
you see
These
that,
are
how it went down to red for a second?
Can you give us an update on that?
At least now with the setup I have now, it can show my viewers exactly what's going on with the stream in general. Like if there is a lag, and it's always going to correlate with the red spike at the bottom of the screen, so you kind of have a heads up on what's happening. Does that make sense? And
how do you go after her? How do you investigate?
So not only for that's not only for me, but that's also for my viewers as well as my internet provider.
There's a related issue, Vinny, which is
to gauge what's going on at any given time. Not to mention the ease it is to just do something like that for me to crop that on there was nothing. It makes I don't need it on there forever. Like let's say eventually if the service gets so good that like the frames are 0 drop 0% and all that, and I don't need to show it, I won't show it. But as of right now, it was been one of those, I think those high use weekends because of the holidays and the Good Friday and such like that.
Why was nobody looking into it until frankly?
Maybe it's probably smart if I have something.
You've been pretty strong and full-throated.
I gotta eat something.
About
okay, guys. Speaking of, I'm gonna get a few more things for us to watch here because after this, it's gonna be something I'm not sure if it's copyright.
You know, what do you think should happen to Ilhan Omar,
see if he responded
given these revelations from the White House?
I can do it.
Well, if the evidence shows that she committed fraud to become a citizen of our country, she should be deported and charged with a crime. It's pretty basic stuff. I don't know why this hasn't been sent to the DOJ. I would imagine she's not the only one in Minneapolis that have committed immigration fraud to get citizenship in our country, and anybody that has committed an immigration fraud to become a citizen of our country should be charged with a crime and then deported. It's pretty simple. I don't know if there's a statute of limitations on those type of crimes, but there shouldn't be. And if there is, that's something that I would love to look into and try to pass a bill in Congress that has no statute of limitations, because if you committed fraud to become a citizen of our country or to get a visa to come into our country, then you should be held accountable for that and be deported. So hopefully they're going to, whatever information they have, they send that to the DOJ, and AG Bondi is going to take some action on it, because the American people are sick and tired of being taken advantage of. They're sick and tired of the fraud that is rampant, not just in immigration fraud, but you're seeing it with all of this social welfare programming in Minneapolis You're seeing it in California as it relates to all these different social welfare programs that we are footing the bill for that are going to people that don't deserve it, that aren't even here legally into our country. So I hope that the DOJ takes whatever evidence it is and moves forward with it.
What about Congress? I know that there are ethics investigations into Ilhan Omar, fake wineries, $30 million, it's like quite egregious, frankly. Her feeding the future programs, right, that she runs. What is there anything that Congress can do? I'm well aware that Congress doesn't arrest people; they can only refer people to the DOJ. But is Congress policing itself here?
Well, we can. We have an ethics committee that's supposed to be doing that. And after 2 years of investigation and Sheila McCormick's that, has been indicted on 15 counts of stealing $5 million in FEMA money, finally we're at the point where hopefully the ethics committee is going to meet when we get back, because they had their trial. They found her guilty of 25 of the 27 ethics violations, fraud, embezzlement, stealing $5 million, campaign fraud, all these different things. And as soon as the committee comes up with a recommendation, which I hope is expulsion, you shouldn't have a member of Congress stealing $5 million of taxpayer dollars and then laundering it to their campaign to using campaign purposes. I'm going to file a motion, privilege motion in the floor to expel her as a member of Congress. So there's the ethics committee that can investigate these things. But as it relates to Ilhan Omar, some of the stuff that she's doing is actually legal and ethical. I filed a bill when I first came into Congress that would prohibit and make it illegal for a member of Congress to pay their spouse through their campaign. It's 100% legal. She's paid her husband like $3 to $5 million out of her campaign account for consulting services to his consulting company. That should be absolutely illegal. It's corrupt. It's self-dealing. But it's legal and it's ethical, and I filed a bill to do away with it, and I couldn't even get a committee hearing on it. So it's crazy, the things that you legally and ethically can get away with, and then there's the things that you're not supposed to be doing that are illegal, like this $5 million that this congresswoman from Florida has stolen from the taxpayers, that hopefully that finally after 2 years of an investigation, there's going to be some accountability for that when we get back in a couple of weeks, because as soon as they render some type of judgment, I've already filed my motion for expulsion, but I'll call it up for a vote after they do their job.
And is that a clear majority vote? How does that work?
No, to expel is 2/3. So the Democrats are going to have to make a very, what's great is even if the Democrats don't vote to expel one of their own members, that'll be a great campaign issue for us in some of these tough districts. So you voted to not kick out a member of Congress who has been found guilty of laundering $5 million in FEMA fraud. So that'll be a really tough vote for them. And quite frankly, if we're not able to expel a member of Congress for stealing $5 million of taxpayer dollars, then what's the point of having an ethics committee? Well, we shouldn't even have an ethics committee. It's completely and utterly pointless if we can't police our own.
Bro, what's the point of having Congress? I mean, everyone already thinks Congress is a bunch of thieves. It's like, everybody already sees Ilhan Omar's fake winery and $30 million valuation going there dead broke, as an impoverished Somali refugee. And It's like, oh, okay. You can track the portfolios, right? Like, it's so bad. It's such a black eye for Congress itself. If you guys aren't able to kick her ass out. Her name is Sheila McCormick. She is a congresswoman from Florida. She's still a member of Congress.
Still a member of Congress.
Voting.
She's been indicted on 15 felonies. Like if she's found guilty on those 15 felonies, she'll go to prison for like 57 years or 55 years or some crazy number.
Motors with a printed circuit board stator are smaller, more efficient, 70% lighter, and use up to 80% less raw materials.
There's a number that doesn't get talked about enough: 53. That's the percentage of electricity generated on Earth that goes directly into electric motors.
Alright,
Fans,
so the only
pumps,
problem I have with this
compressors,
is I don't really have permission to use this video yet, and I think it has some music in it that might get me copyrighted, so I'm trying to be careful. So that's the end of the load test for the moment, because I don't have anything else to put on here yet. But it will still fluctuate guaranteed on the bottom. So that's how I know it has nothing to do with my download speed or anything fluctuating that. It's literally independent problem. Trying to gain permission for this shit. Collecting takes forever. It sucks. Like, I literally just spent the fucking hours into it, so, I mean, yeah. Okay, again, like I said, I told you to always not see the TV. I went over there and I got the TV out of there, which is completely busted and broken, by the way. I don't, when I, looking at it, you can't tell it's broken. Maybe it's been broken the whole fucking time. Maybe it's been broken the entire fucking time. You know, it's gonna be like I said, like I had it over. I'm not very happy about it. Like it's not like I can do anything about it now. It's fucking broken. And I don't even know if we can order a replacement.
Oh yeah, it was by the vets, right? Last time we got it.
It's where it broke. It didn't. Anyway.
I didn't move it.
Like I can tell it's not about that.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying I didn't even remember it was there.
You gotta understand. It sucks that it's broken. Not how it broke. It sucks that it's broken. That's why I couldn't find that yesterday.
It's been in the bathroom. Remember when he was totally in his episode?
You need to take it out of the bathroom and put it in the RV because I mean, what's the
when I feel like it. My ankle's messed up. I don't even think I can get in the RV. And it just needs to be cleaned. It doesn't work. I tried plugging it in the bathroom. It doesn't.
I don't care. Get it out of the house so I can utilize it. Thank you.
Well, I bought it. I'm just saying, like, I'm the one that got it.
It's not fucking
And I mean, I don't think I can carry it.
Do something with it.
Okay, I will carry it when I can walk normal.
It literally weighs 2 pounds.
That's not the point. It's hard to get through that house. I can hardly get through it.
Motors with a printed circuit board stator are smaller, more efficient, 70% lighter, and use up to
Hello, wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing one of these somewhat unusual topics that we've actually tackled a few years back, the idea behind fish intelligence. And specifically, we're going to be discussing these somewhat unusual tiny fish that most of us would probably never even notice. They are currently challenging everything we know about the evolution of intelligence and consciousness. And well, specifically, we're going to be discussing this fish, Labroides dimidiatus, also known as a cleaner wrasse. And while you might have seen these fish in certain nature documentaries, because as the name implies, their main job is to basically clean other fish. As a matter of fact, you're normally going to find them next to some other fish, because they get most of their nutrition from the skin of fish that are much larger than them. And here's actually a really interesting picture by Silky Baron, where the cleaner wrasse seems to be coexisting next to a giant moray eel. And so here we're talking about this really tiny striped fish that sometimes acts as a dentist and sometimes acts as the skin cleaner, mostly for much larger predators and for much larger fish. And most of their nutrition comes from the dead skin of these fish and from picking various parasites. And so imagine the surprise of the scientific community when some of the recent Japanese studies discovered that this somewhat unusual fish possesses a level of intelligence and self-awareness that has previously been only attributed to some of the most complex animals like us and some other mammals. And so here, based on several experiments from the Osaka Metropolitan University of Japan, Sogawa and the team you see right here reported a very unexpected discovery of self-recognition and intelligence inside this super tiny fish. And so let's discuss this discovery and some of the other discoveries we've discussed previously in videos in the description, and talk about why this is sort of mind-blowing for a lot of biologists. But I guess first let's discuss the idea behind consciousness and specifically how scientists usually test for its presence in a lot of different animals. And well, normally this involves what's known as the mirror test. Here's actually a very famous example using a magpie, where a mirror placed in front of the magpie definitively shows us that this creature is self-aware. And that's because in this experiment, researchers placed a tiny dot on the feathers of this bird, which it can now see in the mirror, and is basically trying to pick it from itself, which to biologists is a telltale sign that it knows it's looking at itself in the mirror. That's basically the definition of self-awareness. This is a very famous test, and it's been used in a lot of different animal studies, but only a few animals can usually pass it. And so for over the years, this has become a kind of a gold standard for testing animal self-awareness. And it's actually a really simple test as well, with very simple conclusions and somewhat easy to interpret results. If the animal sees the reflection and tries to scrape the mark off, it means that they're probably aware of their own existence. They probably know that this is not some kind of a different bird or different fish. In contrast, young children, and pretty much most of the animals out there, generally cannot recognize themselves and actually think it's someone else. So for example, for people, the idea of self-recognition only becomes apparent in 15-month-old babies. And so basically for the first year of our lives, we're not really self-aware yet. But the thing is, even when it comes to more complex animals, over many different decades of experiments, only certain animals have been discovered to be self-aware. For example, most of the great apes, dolphins and elephants have all passed the test with flying colors. Also quite a few different birds, though not all birds, such as for example magpies, certain penguins, and in some cases even pigeons. With at least one study even discovering that manta rays may also have some kind of a self-directed behavior in front of mirrors. But I guess here's the important part. Failing the test does not really mean that the animal is not self-aware. As a matter of fact, for most animals, they're just not very visual. For example, dogs and pigs mostly rely on smell and not sight. And so for dogs, vision is just not a priority, which means that the mirror test for them unfortunately does not work. But we'll discuss the idea of self-awareness in other animals in some of the future videos. So, subscribe and stuff. Because today I really just wanted to focus on this. Turns out that the cleaner wrasse can easily pass the mirror test compared to pretty much most other fish, with this new study from November of 2025 basically taking all of this to the next level. Now, in most experiments involving the mirror, researchers usually give the animals a few days to a few weeks to adjust to its presence before placing the dot on their skin. But in this new study, researchers marked the fish first before it even knew mirrors existed. And the results here were very surprising. These fish did not know mirrors even exist, yet they managed to achieve self-recognition almost immediately. So basically here on average, they began trying to scrape the mark off their throats just 82 minutes after seeing the mirror for the first time in their lives, with some of them doing this after approximately 30 minutes. This is essentially what this graph is showing us. And that's actually a very surprising result because none of the other animals this has been done with never actually did this so quickly. Which basically suggests that the cleaner wrasse does not even need to learn how the mirror works like other animals. Here they seem to already possess a kind of a pre-existing sense of self based on some kind of a self-image that they all have from birth. Or basically suggesting that these fish are way more self-aware than any other animal we've tested. With the second shocking surprise coming from a slightly different experiment from the same study, involving the behavior referred to as contingency testing. This is actually something we usually see in dolphins and manta rays, where they very often start to blow bubbles in front of the mirror, and then watch them rise to see how the reflection reacts. Or just to rephrase this, they usually basically use some kind of a different object that's not their body in order to see how it reflects in the mirror and essentially testing various ideas they might form in their mind. And so for biologists, this is often a definitive sign of complex intelligence. But what about these little guys? Well, here, the wrasse would actually pick up tiny pieces of shrimp from the tank floor and then swim up and drop it directly in front of the mirror. And as the shrimp drifted down, the fish would then track its movement in the reflection while touching the glass with their mouths. And so essentially in this case, the fish wasn't just looking at themselves, they were actually investigating the properties of the mirror using a completely external object. Now obviously here we have no idea what they were doing, but they were definitely conducting actual experiments just to see how this new reflected world seemed to operate. And that's a definitive sign of cognitive sophistication, and even shows us that this fish seems to have some kind of a self-referential thinking that we never knew fish was even capable of. But with this fish, it gets even more complicated, because apparently they seem to possess some kind of a social intelligence and even the idea of reputation. And that's because in general these fish do have a very complex social life. And not just between their own species, but also because they technically rely on the client fish for food. And so here they have to maintain a kind of a good reputation for that bigger fish not to first of all eat them, and to also allow them to pick their skin. And so here studies have shown that cleaner wrasse actually cheat a lot less when they seem to have other fish waiting in line, or basically when you have a bunch of bigger fish that are waiting for these cleaner wrasse to clean them, they're a lot less likely to cheat and are a lot more likely to be very gentle. In other words, they don't really bite their clients too hard, because if they do bite someone too hard and try to get a more nutritious mucus instead of just parasites, the bigger fish or the client basically leaves because it obviously doesn't feel comfortable. And in that sense, other fish watching them tends to actually avoid that specific cleaner wrasse. So here the bigger fish remembers which fish seems to hurt. But in response to this, a lot of cleaners usually actually work in male-female pairs. And here they have a super strange partnership. And so researchers actually observed that if the female tends to cheat, or basically if it tends to bite the clients, the larger male fish will actually chase and punish them in order to prevent the female from ruining their business reputation. And while this type of third-party punishment is extremely rare in the animal kingdom. And it also obviously suggests that, in general, they can anticipate the consequences of their own actions and even the actions of others. So here we don't just have self-awareness, we also have the idea of group awareness and to some extent empathy. And once again, all of this in this tiny body. And so using the word fish brain here may not really make a lot of sense anymore, because this actually forces us to rethink everything we knew about fish intelligence and everything we took for granted when it comes to consciousness. But this is of course not the first study that kind of blew our minds. And that's because in some of the previous videos, we also explored some other fish that learn to communicate and learn to express themselves in a lot of different ways. And so the idea that fish were primitive compared to birds or mammals is simply incorrect, with some types of catfish even being able to recognize human voices even after 5 years. In this case, it's usually a voice that's calling them to bring them food. And some other fish, like mosquito fish and stingrays, can even count and perform simple addition and subtraction. Not to mention that some fish, like archerfish, can even use tools in order to extract food. But at the same time, if we discuss the idea of brain-to-body ratio, we also have to mention mormyrids, also known as the elephant nose fish. We've actually talked about this fish in one of the videos in the description, but in essence, this fish, by mass, possesses a much larger brain than humans, and especially in their cerebellum, the part of the brain involved in complex coordination. And so here this other social fish is actually super interesting for a lot of other reasons, including the fact that they seem to use electricity to communicate. Or as we've discussed in that previous video, they basically create these tiny electric pulses in order to talk to each other. And here they even seem to have their own vocabulary and their own language. You can learn more about this in that video in the description. And so if this fish can produce signals extremely similar to human speech, which actually even contains their own pauses and their own sentences, then you can only imagine what other fish is able to do, especially fish we've never really studied before, or fish that we might have been taken for granted and that's been basically hiding this intelligence this whole time. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that there are probably a lot of fish out there that's technically super intelligent, and we have no idea that it is. And when it comes to these little guys, their brains are so complex that they actually require extremely high energy, consuming 60% of oxygen the fish takes in. And that's about 3 times as much as humans. So yeah, if anyone's going to be taking over the planet after us, it might be these little guys. But on a more serious note, okay, so why exactly is this important? Well, first of all, when it comes to complex intelligence, so far we have clues and evidence that fish seem to possess all of the requirements. Once again, they possess memory and learning. They're able to use tools and solve problems using additional reasoning. They display social and cooperative behavior and communication, and they're self-aware. But when it comes to, I guess, more psychological and human-based discoveries, this also kind of helps us understand this idea of consciousness that we still don't really have a good definition for. And normally there are 2 main theories on how we think consciousness evolved. One is sometimes referred to as the Big Bang hypothesis, Yep, the same name from astrophysics. But basically here it says that self-awareness appeared only once in the common ancestors of great apes, although most biologists today don't think it's actually correct. The other hypothesis is referred to as gradualist hypothesis. Here it suggests that self-awareness is a kind of a scale that evolved across many different groups. And if this hypothesis is correct, based on the discoveries from this tiny fish, we can now assume that these mental processes might be conserved across almost all vertebrates and might have actually evolved with bony fish first, approximately 450 million years ago. Which means that a lot of fish out there could be self-aware at least to some extent, and that's of course quite a big implication for animal welfare. But this also impacts the more recent studies in artificial intelligence. Because here, as we try to understand how simple biological systems can produce this complex awareness, we can start to connect this to the idea of AI and basically find out if AI could also be self-conscious and self-aware, or if this is something that only develops in animals that possess a brain and are able to interact with their environments. But as always, we're going to be exploring these ideas in some of the future videos because this is a pretty complex topic. On that note though, you can find all of the studies and links in the description below, and we'll definitely come back and discuss this in the next few months. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
That was an Iranian missile malfunctioning and killing God knows how many civilians. But the Iranian regime has said they will not be making any public comments about that event. That may be understandable. They are dealing with bigger things. For the first time ever in this war, US Special Forces are officially operating inside Iranian territory. So let's look at why they're in there. Yesterday, Iranian state media, Press TV, published images of US aircraft debris and claimed they shot down an F-35. But take a look at the debris closely. That's not an F-35, it's likely an F-15E Strike Eagle based out of RAF Lakenheath in the UK. Now, correcting this Iranian state media might have been a big mistake that we'll talk about later in the video. But this is something we'll see throughout the story. Iran always exaggerates what they have done or sometimes even outright lie. So that's something we have to keep in mind, but at the time of the recording, these images do appear to be consistent with an F-15 Eagle. Now, Central Command has not commented on this jet going down, and that's for good reasons. The rescue operation is still ongoing. You see, that jet had 2 crew members, 1 pilot and 1 system weapons officer. They both ejected over Iranian territory, and the operation to rescue them was launched right away. So that's why there's been no comments officially. Operational security comes first. Now, before we get into this rescue operation, I do want to clarify one thing. For the last few weeks, we've been saying that the US Air Force has air superiority over Iran. So how are US jets getting taken down? Well, let's turn to the Air Force itself to answer this question because, as you guys may already know, they are a lot smarter than me. This is from Air Force Doctrine on Counter-Air Operation. It explains the control of air continuum. Basically, this is how Air Force defines the control of the skies during any combat operation or even a war. First level is air parity. Neither side controls the sky. Both sides are flying missions, carrying out operations, and trying to stop each other. It's important to point out that air parity doesn't mean no air operations. It means both sides can use the airspace. Second level is air superiority, where one side can carry out operations without prohibitive interference from the other side. Those are the exact words the Air Force uses, and that's for good reason. Good control of the skies does not mean zero risk. There are still risks, but the enemy does not have nowhere close to the same control as the US Air Force has. This is exactly what the US has been claiming all this time: air superiority, especially in corridors to Tehran and back. They never claimed air supremacy, where the enemy basically provides zero interference. In fact, just 4 days ago, so 2 days before F-15 was shot down, General Dan Kane himself confirmed that US has air superiority and it's growing. He did not use the word supremacy. Take a listen.
Search facilities deep within Iranian territory. And over the past 30 days, we've struck more than 11,000 targets. Given the increase in air superiority, we've successfully started to conduct the first overland B-52 missions, which allow us, as we've said before, to continue to get on top of the enemy. And as the Secretary talked about, switch towards more and more dynamic targets, servicing mobile targets around the battle space.
So, after the jet went down, a lot of people were claiming that the US military was lying. But in reality, they weren't. People were just misunderstanding the wording that the military was using, including myself, because I looked back at some of the videos I have made over the last 2 weeks, and I claimed that US had air dominance, which is not a phrase that the Air Force actually uses in their doctrine. And I just read the doctrine this morning, so even myself, I wasn't being precise as to how I was explaining what was actually happening. Nonetheless, let's go back to the situation on the ground. As you guys know, F-15 is not a modern stealth fighter like F-22 or F-35. It's older, and that means it's easier to detect and target even for Iran. That's important context for what happened. Now, all US pilots, doesn't matter the jet they're flying, are always trained in SEER, which is survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. Those are the steps pilots have to follow when they're hit and they're going down. Step 1, as you guys can imagine, is just eject safely via parachute. Step 2 is find a secure position to evade capture. And step 3 is to use encrypted radio to share location with the US forces. This is when the US forces will try their best to launch a rescue operation and do everything they can to bring back the pilots who have, ejected over enemy territory. Now, we know from Israeli sources who are talking to Israeli media that both the pilot and the weapons systems officer radioed in their location via encrypted devices. And that's important if this is true, because that means at least they are well enough to radio back their location. Because as you guys can guess, ejection is still a very dangerous process. Anything can go wrong. Even a small mistake or malfunction can mean the worst. So the fact that both of these people actually radioed back their location means that some good news. Now, we also know that the rescue mission began almost immediately, as you can see from the clips that the Iranian soldiers or Iranian officers shared on social media. Now, as soon as the news of the rescue mission came out to the public, the Iranian state media started claiming that they had captured both the crew members, so the pilot and weapons systems officer. Now, that was not accurate, but this is where I want to talk about how a lot of people made a mistake, and this is something I learned from Ryan Macbeth, who's a fellow YouTuber and a lot smarter than me when it comes to stuff like this. And he talked about how initially the Iranian state TV probably genuinely believed that they took down an F-35. And maybe for people who know differences between F-35 and F-15, they should have just let the Iranian media believe that, because F-35 just has one pilot and F-15 has 2 crew members. And that plays a huge role, as we'll talk about what happens next. But as we said, rescue mission was launched right away, and here's more details on who was involved and what training they have. Take a listen.
So now the lead of this operation is one of the finest, most capable and professional special operations communities in the world, known as the Air Force Pararescue. Their motto is so that others may live and they consider this a no-fail mission, meaning they're willing to put their lives at risk and possibly give their lives to bring these men and women home. So there will be a contingent of Air Force pararescuemen who are skilled in recovery of personnel, high-angle rescue, as well as consider them like battlefield surgeons. And they will most likely have a security element of special operations with them, whether that's Navy SEALs, Green Berets, MARSOC, or even U.S. Marines. So they are hunting, searching with full passion, dedication, and persistence to identify the location of this combat systems officer, and bring him back to safety or her back to safety as quickly as possible.
Now, during this rescue mission, the search and rescue, an A-10 Warthog supporting the mission was attacked, and apparently it was damaged, but luckily it was able to make it outside the Iranian airspace before the pilot ejected, and after he ejected, he was safely rescued. So that's already one person rescued, which is definitely a good news. Now, on top of the A-10, there were 2 helicopters, possibly Black Hawks, that were also damaged during the rescue. Both made it back safely. We don't know the extent of the damage. There are some images that are going viral on social media, but a lot of them are coming from Iranian state media, so I don't know how much we can believe them. Now, important thing to point out here is that you can likely assume that all these aircrafts were taking more risk than usual because the main focus wasn't to evade enemy fire or to minimize the damage to the aircraft. The main focus was on finding the crew, and that means it was easier for Iranians to basically shoot at the helicopter or shoot at the A-10 because they were focused on making sure we can find the crew members and bring them back to safety. In fact, we actually have a footage of what appears to be an IRGC member shooting at a helicopter that's in this search and rescue mission, and the helicopter was not shooting back at all. Now, it's also important to point out that in Iran, if anyone has a rifle, they are likely not a citizen. This is something we saw in January. Iranian public cannot get access to firearm like Iranian soldiers or Iranian officials. And that's why we saw the massacre that we saw in January. That means if you see any clips with someone having a gun or a rifle, that means they work for the IRGC or maybe some other branch of the Iranian regime. But nonetheless, here's the clip of an IRGC member shooting at a helicopter and helicopter basically ignoring him. Take a look, and just a quick reminder before that to hit the like and subscribe button down below. It really does help us out in the algorithm, and here's that clip.
هلیکوپتر آمریکا نیرو نظامی یک دشت بزن به نازمت بزن.
If the helicopter wanted to engage, they had more than enough firepower to take out someone standing in the open and just shooting a rifle. There was nowhere to hide if the helicopter was to respond. Now, luckily, soon after those clips came out, we got some good news from Israeli officials and US officials. One of the crew members, likely the pilot, but we're not 100% sure about that, was rescued. So that's definitely very, very good news. But this was a bit confusing for a lot of people because you would assume that the pilot and the second crew member would be close by. So how were we only able to rescue one person? Well, here's more details about what could have happened. They could have separated while they were descending to the ground, or it could have been something else. Take a listen.
You know, the discussion about the pilots living together, guys, with parachute operations, there's a lot of variables that can come into play.
I gotta do a
and
few
if we go back to
things. I gotta fix my
1995,
hair
Scott O'Grady in
and
Bosnia, he actually pulled the override handle, opening his parachute at too high of an altitude, which is then subject to winds. It also creates a large signature which the enemy can see. So if there was any separation in altitude between the openings of this parachute, they're subject to the winds which could push them in different directions and create distance. That's not to bring into account the geography, the terrain.
Like we're fluctuating
they could have landed on opposite sides of a major terrain feature and then started moving in different directions.
Here, but it's okay.
Additionally,
in retrospect, as long as it doesn't
with regards to the family and when they'll be notified, I can't tell you when, but I'll tell you why they haven't.
That there's something
you don't want
going
the John Doe
on,
family to be notified in Omaha, Nebraska,
that it's
and then all of a sudden the local affiliate is covering the story and giving the identity of the pilot or the weapon systems officer who's still on the ground. You don't want them giving that identity away. So we want to keep limited information to make sure that we're protecting the identity of these individuals that are considered isolated personnel at this time.
Now, the mission is still ongoing to rescue the second crew member, but it has been more than 24 hours now, which is definitely a little worrisome. But nonetheless, Pentagon and Central Command has not commented anything about this situation because of operational security. But what's more concerning to me personally is that a lot of leaks that we are learning are coming from Israeli officials who are talking to Israeli media. Now, I'm not sure what's exactly happening here, because if the US policy is that US does not want any information out in the public, then why are leaks coming from Israeli officials? I'm sure the United States can just make a quick call and request that, hey, no one talk to the media about this situation. And that would basically make sure no one knows anything. So, not really sure. If you guys understand what's going on, maybe drop a comment down below, let us know. But it's also important to point out that Iran did initially claim that they had captured both crew members. That was clearly not true, because we know that one of the pilots was rescued back. But nonetheless, it seems Iran is upping their efforts to capture the person who's still inside Iran. They're offering $60,000, which is an insane amount of money, to anyone who can help Iranian officials capture this person in Iran. They've also basically cordoned off the area where the possible landing happened, and the search and rescue is still ongoing, as you can see from this clip. Now, President Trump himself has not made any public statements about this situation, but he did speak to journalists behind the scenes, basically a phone interview or something like that, and this was his basically message. Take a listen.
Most recently, the latest thing we have is that President Trump just said he's not ready to announce what the United States is going to do if it turns out that Iran harms this missing U.S. crew member. That is according to an interview he just gave with The Independent. A U.S. Marine posted outside the West Wing for most of the day Friday, because inside, the president's national security team has been regularly briefing him about the F-15E crew rescue mission. After the F-15E shoot-down became public, the president's first comment on Truth Social was, "Keep the oil, anyone?"
Now, as I said before, it is concerning that it has been more than a day and the second crew member hasn't been found. But there's also some good news about this delay. If Iran had captured him, he would be on state media immediately, used as a prop, which is of course against Geneva Convention. But nonetheless, I'm sure Iran is going to do that. They don't care about international law at all. But the fact that the Iranian state media has not provided any proof, despite claiming that they had captured both the pilot and the weapons officer, means that it is a good sign. He's probably not, or he or she is probably not under Iranian capture.
Pilot has been missing for the better part of between 12 and 15 hours, say. Does that tell you anything? Does it give you any indication of maybe that this person is not in the hands of Iranian custody, because we would have heard that by now? Is it a good sign or a bad sign, the length of time?
So, Trace, thank you for having me on, first and foremost. And our thoughts go out to the crews that are doing an incredibly dangerous and tough mission right now. Combat search and rescue is one of the very toughest things we do. We train for it. We have specialized troops that do it, but it's still a tough job. The fact that the weapon system operator, and you'll hear me use the term WIZO, has not been flaunted by the Iranians, I think is a good sign. It means that that individual should or could still be alive, and they are following the training that we get intensively when we first become aircrew and then have to retrain in it every year. They're probably following their muscle memory right now.
Now, another interesting news that came out this morning is that Soleimani, the guy who was assassinated in 2019, well, some of his family members are here in the United States on green card, so basically on the path to becoming a citizen. But luckily, one of his nieces got a little too outspoken in supporting the IRGC and the Islamic regime that she was caught, and now her green card has been rescinded and she's getting deported back to Iran. But isn't it interesting that all the while Iranian regime is chanting death to America, their family members are actually living here in the United States? We know this because Ali Larijani, who was basically the de facto leader of Iran a day or two into the war, well, his daughter was actually living here in the United States while Iran was massacring tens of thousands of protesters. And now we have the news of this. the General Soleimani's family living here all the while chanting death to America. Isn't that insane? These people are living in the United States all the while hoping that the United States just disappears from the map of the earth. If hypocrisy had a face, it would be all the people who support the regime. Now, to understand why Iran is behaving the way it's behaving right now, we have to go back and look at how Iran got to where it is today. That doesn't just mean going back to 1979 when the Islamic Revolution took place. In fact, we have to go further back to when the Qajar dynasty was ruling Iran in the 19th century and look at how the decisions the ruling class made back then still affects Iran to this very day. Well, guess what? That's exactly what we're doing in our multi-part podcast that just came out today. So if you're someone who's interested in the history of Iran and how we got to where we are today, definitely go check it out. You can watch it by clicking the links in the description, or you can just watch it by clicking the end screen on your screen, basically clicking the video that's on your screen.
Oh shit. Oh, fucking damn. Okay. Well, that's a first. Usually people see that shit. I gotta put some light up. Jesus. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Did he leave? Not yet. What's he say? You got room for caps? Yeah. Man, this fly is getting me good. There we go. Where are they? Boom. Okay, here we go. So then I'll take out my spare 45s, and because he pretty much wiped me out on that, I guarantee it. And let's see, I'll throw all mine in here again for the cap. Boom. Do it for the cap. Do it for the cap. See? So that's how, this is definitely how you get stuff done. Instead of just, because like I'm just accumulating thousands of caps, basically. Like just standing here, like doing that. And then it helps people who need it. Like, then they can give away, like, ammo to people that need it, right? Because now they have it, they don't need to make it. And, like, you can't always keep your caps, right? So, like, you have a cap limit. So then you have to figure out a way to spend your caps wisely. And in every other Fallout game, to me, that was buying ammo. It was just a natural thing. So, like, in New Vegas, as you could tell, I go around and I buy ammo from every vendor until I can't, and then I go and use some ammo, and then till the vendors restock, and then I go and buy some more ammo. And I'm gonna repost it on my channel. There we go. It's on YouTube, so you can check out the post I just made. That's what I just saw. There's see the bounty hunts. They just keep popping up. Okay, we're gonna watch this next. Arrest made at the DMV. I don't know if anybody's watching this. I'm like very bad right now at checking my communication skills are slacking. But it's only because I'm doing so many things, guys. Okay, I just put a few more things on that we're gonna watch, including this news thing about a 15-foot wide gap between the soil and ground at over here at this inspection. It's pretty gnarly. Oh my god. Gnarly. That Sega versus Dreamcast, or the GameCube versus Dreamcast comparison, side by side comparison is pretty crazy. The sprite differences. He's mad. This guy just seen Dawn being used. It's like sitting in my living room. It's like, what happened to the largest tube TV? It's like sitting in my living room, like just chilling. Sorry, I gotta, because I didn't get enough time. This is why I usually start stream later, so I have a few more things lined up for you guys. So, because I constantly add to it throughout the day. And I add things to watch later first. I verify it has no sound, no music, no copyrightable things. Then I add it to my thing, my playlist I show you guys. And I tend to try to ask if there is some type of music or something. I ask the person if I could use the thing and what's going on with it. And if I don't get an answer right away, I tend to just hold off onto that and might even forget about it. But if I see a YouTube update to my comment, then I go back and I update it. Finally, I put it on my channel. In case you guys were wondering how I verify this stuff and get it on here. Mm. It's red at 19K? That's crazy. I don't know what the hell that's about. But we're at 23% and 40K drop frames. This is when I kind of like want to reset it, my OBS, so the numbers don't just keep incrementally getting bigger and I give them a wrong reading. But I'll do that maybe after the 3rd hour or something like that, just to kind of give a good rough estimate of how easily it creeps up. And you can definitely now see that on my channel, especially when I'm not showing anything. Like let's say right now, like when I'm going to refresh this page, it's going to give me more of the videos that I put onto my playlist. And I can still load it. Like that's not the problem. And I just don't. I tend to not have more than one tab up here, but that's how I was getting some of the stuff onto the playlist originally. Quickly see, look, I have a few more videos now instead of 8. There's some immediately right here. So we'll go down and we'll continue the channel. Sorry about the lag. Like I said, I'm dealing with real life stuff, and we started to stream a little early today, so I didn't have everything fully together, but it gave a good test under load and what I'm dealing with immediately. To people who actually are watching this stuff, now you guys get to see that it's not you guys, that it is technically not even my computer or system. It's somewhere in between the internet provider and the tower, and some of it like leaving like to and fro those towers, because I'm using a I forget what it's called, but it's like a not like an infrared system. It's shoot, I gotta look it up. Anyway, it's because I don't want to butcher it, but it's basically like a radio tower, and it's attached to that, and it's aimed with this dish, but it's a modernized dish, so it's able to achieve way better speeds than what Mojave was trying to pay hundreds of dollars for just 2 megabytes. This thing is, I think it's complementary with the system even, and just because like we were one of the first people who tried them in the area to help get them reputable, and get their service diagnostics down so they can sell it better to their other customers. Doing that and taking that leap and trusting them, and allowing them to be our provider when we really didn't have any. It wasn't really that big of a deal, it was actually serendipitous, definitely serendipitous, because there's no paved roads out here, and that makes it very hard for, let's say, the cable company to run fiber optics out here in order for me to get spectrum speeds. So in order for me to do stuff like that, and get, I'm like locked out, I would have to move. I would literally have to move, because they're not really going to pave the roads. They haven't paved the roads yet. It's this is what I mean though. California is out of its freaking mind, charging people $3,000 for their house up here, and it's literally on a dirt road. It's just crazy. It really is. It's just nuts. You can't make this shit up. And then you have all the weights of the trucks and the dumpsters and stuff like running over the pipes, and eventually the pipes would break and stuff and leak, and there goes our water infrastructure because there's just no roads. So, and people go out there and try to fix it like me, but it's like I'm only 30. Like I need people like out there that are young and have more energy, and like have their father that's like an engineer go out there with their kids and help push these wheelbarrows. And I mean, like, shit, because it gets to the point to where I'm just like, after like 8 wheelbarrows I'm done. I'm like, okay, I don't want to do this anymore. Not just because I'm like bored, it has nothing to do with that. It's just like literally, especially when you're having to like run downhill. That's what I was doing, just running downhill with the dirt. After loading the dirt up into the wheelbarrow, dumping it, then having to like catch pace, double time it back up there with an empty wheelbarrow to continue doing the process, and then you got to mold these what I call well, they're water diverts. They're mainly because when flash flood season hits and the water hits these things, it makes it so it's not a gouge down the middle of the road anymore. It pushes it off to the side, in which it slows the water down, and it keeps it so it slows it indefinitely. Especially you need these on long stretches of downhill, or I guess literally called uphill. The road's called uphill. And off of that, we're on one of these off roads, basically, and yeah. So all this water, it goes every different direction. So these roads are constantly like messed up, battered, but we're basically having to maintain them ourselves. And like California we got Caltrans not doing a damn thing. The roads, it says like these roads are not maintained by San Bernardino County, so it's like, what does that mean? People like to think that means, oh, I get to off-road. No, that's like, there's like a speed limit, dude. There's like 15-mile-an-hour speed limits, and nobody like that I know follows them. It's just like, especially if you're late or something, those go out the window, man. Because these roads are just like no fun. You can't even, as in no fun, as in like for your car. Like your car is literally falling apart. I mean, you're inside, you're fine. Windows rolled up, and you hear the struts or whatever shaking and springs and. But anyway, yeah. Was this sound was off the whole time? Oops. Okay. We'll rewatch this because the sound was off. But yeah, that was pretty much my little spiel on how I'm dealing with this government. I mean, there's plenty of infrastructure that needs to be built and upkept, and like they barely even deal with the National Park Service roads, like the roads that access the national park. They barely even keep up with them. Like they try to say they do, like, oh, you need to make a report, call and fix report, and like we do, but nothing happens, bro. Like, so like how many times do you need somebody to call and make a report? Just someone actually goes out there and is like, like, oh wow, like, yeah, you're right, this needs to be fixed, like this is too much. Going around a corner, and then there's 2 potholes like right next to the yellow line, like not even like in a weird spot. Like you have to avoid that to either go over the yellow line, or then your right tire is now into the bike lane, and then that's not good. It's not safe. And like you shouldn't have to like communicate with your country, like, or your county, your state, or whatever, like that. Like it should just be, even more so, you take a picture of the dumb thing, you send it in, and it's like they have to call you within 3 days, like this stupid government thing with food. Like, can we do that? Because this is a sincerely like important thing. In my opinion, infrastructure is more important than you feeding the people who come over here and are begging for food. Because I mean, if eventually we can't ever get to our jobs to make money to help support these people that are literally coming over here illegal, that we didn't ask to support, but we're basically doing it anyway, because we have no choice. And that's what I want people to understand, is that there is no choice. It's either they come over and they steal and they take from us because we had such a lax border, or we get them out because they're doing that in a reactive sense. Or you just understand that, like, you have to give them food. Because what happened immediately with the New York thing? Like, the people, like, have stolen goods, and they're going on Canal Street, and they're selling them, and they're making way more money than they would be at home selling stolen goods, or goods that are basically counterfeit that they get from China for super cheap. That is illegal to sell counterfeit goods, especially on main, like, streets, like stalls. We're talking about, like, street vendors. And people are acting like this is okay. Like, people, normal everyday people go to these things. Like, Nick Shirley has exposed so much, and I commend his independent journalism. Like, I think like this dude's like Peter Parker, in my opinion. He really is one of those people that makes me really, he inspired me to do what I'm doing today in covering things just as much as I can, because it's just, if we allow ourselves to keep our heads stuck in the sand, it doesn't matter what we did most of our lives. If we're being told one thing and it's all a lie, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what your truth is. It doesn't matter if you lived everything like you were told, like how you were supposed to live, and then like aliens come down and erase us from existence. None of it mattered. What would it have mattered? You know, like, this is what I'm trying to get at. It's like people don't understand, like, the gravity of these talks that we're having. They're like, what about aliens? Like, what do you mean, what about aliens? Like, we all know the aliens could erase us from existence. Why haven't they yet? It's clear they need us, or they're using us until they don't need us anymore, and then we're either just the last model that gets erased like the Younger Dryas events, or we just allow our planet to destroy ourselves. Like, we maybe mess up the planet, then the planet messes us up back in karma. And the only way we can counteract this is to have the knowledge to understand that the earth isn't even flat, but we can't even tell people that because we're afraid of hurting their feelings. But I don't think that it should be that easy to be like dissuading. People's died for the science too. You got to understand, like, the blasphemy of all this. Like, literally the scientists that have died to maintain, like, and even like the Russian scientists who sent up chimpanzees. Like, do you think, like, for a second, like, they did that and they thought that the earth was flat? Like, no. Like, there is a whole new level of, like, I wouldn't say it's close to mental retardation that's going on in today's society, that you allow yourself to believe these non-based science implications. Like, there can be a wall that's that high without the ice cracking from pressure. Does that make sense? They don't even want to talk about physics. They don't ever want to talk about that. But then when you want to go and, like, talk about how the strongest thing in the world is a sphere, and like, think about that, and like the pressures involved, and like what we got going on for us with this planet Earth, and this dynamic of and how we live and breathe, is not available because we're on a flat disc, like, spinning or not spinning, or however you flat earthers think this freaking wall of ice is keeping us alive somehow. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. And like, you have literally trips like this, like the Artemis mission going up to the moon, and you still have people like in the NBA that are making millions of dollars shooting hoops, spheres into little planes, and they're thinking that, oh yeah, I got a ball here, but I'm living on that plane up there. I'm trying to go through the hoop. And it's just, to me, it's like, oh my God, I can't even, it blows my mind. It really does. The stupidity of how simple it is to get a ball to go through a hoop, and then to think that, like, your mind is that, like, numb or brain rot that you think that the earth's flat, bro. Like, that is literally the peak of what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, how could you, with all of that money, not be so intelligent at this point to think that, like Shaq or something like that, where he's trying to help meta world peace? Do you think he thinks the world's flat? Let me just ask that really quick. Do you think Shaq thinks the world's flat? Then, I mean, in my opinion, somebody who used to think that Shaq was the dumbest Laker player of all time, and he has the kindest heart of most of them, and it seems to be the only one of the legends that are around right now we're not talking about, Shaq. But, like, Kobe's dead, bro. Like, Kobe got blown up in his helicopter, bro. Yeah, rip Kobe, but, like, Shaq's trying, man. Like, anyway, this whole thing is just, it gets nuts. Because I used to work for JCPenney's, and Shaq used to kind of be on the wall at JCPenney's, and he had his own big line of clothes that used to go into that, and I used to think, man, this guy really branched out. He wasn't just sitting there thinking the world's flat, and you know what I mean? Like, he literally tried to fill voids in people's lives that were, it wasn't just like him on TV playing hoops, bro. Like, at the end of the day, Shaq's career branched off. And I don't think that many of these new age people that are running this gauntlet of, like, trying to get literal, what we call scholarships and stuff to go and do these things, they don't understand what they're going to be doing after, because they think they're just going to get enough money to live forever. Well, here, let me tell you what. Even if you do get enough money to somehow live forever, if you don't know how to reinvest it and do stuff like that, you're just going to end up like 50 Cent. You're going to end up like a few other different people that I know, not personally, but have seen and watched grow up, that they've lost it all. And I fear that if people like that are able to lose it all very simply and quickly, what is stopping the world leaders from doing the same thing, with their country? And I'm talking about, yes, the U.S. as well as everyone else. What makes you think that we're so much better? The only thing I got in retaliation to my own comments is AI. If we didn't have AI right now, I don't think any of this fraud would have been calculated for. Nobody would have understood what was going on. We would have been so miscommunicated, not even here. It's like it gets lost in the pipeline, so to speak. So you're sitting there and you tell that one person at the head of the class, you have everyone in the line, and at the end, when it gets to the end of the line, it just sounds something completely different than what you started off whispering to each head going down, and Sally said this, and at the end of it, it's Peter did this, and it's like, wait, what? So it not only changed gender, it changed phonetically sounding, and it just doesn't even make sense, right? And some people, they go, it went perfect to, it's like one person, that person either didn't hear it right, or they're not mentally there, or they're just doing it on purpose to change because they know what's going on. You know what I mean? So like here, that's the thing. It's like then people prey upon that, like the soothsayers or the people that are like the oracles, or like, oh, we see what's going on here. Come over here, oh, great emperors and stuff. Let me tell you what's really going on. And they're basically just getting high off of propane fumes, natural gas. And it's just like, so they're attached to the Cossack record a little bit more deeper because they were like, in a sense, detached from this world in a way that the third eye was probably less calcified than it is with us today, and we are not able to see above the fog of war. But I want to tell you that it is possible, and that it's not just because I'm watching these things and these things that I see are making me see above the fog of war. It helps having avenues and different sentinels to do your thing, and you're like, okay, well, this is now what's happening in the world. But if you don't go out there and see it for yourself with your own two eyes, what is the point? Like I'm not talking about having to go to UK and see that the people in the UK are upset, and like we see that. This is the beauty of the internet. But when you have the internet getting cut in Iran, and they're trying to save them because they're literally literally genociding themselves, it's not okay. Like, I mean, I totally support going over there and eradicating any terrorist that thinks that they can genocide their own people just because that's their control technique and power and control wheel. Like, I'm not with that at all. Like, you better meet some missiles. Like, that's all I'm gonna say. You're gonna chant death to America. You're gonna wish you didn't, or maybe dead it a little less quiet, a little more quiet.
You can see here
into yourself, maybe, because like, I mean, I was getting tired of hearing that shit ever since ISIS came up and they're just chopping Christians' heads off. I mean, this stuff is getting insane. You don't just see Christians going around beheading Muslims right now, bro. You don't. So figure it out.
Donald Trump is ubiquitous wherever he goes. People can see him. He's often at Mar-a-Lago, and so on and so forth, golfing or doing an event. The president never stops, but neither do libs, and they're truly pathological fake news. You really need to start asking questions like, are these people healthy at all? Like, should they be the ones who are hospitalized, perhaps forcibly, right? Like in mental institutions. Look at this. Breaking. Speculation is rising that Donald Trump is at Walter Reed Medical Center. 7.5 million views. I'm doing this because I want to show you exactly how critical it is, channels like ours. And I just want to say thank you for subscribing, for tuning in, for helping support our channel just by watching, because this is how powerful left-wing fake news actually is. I'm going to prove to you how fake it is, but look at this, 7.5 million views on something that is a verifiable lie. There is growing speculation that Donald Trump is currently at Walter Reed Medical. It's an emergency. It's an emergency. Donald Trump at Walter Reed? Oh, no. Oh, boy. People are even tagging me. When will fake Trump shills like Nick Sotor and Benny Johnson try to come out and convince you that everything is fine and nothing to see here, folks, is going on? Look, retards, I said that this is unconfirmed. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's go ahead and see. What is the post here? Oh, okay. Here's the post. They're tagging me, calling me retarded, with this video of a bunch of cop cars heading through a city, a town, saying that this is Donald Trump being rushed to the hospital. Just one small problem here for Project Constitution is that video is from Butler, Pennsylvania. This video is from July 2024, after the Trump rally in Butler, where the president was shot in the head. This is not Walter Reed. You jackwagon. You posted a video from 2024 filmed in a different state and trying to pretend that this is the situation happening in Washington, D.C. today, and calling it journalism. Hilarious. Okay. Why do you care so much, bro? Well, because it's Trump after he was shot in the head. Yeah. Okay. Is Trump dead? Everyone says, is Trump dead? Look at this. You're getting hundreds of thousands of views, hundreds of thousands of reposts. Like and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for helping us try and fight this. My blood was boiling here. Is Donald Trump at Walter Reed right now? There are rumors swirling that he is. All this is just engagement bait, obviously. They're trying to get paid, and it makes you sick because it does make a lot of news. It is a big trend. Reports claim that Trump has been admitted to Walter Reed Medical Center. He's in critical condition. White House takes action. Okay. So let's go ahead and see what's actually happening here, because the White House has responded to this. A Marine sentry is standing at the door of the West Wing as of 1:50 p.m., not too long ago, indicating the president is working from inside. Saturday at 1:50 p.m. outside of Walter Reed Medical Center, no Marine One, no motorcade, all the roads are open. When the president is somewhere, it sure doesn't look this tranquil. So that's silly, obviously easily disproven. There's never been a president who's worked harder for the American people than President Trump. On this Easter weekend, he's been working nonstop at the White House and the Oval Office. God bless him, from presidential spokesperson Stephen Chung. So we're doing the Trump is dying at Walter Reed news cycle again this weekend. Cringe. Speculation continues to circulate that Donald Trump may be at Walter Reed. However, there's been no confirmation in the White House, any official source. Amid the rumors, Trump posted this on social media within the past hour, adding uncertainty to the claims. If you import the third world, you become the third world. That's not going to happen. How does this add uncertainty to the claims? This is one of the best statements Donald Trump's ever made. It actually proves the opposite. By speculation, you made it up. They literally made it up. I'm guessing that has to do with circumstances surrounding Iran. If he went to Mar-a-Lago, he'd be getting shit for that too, lying about bruises. Come on, bro. He's on his deathbed because of bruises. He's the West Wing per CBS. Yeah, everyone keeps saying, you know what? It's just because we haven't seen him. Well, you didn't see Joe Biden for 4 flipping years. Joe Biden disappeared for 12 straight days in the middle of a presidential election cycle. 12 days Joe Biden was not seen on camera. We still don't know which Joe Biden emerged after that. We still have no idea. It could be number 4. I happen to like Joe Biden number 2. He happened to be my favorite Joe Biden, but which Joe Biden clone was your favorite? Reminiscing, the happy times. I'm not a MAGA guy, but this logic is a joke. Probably engagement farming. He's been huddling with his cabinet national security team. He's doing a ton of war planning and whatnot. This is Easter weekend. It's possible to not like Trump and not push these dumb conspiracy theories with zero evidence. There is zero evidence. Meanwhile, Biden put a lid out every single day at 10 a.m. for 4 years, barely took any questions from reporters without pre-written questions submitted, and walked into the bushes, and you said nothing. Yeah. Criminal disinformation. The accounts should be suspended that do this. There's one thing to just in the heat of the moment, get a fact wrong or something. Oh, they bombed southeastern Iran. Oh, it was southwestern Iran. Whatever. It's a totally different thing to make up, fabricate a fake story saying that the president is dying with no evidence. Remember when they thought that Trump was dead because it was Labor Day weekend and the media didn't have any garbage to spew about him? It's Easter, and now they're doing the same thing. Do they have a psychiatry section there? These are 2 pictures taken today. You can see notorious propagandist Ed Krasenstein made up another lie about Trump just to get paid. Rent's due. That's what's going on with Krasenstein. Rent's due. So irritating. White House continues. It's fake news alert. This is a total lie. White House continues to body, obviously, so they bodied Ed Krasenstein. No, you're just a weapons-grade moron. Well done, White House. What was President Trump doing? Well, President Trump posted this video. Many of Iran's military leaders who led them poorly and unwisely terminated along with much else in this massive strike in Tehran. President Trump has been in the White House. We confirmed that. He has been there all weekend. Mark Halperin noting wisely, the biggest tell of the weekend is about what happened, not the president's Truth Social post, and it's not the reports of additional U.S. aircraft possibly on the move in the region. No, the biggest tell is this. President Trump did not go to Mar-a-Lago this weekend, and he has no public schedule as he stays at the White House. It is like, obviously makes very maybe concerning that there's going to be some type of escalation. Hopefully there'll be some type of peace. Peace by Easter, the Prince of Peace. That'd be wonderful. Every account reporting that President Trump is at Walter Reed Medical Center for some kind of emergency should be permanently banned from the platform. They know this is false and they're flouting the rules. I agree with that. Not a cancel culture guy, but like what's going on here is they're trying to earn money off of making up a fake rumor about President Trump's health, saying that he's dead or dying with zero evidence. So this is the definition of engagement bait, rage bait, engagement farming, and it should stop. It should be punished, not rewarded by monetization on X. Anyway, it's your boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe. This is why we do this. Why we run this channel, for the truth, right? Because these views, these posts have been seen by tens of millions of people. So we're trying to protect. It's your boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe. See ya.
We begin our journey of the last days of Jesus before his crucifixion in Jerusalem in the village of Capernaum. In other words, in Hebrew, Kfar Nahum, meaning the village of Nahum. Who was Nahum? We don't know, but we know that this was most likely the place from where Jesus left for Jerusalem. Remains of two synagogues, one built over another, were found in this place, and also remains of a church that was built over a house that could have belonged to Peter. Okay, but let's move on into the direction of Jerusalem, where the final moments of Jesus happened. The distance that Jesus took through the Jordan Valley is about 140 kilometers or about 85 miles. Today, if you take the same route, it would take you about 3 hours to travel from Capernaum to Jerusalem. But back then, with a fast pace, it would take you 4 days. With a normal walk, it would take probably 5 to 6 days. But with a teaching on the way, it's probably a week. Why am I mentioning teaching? Well, because Jesus didn't go straight to Jerusalem, but actually stopped in several places on the way. And one of such places was Jericho. Now, we must understand that there are at least 3 Jerichos. First, you have the modern city of Jericho, where Arabs live today. Then we have the ancient Jericho, one of the oldest settlements in the world. You can see the remains of it right here, and this is probably the remains of the settlement of which the walls fell down when the Israelites were conquering the Holy Land. Okay, but that's not the Jericho that Jesus visited, because in the time of Jesus, Jericho was located right over here. These are the remains of the Herodian Jericho that remind us of the great expansion that Herod the Great did in his time. So it is most likely that the healing of the 2 blind men recorded in the Gospel of Matthew happened somewhere on the way to this settlement. Another story tells of an encounter of a certain tax collector who was very short and climbed a tree to see Jesus in Jericho. Okay, but let's move on to Jerusalem, because that's our final destination. And again, there is a great difference how you would travel today compared to the ancient times. So today you have a modern highway called Route number 1, where it takes you about half an hour to get from Jericho to Jerusalem. But back then you would take an ancient path called Ma'ale Edumim. By the way, you can do it today. Travel the same road like Jesus did in biblical times. Okay, but before Jesus actually got to Jerusalem, he made a stop in a village called Bethany. After being informed that Lazarus of Bethany was sick, Jesus deliberately waited 2 days and then set out for Bethany, arriving when Lazarus had already been dead and in a tomb for 4 days. Now, if you do the math, it means that the travel time to Bethany took at least 1 day. This is 1 day of the messenger and 1 day of Jesus traveling to Bethany. That gives you 4 days, meaning that Lazarus had to die right after the messenger left. Today, the traditional place of the tomb of Lazarus is in a town just outside of Jerusalem called Al-Azariah. Therefore, when Jesus arrives to Bethany, Lazarus is not only dead, but his body starts to decay, meaning, in simple words, it's all over. That's why Martha is so angry at Jesus. Now, Jesus knew what he was doing, but this story still shows that Jesus was human also. This is just one of 2 recorded stories where we read that Jesus wept. Nevertheless, Jesus performs one of the most impressive miracles of his life here. He resurrects Lazarus, which is a climactic sign in Jesus' ministry, revealing his authority over death and directly leading to the decision by the religious leaders to seek his death. Another event that points directly to the incoming death of Jesus is the pouring of perfume by Mary on Jesus' feet. It was a Jewish custom to anoint a body with perfume and spices before the body was buried. Jesus announces this to his disciple that his body is being prepared for a burial. They of course don't understand this. Okay, so from Bethany we are now moving to another important event in Jesus' life. We are moving towards the Mount of Olives. So Jesus went up the Mount of Olives and he saw Jerusalem. Of course, today when you look at Jerusalem, the old city of Jerusalem from the Mount of Olives, you see the Dome of the Rock. But back then, in this place stood the magnificent Second Temple. So let's zoom into this place for a second so that you can feel the atmosphere of the Mount of Olives today. That was a group from South America singing Alleluia. And here again you can see a view on the Temple Mount from the Mount of Olives, one of the most iconic views in the world. But imagine the feelings that accompanied Jesus as he was approaching an even more spectacular view from the Mount of Olives in the 1st century. On one side, it must have looked amazing. Even the Romans were impressed by Herod's temple. But on the other hand, so much emotion, so much feelings, knowing that the greatest opposition is coming, that those are the final days before the crucifixion, death, and resurrection. When Jesus made that journey from Jericho to Jerusalem, it was also very symbolic. Jesus was coming from the desert, the lowest place on earth, a place that symbolized death. There is nothing living on the desert. And he was coming to a place of life, Jerusalem. And we can even see it in geography. The Mount of Olives is this point of crossing from death to life. Jesus was about to make that journey from death to life. But before the triumphal entry of Jesus to Jerusalem, there is one more event that we need to talk about. And the church that was built on the way from the Mount of Olives to the Temple Mount reminds us of this event. The church is located on the Mount of Olives, and you can enter the territory of this church right from the road that leads you down from the Mount of Olives. The church is called Dominus Flevit, and it means from Latin, the Lord wept. Now, we don't know, of course, if this is the actual place where it happened, but we will encounter more places like this where we are not 100% sure. It's possible, but there is no proof. Now, I'm not saying that the fact that Jesus wept didn't happen. I'm just saying that it doesn't have to be here. It could have been here, but we don't know really. And the architecture of this church should resemble a shape of a tear. Anyway, there is a very nice view of Jerusalem from this place, and this really helps you to understand the feeling that Jesus had in this moment as he was looking on Jerusalem. Okay, so let's listen to that account looking over Jerusalem from that very spot.
When he approached Jerusalem, he saw the city and wept over it, saying, "If you had known in this day, even you, the things which make for peace. But now they have been hidden from your eyes. For the days will come upon you when your enemies will throw up a barricade against you and surround you and hem you in on every side, and they will level you to the ground and your children within you, and they will not leave in you one stone upon another, because you did not recognize the time of your visitation."
Now, those are some serious words predicting the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD by the Romans. No wonder Jesus wept, knowing that so much suffering will happen shortly after his ministry. He deeply loved his brethren, the Jewish people, and that's why he wept the second time in his life. His prophecy about the temple being destroyed has been fulfilled. No one stone today stands from the structure of the temple. The structures you see today on the Temple Mount are not the temple. What surrounds those structures are parts of the retaining wall built by Herod the Great, which were part of the temple complex, but not the temple itself. It's a huge area. And that was also the case in Jesus' time. It was not just the temple, but other structures that were part of the temple complex. It was a huge area where people met daily. And this is important to understand the next destination of Jesus. So today, if you wanted to go from the Mount of Olives to the Temple Mount, it is actually quite complicated. First of all, you have to kind of go around to get to the Golden Gate, and once you get to the Golden Gate, it is closed. You can't enter through the Golden Gate. To get to the closest passage to the Temple Mount, you would have to go through the Lion's Gate and then go left to the Temple Mount. But that passage is not available today for non-Muslims. So if you're not a Muslim, you can't enter that way. If you actually would like to enter the Temple Mount, you would have to go around next to the Western Wall, where non-Muslims can enter at certain times on the Temple Mount. But in Jesus' time, it was much easier. First of all, there was probably a bridge that was connecting the Temple Mount with the Mount of Olives. We know this from Jewish sources. This bridge was specifically built to avoid contact with dead bodies, because in the Kidron Valley and on the Mount of Olives, people were buried. So a bridge was created to avoid contact with dead bodies that would make you ceremonially unclean. Second of all, and this is more important, the gate from the east. So if you were coming from the east, from the Mount of Olives, that gate would be open. So today, the gate from the east is the Golden Gate, but in the ancient times, in the 1st century, that was the Shushan Gate. From east, you would enter through that gate because it was open, straight access to the Temple Mount. When Jesus entered Jerusalem, he entered the temple court, so this huge, large area, and this is known as his triumphal entry. He entered this area on a donkey, and yet he was greeted as a king, as a savior. And this is an important fact because on the Temple Mount there were many religious leaders.
It's pretty cool how he did all this CGI or asked
like
AI to generate a scene that he can
the nation.
360
The people were
view
shouting
or something.
Hosanna and waving palm branches. And remember guys, this is Pesach and not Sukkot, where you would actually use palm branches. And the whole idea of the holiday of Sukkot is this hope of God's presence, God's glory filling the nation of Israel, returning to Jerusalem. Now, why is this important? The holiday of Sukkot remembers the times of the wilderness, where the people lived on the desert and God's glory was among them. It was in the tabernacle. That's why you build tents for the holiday of Sukkot, to remember those ancient times. Eventually, that glory resided in the first temple, resided permanently in Jerusalem. But then in the book of Ezekiel, we read that the glory of God leaves Jerusalem before the Babylonian destruction of the temple. And what is important is that this glory leaves through the eastern gate. It first leaves the temple, then it exits through the eastern gate and then heads east. It kind of hovers on the Mount of Olives and then leaves the territory of Jerusalem. This is the last time the people of Israel saw the glory of God. So when Jesus enters Jerusalem through the eastern gate and enters the temple complex, this is the second temple. The glory of God left the first temple built by Solomon. This is the second temple expanded by Herod the Great. And Jesus enters this complex, this temple complex, through this eastern gate. And the people shout Hosanna, meaning that they expect salvation. They treat him as a savior. A lot of Jewish people, we read in the New Testament, recognize him as a savior, as somebody who will rescue them from the Romans. This is a powerful statement from the gospel writers, saying that the glory of God has returned to Jerusalem in this very simple form of Jesus. And then later in the Gospels, after Jesus' resurrection, we read that Jesus also leaves to his Father through the east. He goes on the Mount of Olives, where he says goodbye to his disciples. After his descent, two angels appear to his disciples, saying, "He will return the same way he went up," meaning he will return to the Mount of Olives. What is interesting is that the prophet Zechariah, so before that event, way before, that's many centuries before, says that the Messiah will return on the Mount of Olives. When his feet will touch the Mount of Olives, the whole mountain will split, creating a giant valley. But that's not all. Then in the prophet Ezekiel, at the end of the book, we read that the glory of God once again will come from the east and enter the new created temple by God, the Ezekiel temple. And this time we read that the eastern gate will be shut forever, meaning that the glory of God will never leave Jerusalem again. So this is the original design of the Garden of Eden, where the presence of God was dwelling among people. So when the gospel writers, the disciples of Jesus, were writing that Jesus entered the Temple Mount from the east, it's like saying, this is the glory of God returning to Jerusalem. And when Jesus left from the Mount of Olives, they're saying the glory of God has left. But when the angels in the Gospels say Jesus will return to the Mount of Olives, it's like saying that the words of the prophet Zechariah and Ezekiel about the glory of God returning to Jerusalem forever are interpreted to mean Jesus' return. Now, obviously, I think you realize that this is not the Jewish perspective. At least most of the Jewish people do not believe and do not associate Jesus with the glory of God. However, what is interesting is that both Christians and Jewish people expect the Messiah to come on the Mount of Olives. This is, I think, something that connects those two groups, and it's very interesting. Okay, but back to the chronology. So, after that important event in Jesus' life, we read in the Gospel of Mark that the same day Jesus returns to Bethany. And if you would travel to Bethany today, depending on your speed, you would get to Bethany in an hour, 15 minutes, an hour and a half, something like that. Google says that in a straight line from the Golden Gate to Bethany is about 1.8 kilometers or 1.2 miles. But remember, there is a lot of steep hills, so actually it would take you some time to get there. The Gospels do not tell us where exactly did Jesus sleep that night in Bethany, but it's most likely he stayed at the same house as the last night, so the household of Lazarus, the household of Martha, and the household of Mary. The next day, Jesus again departs from Bethany, from the house of Lazarus probably, and heads towards Jerusalem. But on the way to Jerusalem, he curses a fig tree. Again, we don't know where this fig tree would be, but it would be somewhere on the way from Bethany to Jerusalem. We will return to this fig tree again the next day. This pattern will repeat, first on the Mount of Olives, then down and above the Kidron Valley and into the temple complex. So the last time Jesus made the religious people angry, now he's making the business people angry. The Gospels record that Jesus is angry at the people that turned the house of God into a money-making machine. This event would probably happen somewhere here, next to the southern entrance to the temple. This area of the temple complex was known as the Royal Stoa, where people gathered, exchanged ideas, and it would be a perfect place for the shopkeepers. After another very emotional day, the same pattern repeats. The night comes and Jesus leaves Jerusalem, probably to the house that he slept last night, but we are not informed about that. The next day, on the way to Jerusalem, the disciples and Jesus see the same fig tree, but this time the tree is withered. Naturally, I could spend more time on each of those events explaining the details, but then this video would be 10 hours long, so let's move on. That day, Jesus again returns to the temple area, and by that time, with the previous days and what happened in them, everybody knows who Jesus is. As you enjoy my descent from the Mount of Olives to the Kidron Valley, I want to take a moment to thank everybody who's supporting the channel. Guys, I want you to know that your support is vital to the channel and I'm very, very grateful for it. Thank you so much for every support, every dollar, every donation on PayPal, on Patreon, or even YouTube members. Thank you so much. This is really helping me a lot, especially in a time like this, when you know the hate on Israel is growing and the algorithms are not favorable for the content I do provide. So especially for that, I am thankful to you guys, because this really keeps me going. And you know, I know I am not perfect. I'm doing everything myself, so I do make mistakes. However, I hope that, you know, the content I provide helps you better understand Israel and many of the topics I do cover. If you think that my message is good and you would like to join and support the channel, the best way to do it is through Patreon and PayPal. I will leave links in the description of this video, so if you would like to help me out, check out the description of this video. But now let's go back to the topic of today's video. So after the lesson on the withered fig tree, Jesus and his disciple go back to Jerusalem, and again they head, as we mentioned, to the temple. And this is gonna be by far one of the most intensive teaching days of Jesus in Jerusalem. So right away when he enters the temple complex, he is confronted by the religious leaders. And this is gonna be a series of debates and arguments that the religious leaders will have with Jesus. And those are different people. There are Pharisees, Herodians, Sadducees, scribes, but also ordinary people that listen to those debates. And there is a lot of theological content that I'm not gonna cover in this video. Perhaps in the future we will make a video about this. But the key idea here is that Jesus and the religious leaders don't get along well. Basically, the religious leaders end up hating Jesus, and they are influential people, and Jesus proclaims that they will be judged for a lot of the bad things that they're doing. Anyway, here is a list of Bible verses that record that debates, that arguments that happened that day on the
No, I'm not really sure again with all on this one for sure, because I hear some of the music in the background, and here just I know it's probably not copyrighted, I mean, but I'm just being very, very particular right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to increase, I think, the sound for this. Is it even on? Oh, I don't know why. Sometimes it doesn't. It goes off. That's what's... See, it's on all the way. Hold on. Okay, it should be back with... Yep.
temple complex. So before Jesus leaves the temple area, there is one more event that perhaps we can
see
be
how
more
the crickets
specific as to where it happened.
I'm
It is
hoping that
likely
this
that
will
the
help with the
famous
algorithm
widow's
and not
offering
detecting that
scene
there's some
happened in
music
the
in the
court of
background of
women.
his
And
stuff
that's
that
because
like is
in that
copyrightable. I
section,
hope it's not
according to the
copyrightable.
Jewish sources, a treasury was located. There were three main parts of the temple complex. The debates that Jesus had with the religious leaders happened probably in the court of the Gentiles, where everybody could enter, including the Gentiles. But then there were more restricted areas, and the court of the women was such an area where only Jewish people could enter. So not only Jewish women, but also Jewish men. Finally, there was the court of Israel and the court of priests. To the court of Israel, Jewish men were allowed, no women, and to the court of priests, only priests were allowed. Once again, this event with the widow's offering happened probably in the court of women, because that's where the treasury was. The teaching is that the widow's sacrifice is of a greater value to God than the offering of rich people who may offer more monetarily but make a smaller sacrifice of their wealth. Closer to the evening, Jesus and his disciples leave the temple complex. This is the last time Jesus will visit the temple complex. They travel to the Mount of Olives, where they have a very good view of the temple. This is when Jesus gives the Olivet Discourse to his most trusted disciples. Jesus gives key teachings in that moment. He tells about the destruction of Jerusalem, signs of the age, a time of great distress, about his return, and that the disciples should always be ready for his return. At that time, his disciples must be very confused and do not know what is about to happen. Following this disturbing teaching, they probably return to the same place they have been staying for several days now. And they stay there probably 2 nights and 1 day. This 1 day that they stay there is kind of like a quiet day that we don't know really what has happened during that period of time. This is a day before Passover, and perhaps 2 events have happened during that time, of which we read in the Gospels. So first, we read in the Gospels about the plot of the religious leaders that are fed up with Jesus and want him just arrested. And the other event that could have happened during that time was the betrayal of Jesus by Judas. So, when everybody was just resting in Bethany, Judas could have went back to Jerusalem and set an agreement with the religious leaders to betray his teacher. Okay, so now we're getting into some of the most intensive days of Jesus' ministry on earth. So Peter and John are sent to prepare a room for the Passover celebration. Peter and John are tasked by Jesus to find a place where Jesus and his disciples could spend the Passover Seder, which would become the first communion. And as you can see following the red dot, they had to travel quite a distance because they had to travel from Bethany, cross the Kidron Valley, go through perhaps the city of David, and then go to what is known today as Mount Zion. Okay, so let's look now how this location would look like in the first century. Okay, so you can see the Temple Mount. We're going around now the city of David. You can see the pool of Siloam, and now we're entering an area which in the first century is known as an Essene Quarter. And in the background you can see where Herod's palace would be located in reference to the Essene Quarter. Therefore, Peter and John are responsible for preparing everything which was needed to have a Passover meal. This is right before actually the beginning of the Passover holiday. So where is this particular location today? Well, many believe, and this is the tradition, that the Passover Seder happened right outside the modern walls of Jerusalem. And as you look at this drone footage, we are moving west, and you can see the Mount of Olives, you can see the Temple Mount, but the Passover Seder happened on what is known today as Mount Zion. And if you look at the geography of this place, the topography, this is the highest peak of the Western Mountains. So Jesus and his disciples are in the highest spot in this area of Jerusalem. And why am I saying this? I am saying this because after the Passover Seder, Jesus and the disciples will go to one of the lowest points you can find in Jerusalem, the Kidron Valley. Okay, so let me show you this in 3D because that way you can see the topography much better. So here is Mount Zion, and on top of it you can see the Dormition Abbey. This is not the building where the tradition holds the Passover happened. The tradition is that the Passover happened in this red building you can see now. So this is the high point of the day, geographically and emotionally. But soon, the atmosphere will change dramatically, and it will be a low point for Jesus and also his disciples. And that's why it is interesting that we're moving into the Kidron Valley. And it becomes even more intriguing if we realize that this is the only time that in the New Testament the Kidron Valley is mentioned. It is mentioned here by John in his Gospel, and he's the only one that's mentioning this detail. So why is he doing that? He's doing that to remind us of the connection between Jesus and the great leader of Israel, David. And this is because in the next verse we read that Judas also knew this way, and he has betrayed Jesus.
I just did that.
If you remember the story of David, he also has this low point in his life when he is betrayed and decides to flee Jerusalem. The biblical account gives us a specific route of this escape. David leaves the city of David, goes down to the Kidron Valley, then climbs up the Mount of Olives and moves east into the direction of the Jordan Mountains.
There we go.
This is one of the most dramatic moments for David, where he is betrayed by his son Absalom, but also his advisor Ahithophel. The rebellion of Absalom doesn't last long. He dies and David can return to Jerusalem. But what happens to Ahithophel is quite interesting, because he returns to his hometown and hangs himself.
Because it minimized?
Strikingly, Jesus' own disciple who betrayed him also ends up hanging himself. Is it a coincidence? I don't think so. Okay, so Jesus and his disciples, after the Passover meal, travel through the valley of the shadow of death, the Kidron Valley. And the New Testament says that they head to the place called Gethsemane. Today, the traditional place where Gethsemane would be located is on the territory of the Church of All Nations. While we don't know if this is exactly the spot, we know this place holds some of the oldest olive trees in Jerusalem. Therefore, it is possible that those ancient trees, or at least their roots, remember the times of Jesus. After all, from Aramaic, Gethsemane means oil press. So Jesus and his disciples went to a place where you would squeeze olives and get olive oil, an ancient olive press. And it is not a coincidence that it is here that Jesus experiences the most difficult moment in his life, where he is squeezed like an olive. And we read that he is so distressed that even his sweat becomes like blood. It is also the last moment of Jesus' freedom before his arrest and many accusations that he will face. Of course, in the Bible we read that this is Jesus' choice. At any moment he could have stopped that, but he didn't. Moving on, Jesus is arrested the same night by the temple guards, and probably Roman soldiers also accompanied them just for security reasons. Night, Jesus is captured, his disciples have fled, and he is left alone. And in fact, Peter denies Jesus 3 times. Peter was one of Jesus' most vocal and emotional disciple, and he, when asked if he knew Jesus, said, "I do not know him." So first, Jesus is taken to the house of Annas, a very important figure, a former high priest of the temple. This is Jesus' first trial. He is asked about his teachings and his disciples, but really at that moment there is no resolution as to the result of the trial. So you could say this is a sort of preliminary questioning. But according to the New Testament and the fact that this is taking place at night, the religious leaders are already disobeying the Torah, because you were not supposed to do a trial at night. This is specifically mentioned in the Torah. And Jesus is taken to the mansion of Caiaphas, the son-in-law of Annas, and the current high priest of the temple. Here Jesus is tried by the whole Sanhedrin, which included the Pharisees and the Sadducees. But again, it takes the whole night for them to decide what to do with Jesus. And again, just to give you an orientation where those events happened, in the context of the modern Jerusalem topography, here you can see where the house of Annas would be located. It's right in the middle of the Jewish quarter, and they actually found remains of a very large mansion in this area, and many believe that this is actually the house of Annas. Incredible. So it takes the Sanhedrin the whole night, and only before the morning they decide on the verdict. And the verdict is blasphemy against God. And for that crime there is only one penalty, death. But they have a problem, because they cannot execute it. Only the Romans have the right to sentence somebody to death, and therefore Jesus is sent to Pilate, the Roman procurator at the time. But Pilate is not really interested in religious disputes. He's a Roman, and what matters to him is he a political threat? Is Jesus a political threat? So he asks him the question, are you the king of the Jews? And according to the Gospel of John, Jesus answers, my kingdom is not of this world. And so for Pilate this is not a Roman problem, so he says, take him to Herod. So the religious leaders have no choice but take Jesus to Herod, which probably was very close, maybe in the same place, because the Herod palace was a large mansion. And when the Roman procurators would come to Jerusalem, they would always choose the best spot. They would not stay in the barracks with the rest of the soldiers, they would live in luxury. That's why Herod and Pilate might actually be in the same mansion, just a different part of it. So Jesus is sent to Herod, and this is Herod Antipas. It's not Herod the Great, but Herod Antipas was only interested in entertainment, so he asks Jesus, make a miracle. But Jesus doesn't do anything, so he sends him back to Pilate. And only after Jesus is sent the second time to Pilate, a resolution is made, and a verdict is made, and a decision is made. Pilate, fed up with the situation, asks the question, and I'm paraphrasing here, what should I do with him? And they say, crucify him, kill him. Now, this scene very often is used in a very anti-Semitic way, saying that the Jews condemned Jesus to death. However, we must remember that those are probably people brought by the religious establishment that was trying to get rid of Jesus. The fact that it happened during the night and now the morning, people are busy with the holiday, it's just people brought in specially by the religious establishment. So this is not definitely a group that represents the whole community. The community of Jewish people back then was very diverse. And second of all, this is even more important, if Jesus would not die, there would be no salvation, according to the New Testament. Jesus has made this decision that he would die, and no matter what people would do, he would still go to the cross to die for people's sin. This is the theology of the New Testament. It's the sin of mankind that nailed Jesus to the cross. Blaming one group or another is just not biblical. Okay, so once again, to give you an orientation where those events have happened, they happened somewhere around here. This is very close to the Jaffa Gate, and actually next to Jaffa Gate you have the famous David's Tower, which is built on the foundations of the three towers that stood next to Herod's palace. Then of course Jesus is taken to a prison where, according to the Gospels, he's extremely tortured by the Romans. And here you can see the path from the Jaffa Gate, so the palace of Herod, to the prison. And if you would like to see how nasty such a prison would be, I actually have a video about it. So not only I visit this place in Jerusalem, but I also do a 3D reconstruction for you to understand how such a place could look like. I will leave a link in the description of this video below for you to check out this tour of the prison in Jerusalem. From the Praetorium, and that's the red building you can see now, this is the location of the Antonia fortress where Jesus was probably tortured, he went to the cross. And this is the famous Via Dolorosa, the way of the cross, from the Praetorium to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. But there is also an alternative location of Golgotha, the hill of the skull, and that's next to the Damascus Gate. If you get out of the Damascus Gate, it's very close, and you can see now where the cross is. This is the Garden Tomb location. Now, I will also not spend a lot of time on this because I have also made a video about it. If you would like to check it out, where was Golgotha, make sure to check it out. The link will be also in the description of this video. Now, the real miracle happened after 3 days. The Gospels record that after 3 days, Jesus has resurrected and the tomb became empty. Again, I have a video where I do a tour of the Garden Tomb. If you want to check that video, I will also leave a link in the description, so you can see some of the images from that video in here. Okay guys, so we made it till the end, a complete video of the journey of Jesus when he arrived to Jerusalem till his resurrection. Now, for me, it was a really challenging video because, first of all, I was restricted by time. I started working on it on Wednesday and I'm finishing now, so it took me a lot of hours to work on because I thought, oh, it's gonna be easy, but then I started working on it and I understood this is a huge project because I wanted to show you the different views, you know, 3D, real, maps, everything combined, something I think nobody has done on the internet yet. So I hope you enjoyed it, I hope you liked the video. Make sure to like this video, subscribe to the channel, hit that bell button, and I kindly ask you, if you would like to support me, you can do it through Patreon, PayPal, or even become a member. You know, this is a huge help for me, and this is the way you can show that you like my work, you know, and it's gonna really help the channel. So if you can't, that's okay, I understand. I will still continue creating those videos. Have a great day. I wish you all the best. Shalom.
Okay, get ready for this one. Recently, videos and images started to surface out of the town of Katanning, Pennsylvania, where ICE agents started to arrest people at a DMV.
Got a lot of visitors today, don't we?
We do.
Where are y'all from?
You're not allowed to be photographing in here.
So here's where things get interesting. As of right now, we haven't heard anything from Homeland Security as far as this operation being conducted at a DMV in Pennsylvania. But when I was doing some research on this topic, trying to figure out what's going on here, we have photos of ICE agents arresting people, so there must be some sort of announcement. I found this. ICE proposed 30-day surge. Lancaster, York law enforcement were uninterested. So, when you dig into the details of the article, it turns out Homeland Security has wanted to do some sort of 30-day federal surge in the state of Pennsylvania. So, of course we're gonna dig into this, because these images and videos, they're starting to go pretty viral, and I think people want answers. However, we don't really have an answer from Homeland Security as of right now. So, real quick, before we start this video, make sure to please like the video. It's the #1 way you guys are helping this channel, and it also helps others see the videos as well, and I think people are going to want to take a look into this and try to figure out what's happening. So, let's start with this clip right here. This is the clip that's internet right now.
There we go.
Okay, so that video was posted by Kim Katie USA on X. Make sure to go give her a follow. Now, I know what some of you are thinking, that video was not that eventful, why is this going viral? And by the way, on X, this was one of the top trending topics on this website, so here's what's going on. So, it turns out the town of Katanning is a small town. We're talking about 3,000 to 4,000 people live there, according to the US Census. So, what am I trying to say? Well, when a bunch of people randomly show up to a small town near you, it's not really that surprising that all of a sudden, a bunch of residents from that town, they start to ask questions and they start to take videos and pictures. And if you do your own research, a lot of people from this town started to ask questions and they were like, what is going on right now? Here's a raw video from this DMV.
Well, they already got their license plates. Look at that shit. Look at the fuck what they get to drive. What the cause? What? Over there? Yeah.
Look. They're all from New Jersey?
And I do want to point out, when you go on the ground within Google Maps, there's really not a lot going on here. I mean, it's a pretty cute town. It's one of those small towns in Pennsylvania, rural Pennsylvania. They have a Rite Aid, but other than that, a auto service, Flynn's Tire, shout out to them, not a sponsor, but this is like a regular old town, a small town you would see in Pennsylvania, especially within this portion of Pennsylvania. So again, I'm trying to lay out the evidence here that many people started to ask questions and take videos, and one person actually just started asking them, where are you from?
Hey, where are you guys from? China. You don't look like China. You live in Katanning. You guys from Katanning? This will be all over the media.
I do want to point out, this is a separate video than the first one we saw. There were a bunch of people taking videos and pictures and trying to figure out what's going on in their small town.
Hey, good to see all you guys. Where are you from?
From Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan.
Pakistan. You live in Katanning. Got a lot of visitors today, don't we?
We do.
Where are y'all from?
You're not allowed to be photographing in here.
Well, then you're going to have to call the...
Okay, then he goes, well, then you're gonna have to call the police. Again, keep in mind, as of right now, as I make this video, we don't know what was happening. There's a lot of theories out there, but again, why this gets interesting is that we know ICE showed up. And there's literally no denying it, because we can cross-reference images. Here is the video we just watched. We can see a red truck in the corner here, and then we can cross-reference a still shot of people being arrested by ICE. There's the red truck. So again, we have no idea what happened here, but what we do know is that federal agents, they started to chase people and start to arrest people. And again, there's no denying it. You can literally see clearly marked as ICE. And I also want to point out they're not wearing masks either. And again, we have another still shot right here. Okay, so again, we have no idea what was happening. We don't have any confirmation from Homeland Security. On my channel, I try not to speculate too hard in one direction because I don't want to lead anyone down the wrong path when this whole time ICE may have accidentally stumbled upon this entire event. So I was trying to do a lot more digging into what this possibly could be, and again, I found this. ICE proposed 30-day surge. Lancaster, York law enforcement were uninterested. So, to be clear, the town of Katanning would not be involved with the proposed 30-day federal surge. However, what I do want to point out is, this field office is known for wanting to surge, and many people never really hear about it. And if you want some evidence, here you go. Partnership with West Virginia leads to 650 illegal aliens arrested in 2 weeks, including drug traffickers, violent offenders, and burglars. And yes, this is West Virginia. However, the field office in Philadelphia, they oversee the areas of West Virginia and Pennsylvania as well. And when this operation took place, we actually covered it, or didn't cover it, because nobody even knew this was happening. This was a 2-week mission that really had zero coverage. We saw no clashes, no Americans were arrested. However, 650 illegal immigrants, they were arrested. So I do want to point out, this specific field office is actually known for conducting federal surges that nobody really hears about until after the fact. So here are the details. At the end of October, an immigration and customs enforcement staffer emailed 8 of its partner law enforcement agencies to coordinate federal immigration removal operations. Enforcement officers certain authority to cooperate with federal immigration. And here's the exact wording. ICE is looking to conduct a 30-day surge in your area, wrote Joseph Dunn, Assistant Field Office Director out of ICE's Philadelphia office. Exact dates have not been set, but we are looking to start before the end of the year. That would be at the end of 2025. Of course, now we're in 2026, but we're getting insight that ICE has been wanting to conduct some sort of operation within Pennsylvania, a 30-day federal surge. Exact dates have not been set, but we are looking to start before the end of the year. We would be able to surge additional ICE officers to work with your officers during a 30-day period. Let me know if this is something you can support. So, interesting enough, none of the agencies wanted to cooperate with ICE. WITF asked each of the law enforcement agencies about the request. The 5 agencies responded said ICE never followed up. No surge has taken place to date, according to statements from the Mehenham Borough, Northwest Regional Police Department, and West York Borough Chiefs of Police. A spokesperson for the Lancaster County District Attorney and Corryville's Director of Public Safety, Menhamsboro and Northwest Regional Police Department chiefs also said either limited capacity or need were the reasons they did not engage with ICE's surge request. And by the way, that is by far the #1 reason why we see a lot of departments not working with ICE. For these federal surges, you need a lot of resources and a lot of dedicated officers who might be working overtime, which means some of these budgets might be going over as far as trying to pay police officers. In fact, we're seeing that over in Minneapolis right now. Of course, the mayor of Minneapolis and others, the city of Minneapolis, city councilors are complaining how much money this actually costs to have the police department try to work not directly with ICE, but around ICE in Minneapolis. So why is that information relevant today? Well, when you try to do your own research into this DMV raid or the DMV arrest that we see on video and these pictures, the trending theory right now, again, a theory, that is my disclaimer, we don't know if this is true, people are speculating that there was some sort of group text or messages exchanged to tell people to go and get their CDL and other certifications certified at this one specific DMV. And why is this a theory? Again, a theory, well, some journalist pointed out when you go to this specific DMV and you go to their reviews, the 5-star reviews have skyrocketed, and some of the messaging is just notable. And I will leave it at that. You guys can go and read into it yourself, but many people are pointing out, yeah, it's just a little interesting that the 5-star reviews all shot up on this one specific day around the time of when ICE agents started to show up. And when you start to look at the local Facebook posts and local interactions as far as this area of the country, Katanning, many people are also speculating about this DMV and trying to get records. Again, a lot of speculation going on, but as someone who's trying to report all the different sides here, I'm simply just trying to let you know that is the trending side of speculation as far as what people are assuming happened here. Again, where we get into this gray area is that ICE just showed up. The big question is, who called them? Was ICE already stationed there? Was this a setup? We have no idea. Is this an ongoing federal surge that we did not hear about, and this specific field office is known for doing that? That could also be a theory. But one thing I will tell you is this. Make sure to please subscribe to my channel because I will keep you up to date, and when we get all of the facts, I will do my best to give you guys those facts because that is very crucial. If you speculate too hard, that's never always a good thing. We want to make sure we get the truth, and that's what we do on my channel. Thank you guys again so much for being here. Let me know how you feel about this. Let me know what you think this is all about. And again, if you haven't already, make sure to please like this video. God bless all of you. Thank you guys so much, and please pray for peace. We need that right now, and please seek Christ. Thank you.
If you had told anyone watching the first chaotic hours of Russia's full-scale invasion that Ukraine would still be fighting more than 4 years later, hardly anyone would have believed you. But here we are. Not only is Ukraine still standing as of early March 2026, but it is, by most measurable indicators, in a stronger operational position than it was in 2025. There are a few different reasons for this, all centering on the fact that Ukraine has been able to develop more effective weapons and tactics over the course of the war, while Russia remained firmly entrenched in the old ways. In fact, there's been such an exchange of fortunes that not only has Ukraine broken through Russia's front line, but Russia doesn't seem to be able to prevent its advance. The key for Ukraine, hitting them where it really hurts. Let's start with a broader framing offered by Bill Browder, the financier and anti-corruption campaigner who's become one of the sharpest voices on the economic dimensions of Russia's war. His argument is twofold. On one side, Russia has made huge tactical mistakes, which we've covered extensively over the course of the 4 years of war. But the other argument is that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is done waiting for Western governments to impose economic pressure on Russia. Instead, Ukraine is doing it directly, with strikes on Russian oil refineries and attacks on the so-called shadow fleet vessels that Moscow uses to circumvent sanctions. Ukraine has managed to strike Russia where it hurts most, right in the wallet. Every refinery taken offline, every tanker disabled, is a blow to the revenue stream sustaining Russia's war machine. Let's look at the numbers. According to the Carnegie Endowment, Ukraine knocked out around 38% of Russia's oil refining capacity. However, that same analysis suggests that Russia only realistically lost about 6 to 9% of its net fuel export capabilities due to having a cushion of excess production. This was done over the course of 120 attacks throughout 2025, most of which managed to inflict some damage on Russian oil infrastructure. The attacks culminated in 2026, with 40 strikes over the course of January and February, hitting at least 13 vital targets. This included an attack on the Volgograd oil refinery, shutting down 40% of its production capacity. This facility alone accounted for roughly 5% of pre-war fuel exports, essentially allowing Ukraine to further its goal of cutting Russia off from the resources sustaining its efforts. Now, this has all been in no small part due to Ukraine's ability to reach new targets, a capability that has expanded dramatically since the early months of the war. Then, it was entirely dependent on whatever range limitations Western-supplied weapons happened to carry. In 2025 and 2026, that expansion is epitomized by Firepoint, the Kyiv-based private defense company founded in mid-2022 by a group of engineers, architects, and game designers, started in makeshift workshops and has grown to over 2,000 employees operating across multiple concealed production facilities in and around Kyiv. In particular, the FP1 drone deserves a moment of special attention. The one-way attack OWA drone is the workhorse that's been doing the most damage. With a range of roughly 620 miles, a warhead of over 60 pounds, depending on configuration, and a design optimized for modularity, ease of assembly, and electronic warfare resilience, the FP1 has been credited with conducting more than 60% of Ukrainian deep strikes inside Russian territory. That means the majority of the strikes on Russian ammunition depots, oil refineries, and military command centers that have made international headlines over the past year were delivered by the single domestically produced platform. The FP2 was the next step up. It's a heavier hitter with a larger payload but smaller range, designed for 130 miles, means that the drone was meant to destroy command centers or stop Russians from advancing into Ukraine's territory. But in early 2026, Firepoint's co-founder and chief designer, Dennis Schlieterman, suggested that the platform was supposed to undergo an update to accommodate a 98-pound warhead to increase its effectiveness. Above the FP1 and FP2 in capability sits the FP5 Flamingo. This is Firepoint's cruise missile, which carries a 2,540-pound warhead over a range of up to 1,900 miles. Its airframe is constructed using radar-transparent fiberglass winding, a technique normally reserved for ballistic missiles, which helps it evade radar detection during flight. Production began ramping up in mid-2025, targeting 210 units per month by autumn. More importantly, the Flamingo has already been used, with Ukrainian sources confirming strikes on Russia's Kapustin Yar test range in January 2026. In a separate operation, the missile struck an Iskander missile production plant inside Russia. This is a cruise missile built in Ukraine, hitting the factories that make the missiles Russia fires at Ukrainian cities. Which brings us to the pinnacle of Firepoint's ambition, the FP9. This is a short-range ballistic missile with a range of around 500 miles, a warhead of 1,700 pounds, and a terminal velocity of roughly Mach 6.5. For comparison, Russia's Iskander ballistic missile, the system that's caused enormous damage to Ukrainian infrastructure throughout the war, hits its target at roughly a third of that speed. In practice, that means air defense systems have a fraction of the intercept window they normally would have against an Iskander. And given how Russia has been slowly bleeding S-400s throughout the war, a widespread deployment of FP9s could accelerate Ukraine's economic sanctioning by missile. Throughout all of this, arguably the most important factor is that the entire weapons program exists completely separately from NATO and Western constraints. The ATACMS missiles provided by the United States have a maximum range of approximately 190 miles, essentially capped to prevent strikes deep inside Russia. So everything that's reached Moscow or targeted infrastructure in Russia's interior has been domestically produced. If the FP9 reaches widespread production, it could threaten Moscow or St. Petersburg. Beyond the weapons themselves, Ukraine has also started to address a systemic problem that's reduced the effectiveness of its...
I have to keep restarting it like that because my mic for some reason cuts off when I swivel it. I don't get it. I can't wait to get an XLR plug and go completely independent from these USB-C controlled devices. I think my device is grounded out somehow, or because I know the aux cord port is grounding out, so that could be causing some issues with feedback in the system and all that. But
drone campaign
anyway,
since the start
so
of
there
the
could be a
war.
little more
On March 10, Defense Minister Mikhailo Fedorov, who was appointed to
But,
the role in
didn't
January
throttle stop on, which is
2026,
cool, 'cause,
specifically
that's
to
able
accelerate
overclock
Ukraine's
my computer
technological
to make it
edge,
run
signed a
at
formal
2.5
order
gigahertz,
restructuring how the country
is,
buys
you know, what it's
drones.
supposed to
The
run
old
at.
system was
Right
based
now
on
it's probably running at
relationships,
2
opaque demand
gigahertz.
formation processes, and factors that
And then,
military
anyway,
analysts
it
have
basically
described plainly
starves
as corruption
computer
risks.
energy,
The
allowing it
result
to
was
run
that
at this
Ukrainian
proper,
frontline soldiers regularly received drones that didn't perform as advertised, which they then had to modify and repair by hand in the trenches. The new system is much more straightforward. Military units submit requests based on their needs. The General Staff then compiles a procurement list containing only the technical specifications of the equipment required. Crucially, the list has no brand names and no specific manufacturers listed. The question of which products actually get purchased is then decided by 5 digital battlefield data systems. E-Points, which tracks the real combat effectiveness of equipment in the field, Chain and Brave One Market, which record what units are purchasing independently, reflecting actual demand at the ground level, and Delta and Mission Control, which provides synchronization matrices and combat application analytics. If a drone doesn't fly or doesn't hit targets, the system simply removes all demand for it. The procurement decision is made by data, not by whoever has the right relationship with the ministry. The budget allocation has also changed. Under the new structure, 80% of procurement funds go exclusively to systems that have demonstrated effectiveness through battlefield data. The remaining 20% is reserved for innovation, such as new systems being tested under combat conditions, all without requiring the full bureaucracy that exists in the Western system. Fedorov described this 20% as the mechanism for rapid testing of new technologies without unnecessary bureaucracy. In practice, it means Ukraine can test a new drone design at scale within weeks of it appearing, rather than waiting months for the certification process to clear. Then there's the scale of Ukraine's defense industry, which has been practically transformed. At the start of the full-scale invasion in February 2022, Ukraine had 7 drone manufacturers. It now has more than 500. Electronic warfare companies have grown from 2 to more than 200. Private missile manufacturers didn't exist. There are now more than 20. Unmanned ground vehicle companies went from 0 to more than 100. This scale of growth is something that hasn't been seen in the 21st century and has allowed Ukraine to stay on track with Russia in terms of drone innovation. On the electronic battlefield, Ukraine has also made strides in trying to curb Russia's numerical advantage, especially regarding drones. Enter the laser weapons. Footage shared through Russian Telegram channels, which is itself telling, appeared to show a Ukrainian-directed energy weapon disabling a fiber-optic guided FPV drone. The drone in question is what soldiers on both sides called a waiter, or an ambush drone that lands beside a road in low-power mode, waits for an enemy vehicle, then activates and strikes. Fiber-optic waiters are controlled via a physical cable that spools out from the drone as it flies. Because they don't use radio signals, they're effectively immune to electronic jamming. This is precisely why they've become one of the more dangerous threats on the front line. Of course, Ukraine has its own version of the fiber-optic drone with similar results, but it can be argued that Russia made the advancement first and has been using it effectively to deny Ukraine the opportunity to place its troops near the front line. But the new energy weapon might turn that advantage on its head. The footage shows a concentrated beam of light tracking along the fiber-optic cable linking the drone to its operator, after which the drone loses control and shuts down. This is most likely the hypothesized Sunray laser system, a prototype demonstrated to the Atlantic in February, described as car trunk-sized and capable of burning small drones out of the sky within seconds. Serhiy Bezkresnov, a Ministry of Defense advisor and military radio technology specialist, responded to Russian claims that the footage is real with characteristic sarcasm. Russians say we found a way to counter fiber optics. With this thing, we also scan brains and abduct people, Bezkresnov stated. But the Russian drone operators caught on video didn't appear to find it funny. Retired Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery told reporters shortly before this footage emerged that Ukraine could field battlefield lasers within 1 to 2 years. Compare this to the average procurement time, ranging from 6 years and up, with America's own anti-drone laser systems being in active development since 2022. It's evident that as the counter-drone race accelerates, with drones becoming the de facto replacements for traditional human troops on the battlefield, the first nation to make an effective low-cost weapon could have an enormous advantage. And that's precisely why the prospect of a laser weapon is so unique. Being powered by electricity, the cost per engagement of the proposed weapon would be significantly lower than the cost to create the offending drone. This is counter to the existing economics of drone warfare, where a relatively
So, yeah, that's
expensive
probably
missile
better
or
off.
drone is used to intercept
And
less
then,
costly enemy drones, which can
kinda
essentially turn the
don't
very
want it
concept
blowing
of
your
drones
guys'
on
ears
its head.
out that I'm
But
talking
Ukraine
loud too,
has
so I'll bring
used
it
this
down to
momentum
the same.
to its full effect.
Because like when
On
I'm
the
over here,
ground,
it'll
the
talk way
battlefield
louder.
picture
Yeah,
across
that'll be
February
okay. If I
2026
usually
suggests
gauge it
that
to like
Ukraine
off the
is,
side of
at
the
least
mic,
by the
then I'm like,
Institute for the Study of War's own
let me go see what it
assessment,
sounds like.
in a
Hold on.
better position than at the start of 2026. Now, if you want to learn exactly how this happened, make sure to subscribe to the Military Show. We post daily content that closely follows everything related to the war. In short, Russia failed to accomplish much of its actual goals for the winter season. Russian troops began advancing relatively quickly on the Hulyai-Pole and Oleksandrivska axes in late October and early November 2025. Russian command likely hoped that these advances would complement operations near Orikhiv, allowing Russian forces to approach the city from both east and west and eventually move towards Zaporizhia. This maneuver could have allowed Russian troops to bypass Ukraine's heavily fortified east-west defensive lines in Zaporizhia Oblast, instead of attempting frontal assaults from the south. Remember, Zaporizhia was basically one of the last bastions of Ukraine's resistance in the region, especially after Russia managed to claim a Pyrrhic victory in Pokros after 2 years of combat there. The plan had a certain logic to it. In early December 2025, ISW assessed that a tactical breakthrough north and northeast of Hulyai-Pole could allow Russian forces to achieve operational gains. Then, on December 29, 2025, the Russian command announced plans to link the Orikhiv and Hulyai-Pole axes in order to advance towards Zaporizhia. Beyond that, the ultimate objective seemed to be Ukraine's fortress belt, which is the heavily fortified corridor of cities in Donetsk Oblast, including Druzhkivka, Sloviansk, and Kramatorsk, where Russia has been positioning to assault as the centerpiece of its spring-summer 2026 campaign. But this is where things started going wrong. You see, Russia's winter 2025-2026 missile and drone campaign against Ukraine's energy infrastructure failed to achieve any of its intended strategic objectives. Despite causing significant damage to Ukraine's power grid and months of hardship for civilians, Russian forces failed to sever the energy network near the front, and their strikes couldn't prevent Ukraine's defense industrial base from growing in the region. Ukrainian Defense Ministry advisor Hanna Gvozdia stated on February 19 that it had increased production 50-fold since 2022 and reached an estimated $50 billion worth of output. Russia targeted the infrastructure meant to stop Ukrainian weapons production, and yet the weapons production grew anyway. On the ground, Russia's tactics were simply hampered. Moscow bet on infiltration tactics and offensive actions with light motorized forces, which ideally means it loses less armored equipment but very many people. But by late December 2025, there was already a slowdown because Russian forces had taken very heavy losses over the preceding months. The infiltration model worked when Russian infantry successfully penetrated Ukrainian positions, accumulated and consolidated. But Ukrainian forces prevented the infiltrating squads from getting a follow-up advance from the rest of the Russian troops, essentially cutting them off in the middle of enemy territory. This has likely deprived Russian forces of the starting offensive positions from which they intended to launch a summer offensive with the goal of reaching Zaporizhia. Then, Ukraine's counter-offensive launched in late January exploited exactly that failure. Ukrainian forces started pushing Russian forces out of the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast and undermining Russian preparations for a spring offensive. The sudden shift in the front line has meant Ukraine liberated over 150 square miles of territory in less than a month, returning more territory to Ukraine than it lost in mid to late summer for the first time since the summer 2023 counter-offensive. The specific units being moved tell the story of how stretched Russia actually is. The Russian military command was forced to redeploy elite airborne and naval infantry units from the Pokros direction and the Dobropilia tactical area in eastern Ukraine to the southern front line, likely to respond to those same Ukrainian gains. These were basically forces that only barely managed to occupy Pokros just months earlier and have taken heavy casualties as well. For example, ISW had not observed the 656 Motorized Rifled Regiment operating on the battlefield since August 2025. This suggested the Russian military command had previously withdrawn this unit and may have been holding it in reserve for future offensive operations. Essentially, Russia is forced to spend its spring offensive reserve on defense months ahead of schedule. The fact that a series of Ukrainian tactical counterattacks is forcing Russia to make operational and strategic decisions suggests Russian forces are already overstretched even while preparing for a major offensive. As a result, the Kremlin could be forced to either abandon its plans for a spring-summer 2026 offensive or significantly adjust them in Donetsk Oblast, Zaporizhia Oblast, or both. But Russia's problem is not simply the casualties. The entire structure behind Russia's war machine is on unstable legs and close to collapsing. Take, for example, the recruitment numbers. Around 422,000 people signed contracts with the Russian military in 2025, which is a 6% drop from the approximately 450,000 who signed in 2024, according to Dmitry Medvedev, deputy chairman of the Security Council of Russia. Some Russian regions are reported to have cut the size of their military sign-up bonuses due to economic strain. Remember, this is the same military that started the war with roughly 160,000 troops deployed to Ukraine, then committed nearly 900,000 soldiers to the conflict. And according to recent estimates, Russia had lost over 1.25 million troops in the war, essentially going through its entire pre-war reserve and then another half of it. More specifically, the peak seems to have occurred in December 2025, when Russian losses for the first time exceeded the number of newly recruited contract soldiers. Russia added 27,400 contract soldiers that month, while its losses reached 33,200 killed and wounded. In previous months, conscription numbers were still relatively favorable for the Kremlin, but this slowdown complicates things greatly. One analysis suggested that Russia actually needs around 45,000 monthly recruits to have any hope of mounting a serious offensive during 2026. Considering that it's barely reaching 2/3 of that number, it's fair to say that Russia has essentially lost much of its tempo, despite still maintaining a healthy numerical advantage overall. The Kremlin's response has followed a predictable pattern of expanding the recruitment pool downward. Russia has systematically expanded so-called special contingents used to replenish the army. In 2025, the category was broadened to include not only prisoners and people under criminal investigation, but also individuals with unpaid financial debts, including outstanding loans. Russia has also increased the recruitment of foreign citizens, particularly from countries it considers friendly, including states in Africa and South America, with potential recruits lured or even deceived with promises of financial rewards or citizenship. This all points to one thing only, that Russia is slowly being drained of its resources. On the economic front, Ukraine has slowly managed to exert its own form of sanctions by destroying parts of Russia's oil refining and export infrastructure. The West has also created more pressure by being more vigilant over Shadow Fleet ships moving in and out of the Baltic Sea. On the weapon front, Russia has arguably lost the advantage it had through the cheap-to-manufacture Shaheeds. Ukraine's domestic long-range drones have a similar procurement cost, but it's not tied to another country. Remember, with the US and Israel in renewed conflict with Iran, Russia is basically forced to concede some of its important weaponry from the Middle East. Even worse, Russia has basically acknowledged that it can no longer influence the region when it pulled out of Syria in late 2024 after quick opposition offensives that mirror what Ukraine is trying to do in Donbass. And on the tactics front, Russia has spent far too much time, effort and soldiers failing to capture two vital cities in the region, Pokrovsk and Zaporizhia. While Pokrovsk eventually fell, it did so only after Russia reportedly lost over 25,000 soldiers in the area, roughly 20% of the total casualties. All of this culminates in one thing. When Ukraine starts making another push back into Donbass, Russia might actually be forced to admit that it can't stop it anymore. But all of the battlefield reports actually come second. The real behind the scenes of the war are happening in Moscow itself. To learn more about how Russian President Vladimir Putin is slowly losing control over the country, check out this video. And if you want to stay up to date with the most recent news in global military and geopolitics, make sure to subscribe.
We're learning new details about the Rialto apartments in Orlando where hundreds of people were forced to evacuate. The company investigating the collapsing building released their findings. Washington's Juana Munoz joins us live from the site right now. She's been reading through that survey that might explain what happened. So what have you discovered so far, Luana?
Yeah, what I've learned is that the county did send us the findings of that survey. The most significant piece of information is that beneath this building, there is a gap between the soil and the building that is 3 feet deep and 15 feet wide.
This is the last one I have on for right now. Let me see if I can find something.
That's been the ongoing stress tenants at the Rialto Apartments on West Sand Lake Road in Orlando have been dealing with since March 19th, when they were forced to move out of the 5-story building after it began collapsing. The building's owner, Northland Rialto, hired a company to investigate what happened. Those findings were sent to WESH 2 Thursday from Orange County's Division of Building Safety. The most significant detail says, quote, "We observed a gap between the soil and the ground level slab that extends underneath the load-bearing wall footing between stacks 45 and 47. The gap is approximately 3 feet deep and 15 feet in diameter. At this time, we believe the lack of soil support below the slab on grade between stacks 45 and 47 resulted in downward displacement or other downward movement of the slab wall." Since the evacuation, tenants have not been allowed back in. Instead, they have to write down what they need and someone else grabs it for them.
Just like my work clothes that I need, but it's kind of hard because I don't even know where they are at, so I'm just kind of hoping whatever they grab is in there.
The document goes on to say, quote, "The building is currently safe for worker access and there's no concern regarding
Sorry,
imminent
real life gets in
failure
the way
of
a lot
structure."
lately.
However, the building is not suited for continuous resident occupancy while investigation and eventual remedial
It's okay.
activities are underway in areas where residency would happen. WESH 2 also received a statement from Northern Rialto that read in part, quote, "Residents can expect this process to take at least 2 months. It
Boost
may
my mic a
extend
little bit.
beyond that as the
There's
work progresses. Residents will not be able to access their apartments while the evaluation and work are ongoing. However, Northern Rialto will
it's got
continue to
30
facilitate retrieval of personal property to the extent that conditions permit.
And Northern Rialto is also offering tenants who choose to break their lease $2,000 plus moving assistance within a 25-mile radius of this building. If they choose to be in another building that Northern Rialto owns, they're also offering them 2 months of free rent. And of course, we're going to continue to stay on top of this story and bring you the very latest findings. Stay with us both on air and online at WESH.com. Covering Orange County, live in Orlando tonight, I'm Juana Munoz, Senate Martin.
see what I can do. Obviously, I can make my own content. I just plan on doing it, but I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss any important stuff that happened. I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss any important stuff that happened before I could just, start playing clearly. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I told you what would happen, right? Breaking news 42 minutes ago. The pilot's found. The pilot is found. They found the pilot. I told you I could just feel it in the wind. Something dropped in the news. Isn't that crazy? I could just feel it. It was in the it was in the wind, the ether, crying out through his Air Force little lungs. Thank God! This thing worked! When he used the freaking comms to get in hold of his comrades, guarantee he said, "Thank God." The truth comes out.
Yeah, what I've learned is that the county did send us the findings of that survey. The most significant.
It won't even give me a next arrow here. Hold on, guys. You gotta bear with me here, and I gotta make sure that it is actually okay. It didn't kick you guys off. And then I got to here. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We got 8 minutes. In this 8 minutes, I'm going to be looking for a few more things. But obviously, clearly, I've made my own comments about this, and I want to hear what he has to say.
Easter Eve, and so forgive me for my
And
bias.
bravado, as they
openly
say,
admit
very
my
loud.
bias right now. I just want this one to be true, you know? I want this one to be true. Here's what we know as a matter of absolute confirmation.
Bless
An
this man covering this stuff.
F-15E Eagle strike fighter was brought down by a missile in Iran. This is a specific type of missile, a new style of air defense for Iran. They were able to hit one of the sophisticated aircraft, not the most sophisticated aircraft. It's not stealth, for instance, but it's still a very expensive fourth or 4.5 generation fighter, and Iran was able to bring that down in spite of having a heavily reduced military. Now, allegedly, according to all available reports, one of the pilots were found as a two-man piloting crew. One was rescued by American forces, and then the next pilot was presumed still on the run. Nobody is quite sure, in fact. But this is a perilous moment, a perilous part of the world. This is approximately the region of Iran, mountainous and rural and agrarian and tribal. This is where the pilot was downed and was still again on the run. There was no confirmation as to whether the pilot was captured by regime forces, or whether this individual will be stuck inside of a hostage situation like many Americans have been in Iran before. In fact, I think everything that we're seeing in Iran today can sort of be traced back to the Iranian Muslim Ayatollah-led revolution that led to a hostage situation of dozens of embassy members from the U.S. Embassy and Consulate. And so anyway, nobody wanted that to happen. I certainly did not want this to happen. And now there are unconfirmed reports of major engagements between U.S. Special Forces and Iranian military units in Charmala and Bakhtari province in Iran tonight as rescue operations for the missing pilot continues. breaking, the second pilot was reportedly rescued by U.S. Special Forces operating on the ground in southwest Iran. These are going viral, these tweets and claims. It looks like U.S. forces have launched another attempt at rescuing the pilot in southwest Iran. Iranian state-linked Tasnim News, citing military source, claims U.S. is bombing areas in southwestern Iran where the missing pilot is located, alleging that Washington has lost hope of recovery and is attempting to kill him. The source said, "We will not announce whether the pilot is in custody or not." Accused the U.S. of not telling the full truth about the first crew member in U.S. claim they recovered. Iranian officials reported that U.S.-Israeli strikes, at least 4 during the recovery operation, killing 4. Okay. So apparently the U.S. Air Force F-15E weapon system officer had been recovered alive after ejecting over Iran yesterday. Journalist Jack Murphy reports. Good news for once. The F-15 reported or recovered alive was escaping and evading massive firefight on the ground. Iranians actively looking for him in the area. This is sort of the original sourced report that was sent at 7 p.m. this evening, Eastern Standard Time. Again, this is something that is breaking across my timeline right now, and tons of people are commenting on it. What does it mean? I mean, is this something that we can hopefully report to be true? Well, it does seem to be quite a bit of activity on the ground. The second downed U.S. pilot has been located in Boyer Aman province. The civilians and security forces are attempting to capture him, with some reports stating that he's already been recovered alive. I'm hearing reports of a second American pilot has been found and airlifted out of Iran. Breaking, multiple helicopters are heard charging into southwest Iran amid reports of an extraction of the missing F-15 crew member could be imminent. U.S. forces are attempting to use cover of darkness to pull him out safely. Keep praying. Helicopter noises. Breaking, traffic jams forming in southwest Iran as civilians reportedly rush to help security forces capture the downed American pilot. Iranian military urging people to stay away from the area. Some people are speculating that potentially these are locals that are trying to block the Iranian regime from getting to the downed pilot. Nobody knows, honestly. Who can know these kind of things? Coalition strikes reportedly hit in a broadcast tower where the rescue operation is underway. So it looks like we're knocking out their ability to broadcast. Okay. Locals have flooded the streets, blocking the Iranian Revolutionary Guard forces and reinforcements. They're clashing with U.S. Special Forces rescuing the downed F-15 pilot. This is going bad for the regime. Free Iran. Okay. Who can know on this kind of stuff, right? Second U.S. pilot has been located. Evacuation mission in progress. U.S. Special Forces boots on the ground in Iran. American operators clashing fiercely with Iranian units. Okay. I mean, as you can see here, obviously, these reports go on and on and on and on and on forever. Again, there does seem to be some motion on the ground. There does seem to be some photos and videos of this happening. There are also, stuff like this, right? Where it's like, clearly Iran, right? Clearly AI. So, like, who can know? This is the photo also that's going around, claiming to show a military Black Hawk helicopter flying extremely low in the dark of night. U.S. helicopter activity over southwestern Iran amid mission for downed pilot search and rescue. Okay. So we'll see, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see. I mean, here's what we do know: that that everyone has confirmed that the F-15 was shot down, but the pilots
are not dead, that they did eject, that one of the pilots were rescued, and the second one is still waiting or hopefully rescued at this time. Again, I will totally admit to you my bias on this. It's Easter Eve, so I'm looking for a miracle. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, just wanted to record this for you guys, maybe give you a little hope here as well. It's your boy Benny. Let's pray that this is all true. Okay? Okay. Pray for an Easter miracle. Resurrection out of the Middle East, right? Isn't that how it goes? It's your boy Benny. Christ is King, no matter what. See ya.
that's all I have. The dogs are fed. She's fed. Okay, so I'm going to reload this, and there should be plenty more to go at this point.
Yo, what's up, guys? I know it's late on Easter Eve, and so forgive me for my bias, and I will just openly admit my bias right now. I just want this one to be true, you know? I want this one to be true. Here's what we know as a matter of absolute confirmation. An F-15E Eagle strike fighter was...
On the evening of March 31st, nearly 100 Apollo Go self-driving vehicles stalled simultaneously on Wuhan's Third Ring Road, multiple overpasses, and major city roads, blocking the fast lanes. Passengers sat inside for nearly 2 hours, waiting for help, but couldn't get through. The whole city seemed to experience a collective stroke, with all these vehicles becoming the city's most expensive and bizarre roadblocks. A video uploaded by a netizen shows him stuck in the middle of the elevated road on the Third Ring Road. It was extremely dangerous, and he had been stuck for 30 minutes. He called the number displayed on the backseat screen many times, but it was always automatically disconnected. He complained that both the customer service and the SOS system in the car were useless. He tried calling the customer service on his phone over 20 times, but couldn't get through. The scenes in the video are heart-wrenching. Videos passing by filmed and counted. In just a few minutes, 8 Apollo Go cars stopped on the spot with their hazard lights on. The voice changed from surprise to helplessness.
It's not like it's going to drop extra frames, because it'll only start doing that if I put it on.
This is already the 4th one. The Apollo Go had its hazard lights on. Every traffic jam point on Longyang Road is another Apollo Go car. 5th one, 6th, 7th, 8th car. Isn't waiting for the red light? It has its hazard lights on. This malfunction was not just an isolated issue with a few cars, but involved simultaneous breakdowns on many major roads in Wuhan. According to on-site traffic police, around 80 to 100 autonomous taxis were involved in the incident that night. Another woman, Ms. Zhou, who was also stuck, told Chinese media that she got on the Apollo Go around 8:30 p.m. She said after getting on, the car kept warning not to open the doors because there was a problem. After about 10 minutes, the car suddenly stopped.
Like your computer pretty much freezes when you have OBS running at that point when you're doing
because
that.
it was on the elevated road.
Like,
She
I don't
tried
even want to show you
contacting
right now
the
because
emergency
I'm just trying to have it
services and
stable.
had customer service for a long time before anyone answered. They said they would send a specialist, but after
And as
waiting
you can
an
tell,
hour and
it's
a half,
doing
no one
that,
arrived.
not even going to
Fortunately, a
19K
passing
and
traffic
dipping
officer
down
helped
to
her, and she was
4K
taken
and
off the
8K
elevated road.
KBS.
Ms. Zhou added,
So,
in the end, I still had to pay for the fare.
this is
The
why
customer
I had
service
my
didn't mention
IT look at it
anything
today,
about
and
compensation.
they're gonna monitor it as I'm monitoring it as well,
But the car stopped in the middle of a bridge.
so they can jump on it and
There were large trucks on both sides, and the cars were moving fast. The SOS in the car was useless. I couldn't get through when we stopped
jump
in the
on it
middle
like
of the
I'm doing
road,
it right
and I
now,
was
like
really
trying to
scared.
jump on the stream and
Around
seeing
2
how it's
p.m.,
looking.
after being stuck in the car for nearly 2 hours, the car finally moved to the shoulder, but he still couldn't get out. He thought, even if I do get out, I don't know where to go. Mr. Liu tried calling the number on the backseat screen several times, but the calls always automatically disconnected. Customer service sent a specialist, but they never arrived. Feeling helpless, he called the police. It wasn't until around 11 p.m. that he was finally able to leave with the help of the police and driver. Under the video, netizens left comments like, "They treat people's lives like a game. This time it's just a collective strike, but what if one day they all suddenly charge around? That would definitely be a human meat grinder, giving you the chills. Cherish life, stay away from autonomous driving." Some netizens suggested, maybe ban Apollo Go during peak hours. It's already bad enough with the traffic jams. On April 1st, Apollo Go suspended its service across Wuhan. Customer service stated that there's a shortage of vehicles, and they cannot provide any at the moment. No answer was given regarding when the service will resume. Behind this incident, deeper issues have surfaced. While autonomous driving companies are pursuing rapid expansion, are they prepared with the necessary emergency and operational capabilities? Who will take responsibility for system failures? Industry experts believe that the simultaneous breakdown of nearly 100 Apollo Go vehicles reflects an over-reliance on cloud control systems and insufficient local backup mechanisms. If the cloud fails, the entire city's fleet experiences brain death. According to industry consensus, L4 autonomous vehicles should be capable of executing minimum risk operations, like safely pulling over, turning on hazard lights, and warning other vehicles if they lose connection to the cloud. This is a basic requirement for ensuring public safety. In this case, Apollo Go vehicles stalled in the middle of the road and failed to perform those minimum risk operations, indicating that their technology still needs further development. It's worth noting that this isn't the first time Apollo Go has experienced a malfunction. In July 2024, an Apollo Go car broke down during rush hour, causing traffic jams and drawing public attention. Baidu, the company behind Apollo Go, called it an occasional technical fault and said they were optimizing the system. However, they did not release a detailed fault investigation report, apologize, or announce any corrective measures.
I gotta tune the
Since its launch,
Xbox now
Apollo
is a
Go
little
has
bit
paused
too
its
high.
operations multiple times due to issues like map malfunctions, sensor failures, and scheduling problems. Some Wuhan residents have reported observing Apollo Go cars running red lights,
Alright, let me see
changing
what this
lanes
sounds like.
improperly,
Yeah.
and failing to avoid obstacles in time. Some vehicles even fail to slow down at pedestrian crossings. In August 2025, an Apollo Go vehicle fell into a 3-meter-deep construction pit, sparking online discussions. Several netizens posted videos claiming that in Chongqing's Yongchuan district, an autonomous Apollo Go fell into a municipal construction trench. Witnesses saw the vehicle fall and tried to help by placing a ladder. One person at the scene said, "At the time the car fell into the pit, the female passenger was confused and couldn't understand how an autonomous vehicle could fall into a pit." The video continues to stir up reactions, with some netizens saying they are too afraid to take Apollo Go. They point out that the places where it stops to pick up passengers are unsafe and chaotic, and they fear someone might accidentally crash into it. Others are worried about being trapped inside if the system malfunctions. One netizen sarcastically commented, "One Apollo, one pit," saying that the smart vehicle knows how to find its own hole. Others have questioned, what went wrong? Apollo Go claims to have 360-degree perception, so how did it become blind? The LiDAR, millimeter wave radar, and high-definition cameras they boast about, were they all taking a nap at that moment? Apollo Go is an autonomous driving service platform launched by Baidu in August 2021. It has already launched multiple autonomous travel services in some regions, with pricing based on mileage and time. Wuhan was one of the first cities to pilot the service, and it has since expanded to Beijing, Shenzhen, Guangzhou, Shanghai, Chongqing, Changsha, and 20 other cities. Baidu has deployed over 1,000 autonomous taxis globally and has expanded its business to Abu Dhabi and Dubai this year, with plans to enter the UK and Switzerland in collaboration with its partners. China's so-called smart EVs have frequently been involved in accidents, with some bizarre incidents making headlines. On March 27th, in Changchun, Jilin, a video taken by a dashcam had netizens laughing and cringing. A male driver got out of his car and closed the door casually, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, the car started rolling forward on its own. The driver panicked and ran while trying to open the hidden door handle to stop the car, but the door remained locked, probably because the car automatically locked once it started moving, executing safety a little too thoroughly. The driver chased the car, which scraped other parked vehicles along the way. When another car appeared in front of him, he frantically waved for it to avoid him. Eventually, the car barely stopped when it hit the median in the middle of the road. Fortunately, no one was injured and no major accident occurred. In the video's final frame, a female driver angrily ran up and slapped the car. Later, traffic police and another man pushed the car to a safe location. The vehicle in question was the IM Motors LS6, an advanced smart electric vehicle produced by Shanghai Automotive Group Company, priced at over 200,000 yuan. Many netizens commented, saying spending over 200,000 on a high-end smart car should be worry-free. But now, when you get out of the car, you still have to worry about it driving away on its own. The video was later taken down after SAIC Group complained about the video uploader. This incident is not an isolated case, but reflects the growing number of outrageous accidents involving Chinese smart electric vehicles in recent years. On February 24, 2026, a netizen named Daiga filmed a scene on a highway where a black EV was swerving uncontrollably. The driver desperately chased after it. Netizens were amused, but also worried. What if this happened on a slope or an elevated road, instead of in a parking lot? What would the consequences be? On September 29, 2025, a Xiaomi car owner revealed that after parking the car outside his home, the vehicle automatically unlocked and drove off. Fortunately, he noticed in time, or the consequences could have been disastrous. When he reported it to customer service, they claimed it was his fault, despite there being surveillance footage. The incident involving the IM Motors car rolling away just exposed the embarrassing smart failure to the public. On March 30th, 2026, a Hema Auto S800 car owner was filmed standing next to the car, waving his hand toward the rear door more than 10 times in exaggerated motions, like he was practicing some mysterious ritual. But the car door didn't budge. Eventually, he had to reluctantly reach out and manually close the door, and the whole process was captured by a passerby and quickly went viral. In just over a day, the video gained millions of views, with netizens laughing uncontrollably. Some joked, "The sensor in the bathroom faucet is more sensitive than that." Others called out, "Huawei is treating car owners like monkeys." What was originally advertised as a high-end, smart and elegant remote door opening feature turned into an awkward joke, and the car owner's repeated attempts looked more like an impromptu comedy performance. Some questioned whether the technology wasn't mature enough, or if the design was unrealistic. On March 31st, Huawei quickly took action, requesting the video be taken down on the grounds of exposing a person's image. This surprised many. Some people speculated that this was an attempt to avoid the core issue, the reliability of the feature. One netizen harshly commented, "How dare they attack the party's enterprise? It must be shut down." Some netizens doubted whether this was staged and accused others of maliciously slandering the brand. The video creator also faced attacks from netizens, and he had to clarify in the comments, "Guys, stop spamming me in private messages. This is a real incident. I saw them messing around for a while and I thought it was funny, so I filmed it." Huawei's car models range from the Aito M7 to the Stellato S9 and now the Makestro S800, which is the latest flagship model under the Harmony OS intelligent driving system. It starts at 708,000 yuan, with a top price of over 1 million yuan. It's positioned as a super luxury D-class sedan, boasting Huawei's intelligent driving, cockpit, and connectivity technology, with both range-extended and pure electric power systems. It also features configurations like a sunroof and privacy curtains. One of its most highlighted selling points in official promotions is the so-called smart electric doors, which integrate millimeter wave radar and solid-state LiDAR to detect obstacles, automatically adjust door angles, and support gesture-controlled opening and closing. However, this seemingly simple feature failed spectacularly. Some netizens even mocked, saying, "The ones who made the car are idiots, and the ones who buy it are idiots too." On March 24th, a video circulated online showing a third-party MCN agency or testing team conducting a moose test. A moose test is a test of a car's handling and stability during sudden lane changes. It was conducted on a closed test track. The first car, a black Huawei Aito S9, swerved wildly and drifted out of bounds during the final lane change. Next was a white BMW 530Li, which passed smoothly despite a reduced anti-roll bar. The third was a black Mercedes-Benz E300L, which performed perfectly. A black Audi A6L also performed perfectly. When the video was released, netizens quickly mocked the Aito, saying, "Leading the way, but going off track." This sarcastic phrase became a popular topic on social media. Subsequently, Huawei began widely reporting related videos on the internet in an attempt to stop their spread. On March 29th, the legal department of Aito Cars officially responded, claiming that the videos contained malicious and deliberate manipulation. The moose test originated in Scandinavia, named after frequent incidents of moose suddenly crossing the roads in the region. The test simulates a vehicle's emergency maneuvering ability when encountering an unexpected obstacle, such as an animal, pedestrian, or another vehicle at high speeds. The criteria are: the vehicle must not flip over, must not hit cones, and should maintain a stable trajectory. Generally speaking, a passing speed of 70 to 80 kilometers per hour is considered top tier. A result of around 70 kilometers per hour is considered acceptable for a passenger car. Therefore, the Moose test is not only a test of handling performance, but also reflects the overall capabilities of a vehicle's chassis tuning, suspension system, and electronic stability system. Huawei's extensive reporting of the videos only triggered a viral effect. In the online public opinion sphere, the more one tries to suppress something, the more likely it is to backfire, causing the videos and topics to spread even further. On a recent release of Huawei's Harmony OS intelligent driving technology, executive Yu Chengdong further announced that within just 9 months of being on the market, the Aito S800 had exceeded 15,000 cumulative deliveries and had been the top-selling super luxury sedan priced above 700,000 yuan for 5 consecutive months. However, in the comment section, the sales data of the S800 sparked doubts among netizens. On X, writer Cui Chenghao posted that Huawei's S800 was marketed as one car against 3, claiming the insurance volume exceeded the combined total of Porsche, Maybach, and Mercedes-Benz S-Class. However, very few of these cars could be seen on the streets. Some even posted rows of brand new S800s, suggesting they were second-hand cars that had never been driven. The post suggested that the cars that couldn't be sold were given insurance to fake sales figures, comparing it to how movie industries manipulate box office figures. It claims Huawei and the Wolf Warriors shared the same roots, advising people to stay away from such products. One netizen sharply criticized, "Boasting has never lost. The last person who boasted and got punched was Iraq's Saddam Hussein. Now it's Iran's Khamenei. I hope to see justice served someday." Huawei's car models, always hailed as leading the way, seem to constantly face real-world tests, but true technological leadership is never achieved through words. It is achieved through careful craftsmanship, frame by frame. A luxury car should not focus on flashy rituals, but on reliability and reassurance in everyday use. As one netizen put it, when leading the way makes people laugh instead of respect you, marketing has already failed.
Hey everyone, geophysicist Stefan Burns here. We have a sun diving comet flying into the sun right now, and the next few hours are absolutely critical. We don't know whether
Okay,
it will
so
actually impact the sun
this is
or
more
whether it will graze around
down
the
to
sun,
earth and
flying through the
human.
solar corona and appearing on the
Make
other
sure I'm
side
here for this
should
one.
it not completely vaporize. This is comet C2026A1.
But, you know, the last thing I just showed was great too.
Quite a bit
It's just there.
since
Just
it has now entered into view of our coronagraphs. It was a little bit dimmer than expected, but it has a lot more strength and cohesion to the nucleus than most astronomers were expecting. They estimate the size about 400 meters across, and it seems that it's ablating these thin layers of material. So this appears to be a heavily processed sun grazer comet. It's probably just the remnant silicate and metallic core that is left, meaning that there is an electromagnetic coupling that's already existing between this comet and the sun. Right now it's at maximum because it's perihelion right now. We could be seeing a significant space weather event from this. At least it's a much heightened possibility. Now here we see our sun going back to March 30th. We see that 1.5 X-class flare. Well, in the past 24 hours, we also had a 7.5 M-class flare, as well as a 1.7 and 1.5. We'll see that at the end of the video. Just as I forecasted in yesterday's video, I said 80% chance we get a high M-class flare or an X-class flare. Boom shakalaka, we had it. We'll see it from Sunspot Group 4409. Look how active that is. This is exactly the sort of activity that you see from a sunspot before a big event. So we could be looking at a larger X-class flare from that sunspot exactly from Earth direct. And honestly, this entire situation is so eerily similar to a dream that I had about a week and a half ago that I have to share that with you, as well as a couple other solar flash dreams I've had. So I'll talk about that at the end of the video. You can draw your own interpretations from these dreams I've had, but they're incredibly vivid and they tell a lot of story. So we're going to do the solar report, then we'll get into that. Let's jump right into it. Here's our C2 chronograph view for the sun right now. Again, this is the most up-to-date imagery we have. We see comet C2026A1 maps flying in right there. You saw what that looked like. Let me show you a historic example of a sundiver comet that did trigger a significant space weather event. We can look at that with this imagery here. So you'll see this comet come in quite a bit weaker than MAPS was, but it does brighten quite a lot. Boom shakalaka. Big coronal mass ejection launch from that. Now that came in on the far side like this.
Shit, and there's
that
the vent for the
coronal mass ejection
Mothman.
also launching out towards the
Let's see if
far
we can
side.
go.
So this did not interact with Earth, but we see how this can happen. And you see that right now we're at that critical juncture. So I don't know if we're going to get a big coronal mass ejection from this. It very well could survive its perihelion maps and then swing around to the other side, and then maybe we get something in the next few days. That is also possible. Again, if we look at this, we'll see it coming in, and it's going to swing around like this. So expect it to come in a little bit off to the at an angle here soon, should it survive. But I'm not sure it's going to survive its perihelion. We'll just have to wait and see. Here we see our X-ray flux going back for the past 3 days. So we have here a moderate M-class flare. Just check out all the activity that we've had now. Low grade, but still constant solar flares from these sunspots. And then here we see 4409 with that 7.5 M-class flare. No coronal mass ejection launched from that. The 1.7 M-class flare and a 1.3. So boom, boom, boom. We could get a big spike today. I think that's a much higher likelihood than normal. I would say there's probably a 50% chance that we get an X-class flare today. We hope that doesn't happen because right now we have astronauts halfway to the moon. They are completely exposed to the space environment, much more so than normal or astronauts aboard the International Space Station in low Earth orbit. And also, this could be a big deal for us here on Earth as well. So prayers like to the sun, asking for mercy, honestly, because the sun is holding back right now. It's not pulling, it's pulling its punches a little bit, but it doesn't have to. And it's well aware of the fact that we have astronauts out in space and all the conditions on our planet, right? The sun's very benevolent, but it's aware of everything that we're doing. So all these solar flares, in my mind, in my belief system, are all precisely chosen, intentional, etc. That's why we have this phenomenon of Earth facing quite so often. Oftentimes we get this activity and then it goes super quiet right with Earth facing and then speeds back up again because clearly the sun is saying, not today for you guys. We can look at our proton flux as well. Here we see it. We see that we did not reach an S1 radiation storm level, but we have had a proton storm. So we got very, very close.
That's
the
hotkey.
astronauts have been flying through heightened
hurry
radiation
up
flux
and do
as a
these
result of some
for the
solar activity
weeklies.
we had back
We'll be
on
done
the 1st of April,
Sunday.
right in that time frame of when they launched. So they've already been flying through quite a lot here, as we can see. We've also been having some significant seismic activity, and this ties into the dreams I've had, so let's check it out. Here we see our USGS latest earthquakes map. We see that the strongest earthquake of this time frame is a magnitude 6 right here in the Philippines. This occurring at about 100 kilometers below the surface. So pretty deep earthquake. We see here some earthquakes as well from the aftershock swarm of the magnitude 7.5. Huge release of energy there. This 5.9 being the second strongest of the day, just behind the magnitude 6, and that's an aftershock. And we can really see that if we go to our 7-day view. Check this out. 7 days, magnitude 4.5 or greater. We have 56 earthquakes, magnitude 4.5 or greater as part of the swarm, the 7.4 being the strongest, the 6.2 aftershock, 5.9, 5.9, 5.8. So this has been a big release of Earth energy out of Indonesia, and now a magnitude 6 popping off just to the north of it. So bigger releases of energy right now happening across the globe. And we have this sun diving comet coming in. We have the ionosphere very well charged because of all these low-grade solar flares and now some M-class flares. And we also just got out of a shock G3 geomagnetic storm. So we had a long-duration G1, G2 storm. This solar storm impact that we were expecting came in really fast, spiked us right to G3 levels. Now we're back down to nominal levels, but that did happen yesterday. So everything has been very, very active for the past 24 hours, and for the seismicity going all the way back to about March 20th. So we're about 2 weeks now of heightened seismic activity, a classic seismic burst, as we can see here with our global seismic activity level, magnitude 7.5 there, 7.3, 7.4. And all this being in Southeast Asia. This is Tonga, this is Vanuatu, this is Indonesia. So tons of activity happening right now, seismically across the globe, tons of solar activity, sun diving comet, astronauts in space. I mean, everything right now is just supercharged with energy. And we should also examine our planetary energies, which we can do with this True Sky astronomical chart. So we're looking at the constellations as they are in the sky, true to size, and the position of the planets within them. So we see that we have a big grouping here in Pisces. We have Mars now in Pisces, soon to perform its conjunction with Neptune and Saturn. The Sun is in Pisces. It just passed over them and did the solar cazimis for Neptune and Saturn. And so there's a ton of energy there. We also have Chiron and Eris there. So a centaur and also a trans-Neptunian dwarf object in Pisces. Mercury is about to move in and also pass over all of them. So a ton of energy. Then we have this harmonic configuration, a trine between Pluto and Uranus. And this is an aspect to Saturn and Neptune. So Mars is going to be going through and activating all of these over the next 2 to 3 weeks. It's going to be Mars-Pluto sextile, and then of course Mars-Uranus sextile, and then it's going to be the conjunctions. And so the next 2 weeks are going to be very potent for planetary energy. We're already in that right now. As it relates to this exact moment in time, we see that we have a nice air trine in effect. So the moon just moved into Libra. Again, this is constellations, true sky. The moon just moved into Libra. We see it trine there to Mercury, trine to Jupiter. So we have this air trine in effect for about probably a day and a half, just FYI. And we also see that Venus and Ceres are about to go conjunct in Aries. So a lot of planetary energies at this moment in time, adding into this entire mix. And we're also being hit by all these fireballs right now. Talking to someone who's been plotting the orbits of these, the best estimate that I can get now is that we're actually experiencing just an increase in debris from the asteroid belt being pulled in by these planets, a gravitational pull influencing like a larger bulge of the asteroid belt into Earth's orbit. And as a result, we're getting more of these fireballs. So not necessarily 100% interstellar from 3i Atlas, but there has been, by my calculations, mixing of interstellar material into the asteroid belt, which now is there and it's going to be there going forward. So not that much compared to the overall mass of the asteroid belt, but that is the dynamic at play. So we have a lot happening right now. Sun, increased fireball and asteroid and meteor activity, the comet flying into the sun, strong planetary energies, solar activity, seismic global burst. It's all happening. And now I'd like to discuss these 3 dreams I've had as it relates to the sun and something you say like a solar flash. Now, a lot of people have been talking about solar flash for decades, okay? So there's some idea of this big outburst from the sun in the collective consciousness. We look back at the record, we see evidence of super flares and the ensuing Miyake events here on Earth. So there's something to this. And it doesn't seem that like super flares or solar flashes are cataclysmic, but it's a very intense event, and I have experienced that now 3 times in my dreams. So the most recent one I had is the one that's most similar to right now, like this exact moment. And it didn't really make too much sense at the time because this was like a week and a half ago. There weren't that many sunspots on the sun, yet the sun was appearing in my view, and I was pleading with it like not to erupt, and I saw specifically the sunspots on the sun. Now before that there was an earthquake, so the ground was shaking. I was in my apartment in Rome on the 9th floor, and the thing was swaying. I was like, please don't let this building collapse. Then the earthquake settled down, and then I just saw the sun zooming in with these giant sunspots on it, and I could tell the sun was commanding this respect energy, like you need to respect my power. If you don't, like who knows what I'm going to do, because I'm the one in charge here. Me being conscious of this, because I'm always looking at the sun and praying to the sun, talking to the sun, all the things, right? The sun is the great life giver for our planet, thank God. I was pleading with the sun, like, please don't do it. Please don't do it. At the time, it just felt like kind of an off dream because the sun was spotless at that time. Now it's very active with all these sunspots. Now it makes perfect sense. Now we have astronauts in space. If a big solar flash or something was to occur, they're gone. So, and then a lot of systems here are put under tremendous strain and pressure. So that's the first dream. The second dream I've also shared, this goes further back, and it's very similar to the first dream I had along these lines, and that's like, I think about a year ago now. And that involved, it seems, 3-Eye Atlas. But basically, I was at home, and all of a sudden, the sun just started going absolutely bonkers with energy. And it was just like flaring like crazy, but there was no fear to this. It was instead, you could feel this energy like hitting your body and rejuvenating, just like charging, transforming your body in a way that is really beyond words to describe. And just looking at it, just like in absolute amazement, took out my phone and took a video on it because I was like, people aren't going to believe me if I don't have the video. This is in the dream. But then other people nearby saw it, and then what started happening afterwards is that the creek by the house actually rose up and the water level went up. And keep in mind, all those planets right now are in Pisces with the constellation. So in terms of the tropical system right now, everyone's saying fire and air, which is, yeah, based off the tropical system. But if we look at the true sky position, it's actually a lot of water and earth energy right now. Uranus is in Taurus. A lot of the planets are in Pisces. We just had Pluto, it's moved into Capricorn. So there's a big difference right now between the two systems. One of them is accurate to the current moment in terms of astronomical measurements. The other is this derivation based off of a variety of things, still is useful, but the point is there's this connection between the sun, the earth, and also, for example, our climate and water levels and more that we are still just beginning to understand, but we know that there is a rich history to, and it's tied into the rise and fall of civilizations, modern, ancient, and even beyond. So that dream was very striking. Then before that, this is like a year ago, I had a dream where I was out in this park area, and all of a sudden, the sun just started to go absolutely nuts. And it was, because it was the first time I ever seen anything like this or had a dream like this, that was maybe not frightening, but certainly alarming. And then the ground started to shake. So it was like the sun was going crazy, the ground was shaking, and there was no clean conclusion to that. It's just like, this is something that happens that you will experience. And so that is stuck in my mind. This other one where it was like these beneficial light codes and energy coming in stuck in my mind. And this most recent one where, you know, the sun was playing a little bit like, hey, I hope you guys remember that I'm in charge. And I felt like I was speaking on behalf of humanity in that dream to the sun, saying, please, we respect you. Don't do it, right? Hold back, please. All of them now are seeming to form a larger picture of that these sort of really big solar flares, these super flares, solar flashes, whatever you want to call them, they do occur. And as I contemplated on this yesterday, on the sun, you know, the sun is the ultimate agent of purification. If you put something out, it's dirty, the sun and the light energy from the sun will basically clean it. It's sterilizing. And undoubtedly, we need to undergo some sort of sterilization process for the earth right now because there are a lot of bad actors out there. A lot of worms and parasites, you could call them. And so there's a place for everything, but we need a bit of solar purification, I would say. And I think the sun knows that and will work in our best interest for that. So I wouldn't say there's anything to fear, but there are a lot of very strong energies right now active at this moment in time. And we have things like this sun-grazing comet coming in right now, which can act as these wild card triggers of change. So no big solar coronal mass ejection yet from this or solar flare, but it could happen today. That's the point. It can happen any day. So we need to be mindful of this. We need to give our thanks to Creator, God, Sun, universe, everything They are all there working together harmoniously for our best benefit. Have faith. Wishing all of you well. Have a wonderful Easter tomorrow if you celebrate that. And just in general, be appreciative of the moment. Seize every single day. That would be the advice that I would offer to anybody. So thank you all so much. Have a great day. See you all soon. And, well, see you then.
In a Fox 2 follow-up, we now know there was nothing mechanically wrong with that dump truck yesterday. That was really more of a wrecking ball hitting stoplights and an interstate overpass in St. Louis County. The driver, who now faces 5 felonies, has just had his bond reduced. And Fox 2's Chad Mira tracked down who the driver was working for. And he has new details on what went wrong out there, all new at 6.
We went to the address for the company listed through the U.S. Department of Transportation, and it brought us here to a gated residential lakeside community.
A normal day for us, cutting grass turned into, a whole cluster of stuff happening.
Hunter Basham was out mowing along 141 when he saw this dump truck driving with its bed up.
My boss actually got out and told the guy that his bed was up, and what we didn't know was that he actually already hit one traffic light.
It was coming from New Frontier Materials on Creve Coeur Mill Road, where it just dumped a load of asphalt. The criminal complaint says multiple people warned the driver, Rusty Soden, that his bed was up, but Soden responded by cussing at them.
Said some choice words, and that's whenever I took the video.
From there, police say Soden went on to hit 5 total stoplights and the I-64 overpass on 270 South. He was charged with 5 felonies. Today, multiple witnesses told us the truck was marked with the company name HD out of French Village, Missouri. When I called, someone told me no comment and hung up before I ever even mentioned why I was calling. The address on file took us to this private community on Goose Creek Lake. We couldn't get in. St. Louis County Police inspected the dump truck and says it, quote, found no mechanical issues that could have contributed to the bed being raised. Maryland Heights Police say no alcohol or drugs are suspected to play a role in this case either. People who saw the driver said they think this was no mistake.
I would take that as he knew and he didn't care.
Soden had his bond reduced today to $25,000, telling the judge he's worked as a dump truck driver for more than a year and believes he will still have that job if released. I'm told Soden did have an active CDL license. I've reached out to the U.S. Department of Transportation to find out if they're investigating it as well. Reporting in French Village, Chad Mira, Fox 2 News.
Our Vice President is in charge of a new division. It's called the Fraud Division. You know, if we straighten out half the fraud that took place in this country over the years, we'd have not only a balanced budget, we'd have a big surplus.
Going to make fraudsters know that they're going to suffer some consequences.
So the gravy train's over, the party's over, and we're coming for fraudsters.
Welcome back to Special Report. We're pleased to be joined by the CMS Administrator, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Thanks for doing this. Fraud is the topic of the day, and obviously you're at the forefront of some of this. Broadly, the American people don't have a full sense yet of how big a deal this is, right?
Well, if you just look at the money that we pay as a federal government for insurance, which is for Medicare and Medicaid and related programs, we think there's about $100 billion of fraud.
$100 billion.
Now, let me just put that in perspective that folks can sort of anchor on. A lot of Americans who are working are concerned that Medicare won't be there for them. They're worried it won't be solvent. If we're able to take out the fraud in Medicare alone, we would double the life expectancy of the Medicare Trust Fund.
Delicious.
It would add years more to the solvency of this program, which would give comfort to everyone working today that it's going to be there for them. The question really is how to get so bad. And part of it is COVID, because when you start throwing money at problems, you don't watch where it's going, and fraudsters learn they can corrupt the system, because they never realized it was so easy to steal from the government. Then they'll start to, weaponize it and use it in other areas like Medicare and Medicaid. We now have an all-government approach. So yesterday, for example, I spent the pre-dawn hours in Los Angeles busting into a swank neighborhood home owned by a doctor and a nurse who had been defrauding the hospice system there for millions of dollars.
And this is a big SWAT team move. I mean, you hadn't been on one of those.
I've never been on this, but dozens of young, just hyper-prepared individuals. There were drones and planes and these trucks they could drive through, gates that they were able to blast through, and no one got hurt. And they stunned these folks in pre-dawn hours, and they were one of 7 hospice owners that were shut down yesterday. To put that in perspective, in the prior 4 years, the governor of California had shut down 4 hospices. We shut down 7 in one night. And I'll get news for you today, Brett. Let's announce, make it clear, everybody, we've shut down already, just in the last 10 weeks, 221 hospices in California.
Wait, in the state of California, 220.
Yeah, in Los Angeles, not even the state, in Los Angeles. So we're able to dramatically accelerate a process that had been meandering along in California. And we believe that there are 1,800 hospices in California. That's, by the way, about a third of the entire nation's hospice load is just in Los Angeles. We're going to be able to shut down, we hope, appropriately, half of them.
We saw what happened in Minnesota. Now we're seeing the tip of the iceberg in California. Every time we see a fraud bust like this, it's framed as kind of bad actors, and that it's happening on such a large scale because the system allows for it. What incentives inside Medicare and Medicaid are actually enabling this kind of systemic issue? It's obviously been going on for years, right?
Well, part of it is that government had been fragmented in its approach. So yesterday, the U.S. Attorney, Billy Asaili, led the charge. He got the Office of Inspector General, the Department of Justice. He got everyone working together. We're bringing in Scott Bessent in Treasury because guess what? Bank fraud is a big part of this. And we've also got a problem that's even larger, I think, in that we had told people in the federal government for the last 4 years under the Biden administration, don't do your job. Literally, we told people who were in charge of fraud that they should just sort of calm down. We don't want to have a big problem with this. This is not a legitimate issue. Just enroll people. We kept score in Medicare and Medicaid by looking at how many people were in the program, as opposed to were the right people in the program. Let's extend that now to autism. So what happened in Minnesota is they would pay moms to dishonestly say their children had autism. Brett, if you have a child in a neighborhood that's autistic and needs support, it's expensive and it's worth the investment. We should do it. It's the right thing. But if every child in the neighborhood is autistic, then no one really is getting those services. So you take scarce resources and funding and you now stretch it out. But here's the biggest message I can deliver tonight. This is critical. If these corrupt fraudsters are willing to steal your money, they will steal your health, they'll steal your life. I've seen it firsthand. Hospice owners who are willing to throw away the benefits that these older folks should have, and they die because they don't realize they've been tricked into signing up on hospice they never wanted. We have the same thing happen with durable medical equipment. Brett, we're right now in the epicenter of this. Durable medical equipment suppliers in South Florida outnumber the number of McDonald's by 2-fold. There's twice as many people selling wheelchairs and canes and braces in South Florida than there are McDonald's. How is that possible?
All right, so do you have enough people? Does this task force have enough stuff? Are you going to be able to get after this to the point where the American people can go, okay, this is moving the needle, this is making a difference?
Yes, because the president and the vice president and the task force says yes. So I spent yesterday, when we weren't doing the bust, talking to collaborators and talking about how we're going to be able to recruit the right people back into government, because we need people. And by the way, please, I came on the show in part to recruit folks. This is a generational opportunity to serve your nation. If you're interested in this space of fraud, come on, give us a call. We want to hear your tips. I found out that of the referrals we were getting in my agency from the Office of Inspector General, these are like detectives finding fraud, we were only acting on about a third. Well, if you only act on a third of what detectives are telling you is fraud, you're throwing away a lot of good intel, but also the detectives stop referring cases because they don't think you're serious. I told my team I want 100% of their referrals acted on, and I want to hear about it if we don't do this. And that's what everyone across government is doing, because the vice president has made it really clear. He doesn't want the gaming anymore. He doesn't want one arm of government holding back another arm. We are all laser focused on dealing with the crisis the American public is furious about.
Can AI and data processing help you with the fraud detection real time to be able to deal with it on the front end?
Brett, you're so smart. Come work with us. You got it. What you just said is profoundly important. One of the beauties of AI is that we could use it to catch fraud earlier and more accurately, but we could also use it to defend ourselves, because guess who's using AI? The fraudsters. They're corrupting the system with sophisticated tools to hide their ill-gotten gains from us. So by us using technology, AI in particular, we're going to copy what's already happening in banking. You don't think bank managers are good at fraud. If they were, they wouldn't be bank managers. AI is being used to help them think like a fraudster. We're doing the same thing for the first time. We've stopped billions of dollars from leaving the door of CMS. The goal for us is the money never leaves the building. And AI has helped us do that. Again, billions of dollars already because we can identify fraud as soon as the fraudsters start corrupting the system.
And in the big picture, in the background, is insolvency of Medicare, which is now what, 2032?
2032 is when we predict the Medicare Trust Fund to go bankrupt. We can double that life expectancy. Medicaid, a program that I love and adore. The president says he loves and cherishes these programs. Let me be crystal clear. If we don't protect these programs from fraud, they will be destroyed by the corrupt system. And we don't want our most vulnerable citizens, folks who have had trouble, as Hubert Humphrey said, and it adorns the entryway to our building. We want people at the dawn of their life, at the twilight of their life, the young and the old, and those living in the shadows to be protected. If we don't take care of these beautiful programs, the crown jewels of our social safety net program, they will implode under the weight of the corruption that's now being pushed on them.
All right, you mentioned the president. His approval, overall, 43%, disapprove 57%. On health care, it's 38%, 61% disapprove. A lot of Republicans looking at these numbers going, the midterms right around the corner. Do you look at approval? Are you looking at how the public is perceiving some of these actions?
The president saved Medicaid. The president came into office with a proposed additional expenditure of $5.4 trillion in Medicaid alone. We were becoming a big healthcare system with a small country attached. So the president said, don't cut Medicaid. In fact, put more money into Medicaid, and we did. $200 billion more over the next decade. But we're not going to pay for legalized money laundering. And what we've been able to do is create a solvent program which will keep Medicaid alive for the rest of my life, allow Medicare's trust fund to last longer as we deal with the trust fund crisis and the fraud. And by doing those brave decisions in the Working Families Tax Cut legislation, we added a lot of other health benefits. For example, for the first time ever, the largest investment in rural health care ever in our country, doubling the amount of money we're putting for Medicaid into these programs that help 60 million Americans who don't live in urban areas. We have done the right thing. So when people hear the stories, they nod their head up and down. They just want to know that we're doing the right thing. We're tightening our belt for the right reasons.
But when you are in an environment with low approval ratings, you're getting ready for an election, you've had Secretary Noem let go of her position, the Attorney General let go of her position. Are people inside the administration looking over their shoulder?
I'm not. Secretary Kennedy's not. And the president calls me all the time with very precise, well-targeted questions. He's an excellent executive, a superb leader. And all I need to know is that when I make a tough decision that I know we'll get some blowback on, but it's the right decision, the president says, go ahead. And you know what he usually says? I don't care what they say. Do what's right for the American people.
Dr. Mehmet Oz, we appreciate the time.
I appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Okay, so we've been keeping tabs on the wildfires burning in Southern California tonight. One in LA County, I believe, Acton, not too far away from Santa Clarita, and then another in Riverside County. Fox LA has been tracking them too. They've been to the top of their 6 p.m. news.
Valley today pushing evacuation orders as those strong Santa Ana winds drove the flames. The fire started right near Gilman Springs Road around 11 this morning and grew to some 3,500 acres quickly. Nick Garcia, he's live there in Moreno Valley in one of the neighborhoods that is under mandatory evacuations tonight. Looks like you are in the backyard or well beyond. Where are you, Nick?
We've moved out of that gated community. If you were watching our stream earlier, you know we were in a gated community. There it is there. We've moved. This road here is Via del Lago. And the reason we've moved is to give you a better look at the firefight right here. You can see flames. This is where the flames have been coming down from all day. Gilman Springs is back that way over the hill, so the fire has gradually moved closer and closer to this neighborhood here. But look at the fence, this wooden fence here. Lots of embers have gotten into it. You see this smoldering right there. Inside, very hot, and once that opens up, the flames can really take off and hit this dry brush here. That's why these fire crews here are spraying the wood down, trying to get as many embers out as they possibly can. Very frightening for the neighborhood that's just right there. You see all this smoke heading towards those houses. We spoke with some people earlier as they were being evacuated. This is a mandatory evacuation order area. We'll let you listen to what they had to say as they were on their way out.
Looking at the fire and the smoke, it's
pretty daunting. How bad it's going to get? Is it going to come over the hill? Will my house be here when I get back?
Where are you headed?
Right now, we're not sure. We're just going to try to get out of harm's way.
Back out here live, you're looking at the firefighters get some water onto this fence here. They're trying to get those embers out, trying to get the heat out of this fence so it doesn't pose a bigger risk than it already is right now. So you're seeing them hit it with water, hit it with the axes trying to break it up. And looking farther down, you can see that's why they're trying to get into it. Look at that fence there, Marla, on fire. The flames coming out of the fence post there. Very dangerous because you've got all this dry brush. And look, you see that pink retardant? It's right there. It didn't stop the flames from jumping, and because it's so windy, the flames have been able to jump some of those retardant lines. The retardant, Foscheck, really helpful in protecting these houses, but when you have windy conditions like this, those flames were able to jump over it.
And just to clarify, still no structures burned.
Thankfully, no structures burnt, but there are evacuation orders and warnings in place. Those orders because these flames are getting close.
All right, Nick Garcia, live for us tonight, and bring it back. From there to LA County, firefighters are making significant progress on a second. This is a smaller fire burning in Acton. The Crown Fire now 25% contained, 280.
Developing tonight, one woman is dead and others in the hospital after shots were fired at an apparent house party that went south in Tacoma. It happened in the 100 block of East 91st Street. Police responded just after midnight to shell casings scattered throughout the neighborhood. Como's Claire Weber heard from neighbors while police keep searching for a suspect.
I heard shots. I want to say about 15 is what I thought I heard.
A late night party turned deadly on East 91st Street in Tacoma after a double shooting killed one woman and sent a second to the hospital.
Officers showed up to a pretty chaotic scene, lots of folks in the area.
Officers say crowds gathered at this house, now covered in bullet holes with a broken fence and police tape. Longtime neighbor Christina Tate learned some of her young family members were at the party earlier in the night.
Thank goodness they left hours before the situation and made it to my house safely, recognizing that it wasn't a place they wanted to stay.
Detectives combed through evidence marked on two separate street corners, and police estimate more than 100 shell casings have been recovered while the search for a suspect continues on.
Middle of the night, it's dark, there's people everywhere, so being able to systematically process through not just all of the evidence but all of the people is quite daunting.
Neighbors believe it was mostly teenagers at the scene. Meanwhile, Tacoma police are still asking for help to piece together what led up to multiple shots fired.
Cameras, you know, everyone's got cameras these days, so if folks have any surveillance that they may be able to get to us.
A loss of life just around the corner from Tate, who's still in shock.
Just terrible, it's just sad.
In Tacoma, Claire Weber, Como News.
580块，今天法院把钱转给我的时候，我整个人都懵了。
580 RMB. Yes, you heard that right. I sold my property. In the end, I earned 580 RMB. I was stunned when the court transferred the money to me today. Back in 2018, I bought a 100 square meter property in Zhengzhou for 1.9 million RMB. Back then, I had 500,000 RMB and I borrowed 100,000, making the down payment 600,000 RMB.
Nuts.
I took out a loan of 1.3 million RMB with a high interest rate of 5.88% and a monthly payment of 7,700 RMB. I gritted my teeth and bought it. This is the painful experience of a Chinese blogger who lost his home to foreclosure due to unemployment. He explained that everyone around him was buying properties at the time, saying real estate was a profitable investment. He lived frugally for 7 years, only to feel defeated when he checked his finances last year. He discovered that over the years, he had paid 650,000 RMB to the bank, with nearly 550,000 RMB of that being interest. Only 100,000 RMB had gone towards the principal. After 7 years, he still owed the bank 1.16 million RMB. Then, he was laid off during the economic downturn. With no other option, he stopped paying. His house was seized. With fines, medical bills, and legal fees piling up, he spent tens of thousands more. In the end, after the house was auctioned, he was just left with a few hundred RMB. Some netizens commented that his situation wasn't the worst, and there's a serious oversupply of properties, and the truly tragic cases are those who spent their savings on unfinished buildings.
这套房子烂尾了，但是就这一家住进去了。
This building was left incomplete, but somehow a family moved in. It's a high-rise with no elevator. Do they have to climb stairs every day? I've never seen a building like this. The top floors are residential, while the lower floors are unfinished. The location is great, right across from Wu Ye Plaza. Further down is Lao Zong Plaza. When it first opened, there was a rush to buy, but now it's just a burden.
现在房子过剩，太过剩了。
I live in a neighborhood right next to a large abandoned area. The building in front is empty. The white part visible in front is the sky across from me.
要建238米的超高层地标。
In the fourth-tier city, they planned to build a 238-meter super high-rise landmark, but it ended up as an unfinished project. The total area of the project was 59 acres, with a total construction area of 900,000 square meters. They claimed it would be the city's iconic economic landmark. By 2020, Phase 2 was almost finished, but once the funding chain broke, construction stopped, and the project was left to rot.
佛山佛大旁边的这一个烂。
This unfinished building next to Foshan University has been abandoned since 1994, watching successive generations of students graduate, while this building remains an empty shell.
海口的烂尾楼到底还有多少？
How many unfinished buildings are there in Haikou City? The Zhongfang Hainan building can be said as the most bizarre property in Hainan. Since 2022, owners have been reporting that they can't get their homes after paying for the properties. They also can't get their money back if they want to cancel the purchases.
In the footage, the abandoned building is filled with piles of rubble and overgrown weeds, resembling a horror movie set. A few students went to explore the building, only to end up terrified and crying. The number of vacant homes in China is staggering. Based on statistics, including commercial and other types of housing, the number of vacant homes has exceeded 130 million. The Wall Street Journal reported in 2024 that, as the population shrinks, the surplus issue becomes more severe. The vacancy rate for homes in China shows an increasing trend from first-tier cities to third- and fourth-tier cities. So, why are there so many vacant homes and unfinished buildings? Don't many people still need housing? Aren't the homes of owners who stopped paying seized through foreclosure? What's really going on? Recently, industry insiders have revealed some shocking secrets. One netizen disclosed that the old industry practices no longer work. If homebuyers followed the developer's sales pitch and government propaganda, they are likely to go bankrupt.
Look at you go. 房子封了顶，它就不烂尾了。
Who told you that once the roof is finished, the building won't be left unfinished?
How daunting.
Who told you that once the windows are installed and the exterior walls are done, it won't be abandoned? And who told you that if the property is selling well and the location is great, it won't be abandoned? It's still going to be abandoned.
我们上次来逛陆家嘴的时候，怎么也没想到啊。
When we visited Lujiazui in Pudong last time, I never expected that the building behind me would be an unfinished project. In the center of the universe, there's an unfinished building. A real estate agent named Zongchen Real Estate Abo said,
我的工作会不干了，但是我要追求。
I may quit my job, but I'm pursuing the truth. People in Mingyang, listen up. Citizens emptied 6 wallets and took on 30 years of mortgage debt, yet the house still hasn't appeared. The government's promises were all lies. Owners have a property, but can't move in, still paying the mortgage while living in rental apartments. Where did the money go, and who's regulating it? This blogger stated that, aside from the buyers, no one wants to finish these unfinished buildings. Why? First, most unfinished buildings are oversold. One unit might be sold to 3, 5, or even 10 buyers. So once a building is completed, which owner gets the property? Developers don't want and can't afford to finish it. Second, once a building reaches the roof, the developer has already collected all the payments. Continuing construction only adds more costs. In a sense, building the property is a trap itself. Third, after reaching the roof, some developers use all the properties as collateral at financial institutions. For example, if a neighborhood is worth 10 billion RMB, they can mortgage it multiple times and even get up to 30 billion RMB.
Oh my God.
This temptation is so great. Who can guarantee they won't be tempted? Fourth, doing this also allows developers to default on many other debts, such as payments for building materials, construction work, and wages for migrant workers. Eventually, the developer's funds run dry, the developer flees, the company goes bankrupt, and the project is abandoned. At this point, if an ordinary citizen tries to sue in court, they won't even find the defendant. No one takes responsibility.
Nope.
The land sellers, lenders, or builders are all free of blame.
Yep.
Only the citizens who empty their wallets for 2 generations are left to bear it all.
Yep.
What's worse is that even if the buyer's property and down payment are gone, they still have to repay the bank loan in full. More and more people are dissatisfied with the Chinese Communist Party's real estate policies and false advertising.
Why wouldn't you be? You'd be mad to like that.
Why should buyers bear all the responsibility for unfinished buildings?
Yeah.
Shouldn't the banks be fully responsible? Once a property is abandoned, the bank should refund the buyers full payment. I say this because the primary responsibility for unfinished buildings lies with the bank. Although the developers are also at fault, their responsibility is nothing compared to that of the bank. Regardless of who is at fault, what does it have to do with us, the buyers? But now,
Nothing.
all the losses are being shouldered by us, the buyers. Isn't that ridiculous?
Yes.
More netizens criticize that life in China is really tough. Even when ordinary people are vigilant, it's hard to avoid being deceived. Every day there are new traps, and each one is different.
Yep.
Many people bought homes with loans. While their homes are finished, property prices have fallen sharply, making decades of hard-earned savings in banks. A netizen shared, I bought this house in 2018. This is the door, the kitchen is on the left. The living room is here. Outside the living room, you can see a large shopping mall, but there's hardly anyone there. Here's the bathroom. This is the bathroom. I just asked the agent. The latest selling price is 200,000 RMB. This isn't just a price drop, it's a crash to the ground.
300万买的房子现在跌到了只有125万。
I bought this house for 3 million RMB. Now it's worth only 1.25 million. People keep asking me why I bought it at the peak. Honestly, if I had known it was the peak, I wouldn't have bought it.
Netizens stated that at the peak, it was when the government's propaganda was the strongest. For ordinary people who lack professional knowledge and face extreme information asymmetry, it's hard to avoid such traps. Once people buy the wrong property, no ordinary family can afford it. I worked as an agent in Nanchang for 8 years. I want to share a piece of advice. When buying a property, be rational. Industry insiders listed areas in China with the largest drops in property prices.
Do you know which areas experienced the most significant declines in property prices? Fifth is Yongqing in Hebei, where prices dropped from 23,000 RMB to 4,000 RMB per square meter. Fourth is Yanjiao in Beijing, where the price dropped from 45,000 RMB to 7,000 RMB. Third is Rushan in Weihai, which dropped from over 8,000 RMB to just 1,000 RMB, and now no one wants to buy. Second is Cuipingcheng in Nanjing, which dropped from 18,000 RMB to 7,000 RMB. Number one is Badaling, Peacock City, where
That's
the price
scary, I hear.
dropped from 18,000 RMB to 3,000 RMB, and it still can't sell.
Why?
In addition to unfinished buildings, plummeting property prices, and homes being repossessed due to unemployment, another serious consequence has emerged: housing quality. A Chinese blogger uploaded a video stating, "These homeowners never imagined that the expensive homes they bought with high loans would end up becoming a real-life high-rise slum." This is the Fenggang Garden Community, located at the border of Dongguan and Shenzhen. People started moving in this residential community in 1993. In just over 30 years, it has become so dilapidated. The exterior walls have fallen off, and the community environment resembles a war-torn slum. Stepping into this area, you're hit by a strong sense of decay. It feels as though the time has turned back to the 1970s. Seeing such a contrast is truly heartbreaking. But now, it can't be demolished and rebuilt. No one knows how much longer the homes can hold on. It's hard to imagine what today's multi-story buildings will look like in 30 years. Another netizen commented that in their community, a building constructed in 2018 already has its exterior walls falling off. Some said that it's not the property, but the land that holds value. If everyone works together, we can demolish it ourselves and rebuild. With just 2,000 RMB per square meter, we could make something really good. Some replied, "Is that land yours? You only have a 70-year usage right for the house. The land has nothing to do with you. Wait for the government to do the demolition. If your property is not worth anything, the government is even less likely to demolish it. When you can't hold out anymore, the property and land will naturally revert to the government." Of course, the government has not stood idly by either. Recently, the topic of economists advising young people to buy homes went viral and sparked a wave of discussions. Chinese economist Jia Kang stated on March 25th that young people should actively consider using their own funds to purchase homes they desire, as the real estate market shows signs of stopping the decline and warming up. Recently, Professor Li Daokui from Tsinghua University suggested that the government should provide subsidized interest rates for young people to buy homes, proposing lowering bank loan rates from 4% to 1%. Media outlets have continued to quote these experts, saying they are advocating for home ownership. Netizens, however, have voiced their concerns, with some saying, the government is manipulating the market again, and don't listen to the experts. Back in 2019, they said home prices will steadily rise, but after I bought, prices dropped. Now they say it's time to buy, but I'll make my own judgment. U.S. economist David Jun Huang analyzed that even if the government did subsidize interest rates for young people to buy homes, the help would be limited. He said, it only reduces about 20% of the interest expenses. However, the real issue is that young people aren't buying homes for three main reasons. First, they lack confidence in the future. Second, they don't have the money. Third, Social Security is inadequate. It's not just about the interest rates, so subsidizing the interest is only a temporary solution, not a fundamental one.
Yeah.
Is the real estate market bottoming out? No. While the market in first-tier cities may be relatively stable, the willingness and proportion of the new generation of buyers remain weak.
Yep.
Additionally, the taxes on second-hand and new homes, as well as the overall sales and prices of the housing market, are still unstable. The market is still adjusting, with first-tier cities being somewhat better off. In the future, the Pearl River Delta, Yangtze River Delta, and Bohai Rim regions may stabilize, but other regions are unlikely to do so. Wang stated that if the government truly wants to encourage homeownership, it should significantly reduce taxes, increase Social Security and welfare, and greatly improve market management efficiency. Without these changes, all promotion of the housing market is just a slogan. Professor Xie Tian from the University of South Carolina commented, for ordinary people, a reduction of interest from 4% to 1% does offer a significant subsidy, but the real issue isn't how high the interest is, it's what will happen to property prices in the future. Property prices are actually continuing to decline. If property prices drop by 5% or 10% in the next 1 or 2 years, the interest subsidy won't help at all. In this case, urging people to buy homes just helps the CCP stabilize the housing market, keeping prices high, and helps the banks make more loans. She explained that the main reason young people are not buying homes is income, but the CCP tries to use experts to hype up the economy. He said, whenever there's a problem with real estate or the economy, the CCP deceives the public, tempting people to invest in the stock or housing markets, extracting money from them. Now they are continuing to exploit young people. I believe these young people's trust in government has dropped to rock bottom, and the public is no longer easily fooled. Latest data shows that in February 2026, property prices in China continue to hit new lows. The price drops in second and third tier cities have widened, and even first tier cities are struggling to recover. The most shocking is that new residential sales in the first 2 months of 2026 plummeted by over 20%. The second-hand housing market is even worse, with second-hand property prices in Beijing and Guangzhou dropping by over 8% year-on-year. Overall, first-tier cities saw a year-on-year decline of 7.6%, indicating that the pressure of asset shrinkage is spreading from new homes to all property owners. Many netizens said that properties in China will only become harder to sell. Currently, the main demographic consists of people born in the 1950s and 1960s. In 20 or 30 years, as these people age, the properties will be passed on to those born in the 1980s and 1990s. By then, most of these people will have paid off their mortgages. Just imagine, will they still need so many homes? Each person might want to sell 1 or 2 properties to improve their living standards, but they will find that everyone around them is in the same situation. However, by that time, the population will have dramatically decreased, so who will buy the homes? Some predict that in the next 2 years, property prices in China could drop by another 25 to 30%, with 180 square meter homes becoming increasingly common. This is due to the continuous decline in birth rates and the worsening aging population, which could make properties less valuable. By then, it might be so bad that no one would want them for free, especially in 5th and 6th tier cities, where finding someone to take over will be more difficult.
You're going to to see this Department of Justice pour all of our heart and soul into fraud cases all over this country for the foreseeable future.
So the Trump administration is vowing to crack down on fraud, and this just in from the president. Vice President J.D. Vance, he says, is now in charge of fraud in the United States. It's massive and pervasive, and the job he will be doing, his focus will be everywhere, but primarily in those blue states where crooked Democrat politicians and numbers are so large that if successful, we would literally be able to balance our American budget. Raids have already started in L.A., and that's what we're talking about right now. He's talking about yesterday's massive healthcare fraud bust out in California. 8 people are now in custody, and these are just some of the first major arrests in coordination with the VP's big task force. Let's bring in Bill Asaley. He is the first assistant U.S. attorney for the Central District of California. Bill, you were out there when these arrests were made. I want to talk about all of them, but specifically this couple, this doctor, nurse, husband, wife, who recruited beneficiaries who were not terminally ill, but then paid them to act like hospice patients. We're talking about almost $4 million defrauded of the federal government. How long was this going on? How were they able to do this?
It was going on for years, and all of these schemes kind of operate very similarly. They get a hospice license from the state of California. You cannot bill Medicare for hospice without being licensed by the state of California. Those licenses are issued with no checking, no vetting. In fact, this couple has a criminal record, so they couldn't get the license, so they just put it under their daughter's name, but they continue to operate the hospice under their daughter's name, and they billed Medicare for over $4 million, and no one did anything about it until we arrested them yesterday morning, and we did that in coordination with the task force and the vice president. And this was our first opening big mass arrest under that new task force.
And you're probably not getting any help from the governor there, Gavin Newsom. Here's what he said previously about how the state has been, he claims, targeting fraud for years and years.
You heard that then? So you heard what I put on
2021, we did a moratorium on new hospice program. 280 we shut.
No, I put one
We've
that a
been after this for
fisherman
years and years and years. We want an open hand, not a closed fist.
Yeah.
We absolutely are here to be a partner to go
That's
after
crazy.
waste,
Isn't
fraud,
that
and
nuts?
abuse. No one's denying these issues, but let's also not deny this is purely political.
Okay, here's a different take, though. Here's a headline on Substack. Gavin Newsom's empire of fraud. Newsom is not untouchable, and the scale of fraud in California appears far larger than in Minnesota. Despite his claim to have taken decisive action against one form of fraud, the broader problem is real and ongoing, and taxpayers in California and across the country have reason to be furious. I'll give you the final word here on Gavin Newsom and how much more fraud you think you're going to uncover in that state.
Yeah, in response to the governor, not good enough. Not good enough. They've not taken fraud seriously for over a decade here in California. They've let people out of prisons. They've decriminalized it. I call him the fraud king for a reason. He has reigned over billions and billions of dollars of fraud, whether we're investigating homeless fraud, EDD fraud, and now hospice fraud. It's going to be into the hundreds of billions of dollars under his watch. Remember, none of this fraud could happen unless California issued these licenses. California is responsible for administering hospice programs, licensing these doctors, and they are supposed to have passed regulations by January 1st of this year that were called by the auditor in California. He said California does not have sufficient regulations to crack down on fraud. He's refusing to implement those regulations because he doesn't want to own the problem. We're going to do our job. You're going to see a lot more fraud. We're going to work hand in hand with this task force, and I think it's going to be in the hundreds of billions eventually.
Wow, $50 million in just one raid. Bill Asaley, thank you for bringing that to us.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Another shark sighting in as many days along our shore.
This time, video shows a man freeing a juvenile great white from a fishing line. Experts warn this is just the beginning of what will be a busy shark sighting season off our coast. KTLA's Omar Lewis is live in Hermosa Beach with that video. Omar, good morning.
Eric, Megan, good morning to you both. Witnesses describing a tense rescue, but also one that came with a great display of community and good well-being out here after that man stripped down to his underwear and jumped into the water, wading in with just a pair of scissors to cut that great white shark that was caught on his fishing line out here. As you mentioned, experts are warning expected surges in shark sightings this summer due to warmer water. It happened just after 9 o'clock Wednesday morning at Hermosa Beach Pier here. 20-year-old Kevin Fan was fishing when he accidentally hooked a juvenile great white shark. He didn't hesitate, stripping down, jumping in, and cutting that line by hand. For a moment, the shark wasn't moving and the crowd feared the worst. Then it started thrashing. Fan hoisted it by the tail and guided it into a breaking wave. It is illegal to catch a shark, of course, along the coast of California. However, again, this was an accident and he ran into action. The pier erupting into applause when that shark was released. Witnesses tell us the fisherman accidentally caught 2 young great whites out here yesterday. Take a listen.
Kids were doing yoga on the beach. We had them doing yoga yesterday. Yeah. Somebody yelled shark, and so these guys brought this shark in. You're not supposed to hook them because they got that one, and then this one on the other side of the pier.
I saw a bunch of people over there, and I ran down there. I was like, "There's something going on." Figured it might be a shark, but that was on his belly, and this kid ran over there and grabbed it. He was in his underwear. Yeah, he was in his boxers. He said he was fishing up here. And he said that was the second one of the day.
Experts say juvenile great whites typically pose little danger to humans, but warn they can bite defensively when hooked or tangled on a line. Just last week, an 8-foot great white circled a surfer off Newport Beach, temporarily shutting down the beach there. Officials say warm waters and a strong El Nino could mean more sightings this summer. We spoke to one fisherman about that. Here's what he had to say here today.
Don't know if I'm gonna be coming here as often because of that. Mostly just here for smaller fish, something, get a quick bite.
This summer, it's probably going to be a very sharky summer. A lot of sharks are showing up earlier than they normally would because the water's warmer. So we're already seeing baby white sharks as of the end of February, and we typically don't see them till April.
Like I said, I never heard of it.
So that is your warning from the shark experts here today. If you spot one, stay calm, get out quickly, and alert a lifeguard. Kevin Fan, the fisherman involved in all of this, posting on social media showing some cuts and scrapes after that encounter, but saying he's just glad that shark swam away at least okay in that moment. That is the latest for now here live from Hermosa Beach Pier. I'm Omar Lewis. Megan and Eric will send it back to you.
I had some before.
Okay, a progressive prosecutor in Northern Virginia is back in hot water. Fairfax County DA Steve Descano is facing some backlash over some sweetheart deals given to migrant murder suspects, cutting down decades-long sentences to just 5-year terms. Unbelievable. Bill Malugin is live with the details from our Washington newsroom. Hi, Bill.
Aisha, good morning to you. Fairfax County, Virginia has been all over the headlines in recent weeks, and not for a good reason. 3 out of the 4 murders that have happened in that sanctuary county so far this year have allegedly been at the hands of illegal aliens. And now we have a new jaw-dropping headline. You just mentioned it. The progressive Commonwealth attorney in Fairfax County has given a pair of illegal immigrants, both convicted of murder, a sweetheart plea deal that will give them only a max of 5 years in prison rather than potentially decades. Commonwealth attorney Steve Descano's office tells Fox News, quote, "The plea agreement was the only way to ensure that the defendants were incarcerated. Since the victim's body was found in a creek the next morning, there was no DNA or physical evidence at the scene. All witnesses in this case were terrified to come forward or assist with prosecution." But it doesn't stop there. 3 separate illegal aliens have already been charged with murders in Fairfax County so far this year. One's accused of stabbing Stephanie Minter to death at a bus stop last month. A second is accused of hacking a man to death in his home with a machete. And a third is charged with beating his 3-month-old daughter to death. DHS is reacting, saying, quote, "Of the 4 defendants in Fairfax County murder trials this year, 3 are illegal aliens. Governor Spanberger must end her sanctuary policies that allow these illegal aliens onto our streets and work with DHS to protect the citizens of the Commonwealth." Border Czar Tom Homan says the change in leadership in Virginia has been devastating.
I mean, elections has consequences. I live in Virginia. Spanberger took over and she moved so far left she's not even recognizable anymore. Look, in that city, Fairfax, they've been a sanctuary city. I've been complaining about them for years. Sanctuaries are sanctuaries for criminals.
And the Fairfax County Sheriff is notorious for not honoring any ICE detainers, no matter how heinous the crime is.
Yeah.
And illegal immigrant criminals are frequently released to the streets without any heads up to ICE. Aisha?
Okay, Bill Malugin live for us. Bill, thank you.
Yep.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
I hate having to say this right now, but I've never lied to you, and I won't start. So let's just be out with it. 2028 is, without question, going to be the single most bananas, total and complete batshit crazy election cycle of our lifetimes. That's just a bona fide matter of fact. There are so many different competing factions, so many different camps. So much has happened to both the Democrat and Republican Party. Populist movements, but within both parties. Atomizational movements within both parties. Pro-Israel, anti-Israel, pro-Palestine, pro-interventionist, anti-interventionist, nativists. I mean, like America first, America last, America like shouldn't exist. You know, all of it, and the factions like spin just utterly wildly. And some of them have Venn diagram crossovers with each other, the alliances that could be formed. I mean, we're slowly but surely spiraling towards what looks a lot less like a two-party system and a lot more like a parliamentary system where you have smaller camps that align with each other. And that's kind of what MAGA was, frankly, with RFK and Tulsi and Joe Kent. And this is sort of like, you know, that's sort of getting ripped apart at the seams. I guess we'll see what happens next. But those coalitions are tough to keep together. And so 2028 is going to be just wild. It's going to be like where everything just bursts forth. You can see how the central planning of the Republican Party got destroyed by Trump. The central planning of the Democrat Party got destroyed by Biden and Kamala. Everybody saw what garbage that was. And so everyone's pissed and maybe looking for new blood. New blood, same as the old blood. Rand Paul, let's just start with like right away. Who's announced for president? He says he's like 50-50. Says like
With
for sure he's like
2028
you know,
just around the corner, Senator Rand Paul
probably is going to be running, he says.
Ruling anything out.
There was recently a headline in the Washington Examiner, Rand Paul sounds like he's running for president.
Yeah, I don't know yet. So maybe they know something I don't know. We're thinking about it, and I would say 50-50. We'll make a decision after the election, but I'm not going to do it just to do it. It would be, one, because we need to have a free market wing. We need to have a free trade wing of the party who's not eager for war and tries to at least explore diplomacy as an option to war.
So Rand Paul is clearly going to be running as an anti-war candidate, you know, anti-interventionalist candidate. Now, he's already ran against Donald Trump. Trump did eviscerate him. It was really funny. Classic Trump. But I like Rand. I mean, listen, like, you know, I'm a fan of Rand Paul. He's on the show all the time. But when it comes to 2028, I guess you are setting up with President Trump engaging really aggressively from a interventionalist standpoint with Maduro and Cuba, it looks like, and with Iran. It definitely does open up a wing for a non-interventionalist candidate.
Appearance,
Here's what happened last time.
Fat, ugly. My goodness, that happened in junior high. Are we not way above that? Would we not all be worried to have someone like that in charge of the nuclear arsenal?
Mr. Trump, I never attacked him on his look, and believe me, there's plenty of subject matter right there. That I can tell you.
But Jake,
Funny. It's funny. It's just classic Trump. It's funny. Whatever you think. Rand Paul, when asked if he would support J.D. Vance in 2028.
But also interesting was, so did Marco Rubio, who in that article in Vanity Fair said that if J.D. Vance runs, he'll be the nominee, and I'll be one of the first to support him. I know it's early. What do you make of this? Is J.D. Vance the heir apparent here?
I think there needs to be representatives in the Republican Party who still believe international trade is good, who still believe in free market capitalism, who still believe in low taxes. See, it used to separate conservatives and liberals. The conservatives thought.
So Rand Paul saying, getting asked, would you support J.D. Vance? And he just flatly says no.
No.
Okay, Senator Rand Paul.
Okay.
Thank you.
So absolutely not, says Rand Paul. I guess we'll see. Republican Party nominee in 2028. J.D. Vance's chances are kind of slipping here. Marco Rubio's have gone up. You have Tucker Carlson in there. Ron DeSantis as well. President Trump says that Ron DeSantis could serve in his cabinet, and that he'd like to have DeSantis entering the cabinet. Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens there. Obviously, Tucker Carlson has been floated as a presidential contender, including in 2016 and in 2020 and in 2024. There were little rumblings about Tucker potentially running as a presidential candidate.
The Republican Party.
But now Glenn Greenwald is going on large podcasts and saying, I am absolutely predicting that Tucker Carlson will be running because there's a wide open lane for a populist candidate, an anti-Israel candidate.
To run for president?
I think it could happen.
This is my hope. I mean, in the Republican Party, there's going to be a major candidate. I am certain. I hope it's Tucker.
Really?
I
think it could happen.
This is my hope. I mean, Tucker's a good friend of mine. I don't exploit my friendship to pressure him to run for president. And he's adamant that he won't, publicly. And even, if you talk to him and try and exploit it, he'll kind of laugh. But, stranger things have happened. But anyway, I hope it's him. But even if it's not him, there'll be a Thomas Massey figure, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I don't know who runs on a real America First, returns to America First and says, hey, remember this? We're not supposed to fight wars for our foreign countries. We're not supposed to send billions of dollars out of our communities in the Midwest that have been deindustrialized and overrun with with addiction and suicide and depression and people having to work 3 jobs, not being able to buy homes until they're 40 or start families until they're 40 and maybe having 1 kid because that's all they can afford. And both parents work outside the house. Until that's fixed, we shouldn't be sending billions of dollars to Ukraine or Israel, paying for their army, paying for their society. That is going to resonate among a huge number of Republican Party voters, especially the young voters.
He's right. This was the Trump message. This was the J.D. Vance message. The guy wrote Hillbilly Elegy. This is the exact book that he wrote. And so, I guess if you can get off message and off mission and get tied up in, what does George Washington say, foreign entanglements, and that'll be the death of you. It's the death of most, actually, political movements in our country, unfortunately. It's too bad. And the inability to get involved in the non-interventionist stance of a John F. Kennedy gets him killed. Yeah? That's exactly, of course, what happened. I'm running for president of the United States in 2028, says Anthony Scaramucci. I'm aware of what happened last time I worked at the White House. And now you should join me.
I thought about doing this at the Capitol steps.
What the hell is this?
I thought about doing this.
He's like, here.
At Cape Canaveral, where we're launching our astronauts to the moon. But we're going to do it right here in our offices. I'm announcing my candidacy for the presidency, Mooch 2028. And it's a red hat, so I'll let you know what party nomination I'm running.
Okay, all right. Didn't even crack 1,000 reposts. Okay. Loser. Don Lemon says he might run for president. Please do it.
I know people are going to think I'm crazy. This is going to be the headline, and people are going to laugh about it. I think I could be president of the United States. I could definitely run this country better than Donald Trump.
Do you think you might ever run for office? Oh, boy. That is a long pause, Don.
I hear that all the time. First I hear, I don't want to ruin my life. Why would I invite that sort of even more criticism and whatever? Why would I want to ruin my life with people digging into, everything about me and campaign ads, putting everything that I've ever said that's deemed controversial? I've never said that I was going to grab anybody by the pussy, right? So
That doesn't surprise
I've never
me, Don,
said,
but
I've never said that a woman had blood coming out of her wherever. But also, I'm not a white man. And the rules are different for me.
You're married to one.
And so just like the rules, I believe, sadly, are different for women. They're different for Hillary Clinton, for Nikki Haley. They're different for Kamala Harris. They're different for Alex Wagner. And white men get away with way more than, you know, women or black people or any minority. So do I ever think about it? Yes. Could it happen? Yeah, it could happen. If the opportunity presented itself, the right opportunity presented itself.
Okay, could we have Don Lemon? I could be president of the United States. Could we have Don Lemon versus Tucker Carlson for president with Rand Paul as vice president? And then Don Lemon's Scaramucci ticket. Goodness gracious. Don Lemon sentenced to prison? There's a 10% chance. Don Lemon currently facing prison time. Storming a church in Minneapolis. Just a reminder that Tucker Carlson did, in fact, say that he doesn't want to run for president. He did. And there's a specific reason that he wants to run for president. And I'll let Tucker explain here on Piers Morgan Show. It's just going to be wild. 2028 is going to be wild.
As for Ted Cruz, he says he's running against me for president. I almost want to run for president just to debate Ted Cruz, because I think it would go about the way it went last time. And for my part, I deeply enjoyed it, which is why I've never tweeted about it, because I just keep that little spark of joy inside me for rainy days. And I think about that conversation and smile. I would run for Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. I'd run for Pope. I'd run for head of the library board. I would run for anything for the opportunity to do that and watch Ted Cruz, and it appeals to the mean part of me, I think. All you need to do with Ted Cruz, another Harvard graduate. All the dumbest people went to Harvard. That's a talking point, but it's actually real. Ted Cruz went to Harvard. Bill Ackman, who's like a moron, went to Harvard. And Ben Shapiro went to Harvard. Anyway, if he's like this famously brilliant guy, silver-tongued Ted Cruz, he's going to be on the Supreme Court. You ask him the simplest question possible. I'm only capable of dumb questions because I'm not a genius. Like, what's the population of Iran? What Bible verse are you talking about? Dumb stuff. He can't answer any of it. Like, nothing. And that to me was like amazing. It wasn't like I went in there with hyper complicated questions. I'm a really well-experienced interviewer. I'm going to trip you up with my sophistry. It was like, hey, Ted, who lives in Iran? No clue. And he's calling for its overthrow. So I imagine we'd have more fun like that, and I would stop anything I was doing to have more of that because I just loved it.
In late March 2026, Zimbabwe's mining sector was shaken by a nationwide fake gold scandal. President of the Zimbabwe Miners Federation, Henrietta Rushwire, accused some Chinese businesspeople and mine operators of large-scale gold adulteration. The allegations say the practice has disrupted the local gold market and harmed tens of thousands of artisanal miners. Authorities have reportedly arrested at least one Chinese mine owner who signed a confession. The claims were quickly reported by major local media, drawing widespread public attention. At the center of the scandal is a concealed and technically advanced method of gold tempering. Reports say those involved use metals such as tungsten, mixing them into gold to increase weight, and fake purity for profit. In practice, fraudsters drill into gold bars and insert tungsten rods whose density closely matches gold. Tungsten has a density of 19.25 gram per cm cube, very close to gold's 19.32 grams per cm cube, and is nearly 10 times harder. As a result, common detection methods such as fire testing, density checks, or water displacement often fail to detect the fraud. To further avoid detection, perpetrators reportedly create alloys by combining tungsten with metals such as ruthenium, mercury, zinc, and iron. These additions can disrupt professional testing methods and bypass surface scans by handheld X-ray fluorescence XRF devices. Reports say this engineered fake gold can show a purity of 90 to 95% in test, while actual gold content may be as low as 30%. The main victims are small-scale and artisanal miners who account for over 70% of Zimbabwe's gold deliveries. Many work in remote areas without proper testing equipment or technical knowledge. Transactions at local buying points often rely on simple on-site checks, leaving miners highly exposed to fraud. One local miner said they work hard to extract gold from the ground only to lose most of its value to scammers using cheap metals. This is not just a financial loss, it is an insult to the miners' laborers. Following the revelations, the Zimbabwe government moved quickly to respond. Fidelity Gold Refineries, the state-controlled body responsible for gold purchasing, refining, and export, said it has acquired advanced testing equipment to address the growing problem. The Zimbabwe Miner Federation also issued a strong response. In a public statement, Federation President Rushwaya called the alleged action a direct challenge to national interest and pledged to work with the government to investigate and hold those responsible accountable. On social media, reactions have varied. One Chinese user mocked the situation, claiming gold adulteration is common practice in China and suggesting such behavior in Africa was unsurprising. In Zimbabwe, however, the issue is seen not as a custom, but as economic damage that threatens national income and miners' livelihoods. The scandal comes at a critical time for Zimbabwe's gold industry. Gold is the country's largest export earner, with mining contributing about 60% of total exports. A rise in fake gold could damage Zimbabwe's global reputation and weaken trust among international buyers. It has also increased scrutiny of Chinese mining activities in the country. Earlier on March 12th, a Chinese national in Zimbabwe posted a video claiming immigration authorities were carrying out widespread arrest of Chinese citizens.
移民局正在到处抓人，家人们注意了。
The immigration authorities are cracking down everywhere. Everyone please be careful. Yesterday afternoon, I saw a message in a local Chinese community WeChat group here in Zimbabwe saying that the immigration department had received orders from higher up to carry out a large-scale operation targeting Chinese nationals involved in illegal investment, unauthorized work, or overstaying. They said anyone whose visa doesn't match their company registration, job title, or actual activities could have their visa cancelled on the spot and would be required to leave the country within a deadline or face deportation. Then, later that night, while I was scrolling through Douyin, someone messaged me privately saying that in the northern mining areas, authorities are rounding people up everywhere. Even some people with work visas have reportedly been taken away and deported. Just a heads up to everyone, stay alert and make sure you're safe. If you're in Zimbabwe, double check your situation and try to avoid any risks.
As early as October 2025, the Zimbabwe Miners Federation accused Chinese investors of violence, abuse, and exploitation against local miners in mining areas. In stark contrast to the nationwide reaction in Zimbabwe, authorities in China have largely remained silent or offered limited response. Within China, state media has provided minimal coverage, giving the impression that the scandal received little attention despite its potential impact on national image and overseas interest. In recent years, similar incidents have often been described in official Chinese statements as the actions of individual companies or individual actors. This framing seeks to separate such cases from broader state policy or development strategies. However, critics says such attempts to draw a distinction are unconvincing. They argue that long-standing leniency by Chinese authorities towards overseas enterprises and citizens, along with alleged state support of outward expansion, even in cases of suspected legal violations, has enabled these practices to persist globally. According to these critics, cases involving environmental damage, labor exploitation, and legal violations in parts of Africa point to broader systemic issues. They contend that these actions are not isolated but stem from governance and incentive structures that, in their view, have at times encouraged opportunistic behavior and weakened accountability. On closely monitored Chinese social media platforms such as Douyin, Chinese TikTok, searches for terms like Zimbabwe gold mining, Africa gold digging, or hard rock mining sites reveal many videos. These clips show Chinese individuals searching for gold in Zimbabwe, on-site mining work, and small-scale local operations. While they highlight the active role of Chinese participants in Africa's mining sector, they have also fueled discussion and in some cases increased local resentment. If the fake gold scandal reflects issues on a smaller scale, a broader development has emerged in Zimbabwe's lithium sector. In 2026, the government launched a wide-ranging effort to strengthen control over key mineral resources with effects felt beyond its borders. On February 25th, Zimbabwe's Ministry of Mines and Mining Development issued a statement later approved by the cabinet on March 3rd, announcing an immediate suspension of all lithium ore and concentrate exports. The policy took effect at once without a transition period, directly affecting supply chains and exporters. The sudden move meant that shipments already in transit or awaiting export were halted, increasing financial losses for affected companies. Observers note that the lack of a transition period left little time to adjust. This decision builds on earlier restrictions. In December 2022, Zimbabwe banned exports of raw lithium ore and imposed a 5% tax on concentrates. In June 2025, the government announced a full export ban on lithium concentrates starting January 1st, 2027. The latest measure brought that timeline forward. The suspension applies broadly with no exemptions. Officials say the aim is to close loopholes, especially those linked to smuggling, unauthorized exports, and third-party trade. The move has drawn attention because of China's role in the global lithium supply chain. Although China holds about 70% of global lithium refining capacity, it depends heavily on imported raw materials. Stability of upstream supply has become increasingly important, particularly as policy adjustments in the battery sector loom. Data shows Zimbabwe has become China's second largest supplier of lithium concentrates. In 2025, China imported about 1.2 million tons from Zimbabwe, nearly 20% of its total imports. Under the Belt and Road Initiative, Chinese investment in Africa mining sector has grown rapidly in recent years. Analysts note that such investment often relate not only to business goals, but also to broader resource and strategic interest. In just a few years, Chinese companies supported by both state-linked and private capital have invested more than $2 billion in Zimbabwe's lithium, gold, and chromium sectors. While this has supported industrial activity, it has also raised concerns about resource control and long-term balance. China has continued to expand its role in Zimbabwe's lithium industry to secure supply. Chinese companies are estimated to control over 90% of the country's lithium production capacity. Over the same period, Zimbabwe's share of gold lithium output rose from 0.6% in 2022 to about 10% in 2025. However, recent developments suggest that what was once seen as a stable backyard has quickly become a source of disruption. Several major Chinese lithium companies, including Huayou Cobalt, Sinomine Resource Group, Yahua Group, and Chengxin Lithium Group, now face supply shock in Zimbabwe. Analysts warn that disruptions in raw material supply could place significant pressure on their refining operations in China. Zimbabwean authorities and some analysts have offered several explanations for the policy shift. These include efforts to regulate the mining sector, improve industry concentration, and curb illegal activities such as unlicensed mining, smuggling, and underreporting. Another goal is to promote domestic value addition by encouraging foreign investors to build local processing capacity, keeping jobs, tax revenue, and technology within the country. The move also reflects a broader trend of resource nationalism as developing nations shift from exporting raw materials to higher value processed goods. Minister of Mines and Mining Development Winston Chitendo said they want to see the entire lithium value chain being developed in Zimbabwe. However, when viewed alongside recent enforcement actions, some observers see deeper concerns behind these measures. Beyond economic factors, analysts suggest the policy reflects a broader reassessment of foreign investment in the mining sector. In recent years, pressures around resource governance and foreign investment have grown in parts of Africa. As concerns over environmental impact, labor conditions, and resource control increase, governments are adopting more assertive regulatory approaches. Shortly before the export ban, local media reported a smuggling case involving Chinese nationals. On February 19th, authorities announced the arrest of 2 individuals accused of attempting to export 27 tons of silica quartz ore illegally. The suspects were identified as Wu Kan, age 43, and Yuan Chang, age 52, who allegedly worked with a local accomplice, Tarisai Matsuveru. Investigators say the group obtained the ore from Rockseed Mine in Mashonaland East on January 31st and attempted to transport it by truck to the Beitbridge border post for smuggling into South Africa. On February 3rd, custom officials at Beitbridge stopped the truck after finding it lacked proper export documents. The vehicle and its cargo were seized, and further investigation led to the arrest of the 2 suspects on February 16th. The pair appeared in court on February 19th facing smuggling charges. They were granted bail under strict conditions, including weekly reporting to police in Harare, while the 3rd suspect remains at large. Cases involving illegal mining and mineral smuggling linked to Chinese nationals have been reported more often in recent years, drawing public concerns in Zimbabwe. Analysts say that the allegations of fraud, smuggling, and environmental damage have increased tensions over foreign involvement in the mining sector. In this context, the government's recent actions, including the lithium export ban, are seen as among its strongest measures, signaling a tougher stance on resource management and enforcement. Zimbabwe's actions have created ripple effect across the African continent. Analysts say the country's policy moves have drawn attention from other resource-rich nations such as Namibia, Malawi, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, all of which hold significant strategic mineral reserves. These countries are increasingly moving to strengthen resource governance and assert greater control over their natural assets. Namibia and Malawi have introduced measures to restrict exports of unprocessed critical minerals, including lithium, while the Democratic Republic of the Congo has tightened export quota controls on cobalt. Observers note that these developments reflect a broader regional shift, moving beyond isolated disputes towards more coordinated efforts to increase domestic control over resource sectors. These policy changes suggest a shift in the nature of China-Africa relations. In recent decades, cooperation models, often centered on infrastructure for resource arrangements, have shaped economic ties. However, analysts say that these models are now under review amidst concern over debt, transparency, and long-term economic balance. African governments are increasingly seeking to move up the value chain rather than relying mainly on raw materials exports. Policymakers are focusing on domestic processing, manufacturing, and participation in downstream industries such as batteries and electric vehicles. This reflects a wider push for industrial growth and value creation. Such changes may require adjustments from foreign investors such as China. Experts note that evolving regulations could lead to more complex negotiations with greater emphasis on transparency, local benefits, and more balanced partnerships. Recent developments in Zimbabwe, including the fake gold allegations and the sudden suspension of lithium ore and concentrate exports, have become clear examples of this broader shift. Together, these events highlight rising scrutiny of mining practices and signal a more assertive approach to resource management. Across the continent, policymakers are placing greater emphasis on partnerships based on sovereignty, compliance, and mutual benefit.
I think she can jump away
Analysts
if she
suggest
really
that
wanted to.
future cooperation will depend on balancing investment needs with national development goals. In this
Wow, what a wall.
context, initiatives such as the Belt and Road Initiative continue to influence discussions on global infrastructure and investments. However, changing economic and political conditions are likely to shape how such initiatives are carried out and received across Africa.
Next news. Breaking news from the White House.
I'm Gary Franchi reporting from the White House briefing room with breaking news. It's a cold, gray day outside the White House, but the news coming out of this administration is absolutely chilling. What I'm about to show you will make you look at every piece of plastic in your home differently. 100%, that's the number you need to remember. 100% of placentas tested contained microplastics. Your children are being contaminated before they're even born. And the Trump administration just declared war on it. So think about that for a moment. Before a baby takes its first breath, before they open their eyes to see the world, plastic is already inside them. This is not some fringe conspiracy theory. This is peer-reviewed science that the establishment ignored for years. The Biden administration did nothing. They were too busy pushing Green New Deals and climate hysteria while actual poison was accumulating in our bodies, in our children's bodies, in our unborn children's bodies. Heart attacks, strokes, tumor growth, cognitive damage.
Did you just hear
The
that?
data is devastating. It's not just what's in the water
Just saying, like,
on your
before
kitchen
they even
counter.
take their first
It's what
breath,
you're feeding
there's,
your
like,
family
plastics
every
already
single
inside
night
your
without even
kids.
knowing it. But here's the good news. President
Yeah,
Trump's
it's
team is not
fucking
looking the
terrible.
other way. They are taking action. And what RFK Jr. just announced is going to blow the lid off of this entire crisis. Now, before I show you what the Trump administration is doing about this, I need to ask you something important. 100% of placentas contaminated with plastic, poison in your cutting boards, your water, your children's bodies before they're even born. If the system can't even keep toxins out of the womb, you think it'll keep food on the shelves when things go sideways? My Patriot Supply is America's #1 preparedness company with over 3 million customers who refuse to get caught unprepared. Right now at preparewithgary.com, their best-selling 4-week emergency food supply comes with a free additional week. That's 5 weeks of security for your family. And you can't trust what's in your water or on your dinner plate, at least trust that your family won't go hungry. Go to preparewithgary.com right now and secure your family's future. Now I'm going to show you exactly what is happening. The Trump administration isn't just talking about this microplastics crisis. They're taking real action, and it starts with the man President Trump put in charge of Health and Human Services. Secretary RFK Jr. just dropped a bombshell that every American parent needs to hear. Now watch this. Secretary Kennedy laying out the facts that the mainstream media has buried for years. 62 placentas tested. You're about to hear what they found in every single one and the health consequences he reveals. It'll keep you up at night. Listen to this.
In a study of 62 placentas, every single sample contained microplastics, evidence that exposure
We were just
begins
talking about
before
plastics.
birth. This is not a rare exposure. This is baseline. We are not dealing with a distant or theoretical risk. We are dealing with a measurable and growing presence inside the human body. And the signal is getting stronger. Animal studies show that microplastic exposure can drive inflammation, cardiovascular damage, impaired cognition, and tumor growth. Human data raises parallel concerns. Diseased tissue consistently shows higher concentrations of microplastics than when compared to healthy tissue. In one major clinical study, patients with microplastics detected in arterial plaque faced a 4.5-fold higher risk of heart attack, stroke, or death in less than 3 years.
Did you catch that? A 4.5-fold higher risk of heart attack, stroke, or death in less than 3 years. That's not a small increase. That's a death sentence hiding in our bodies. And Secretary Kennedy is right. Diseased tissue shows higher concentrations of healthy tissue. This is a measurable growing presence, and the signal is getting stronger, and we just ignored it for too long. But here's what's going to make you angry. This isn't just in the water you drink, it's in the food that you prepare for your family every night. This next clip is an investigation you need to see. If you have a plastic cutting board in your kitchen right now, watch what happens when scientists put one under the microscope. They cut up a simple onion, then tested what came off, and what they found, well, you're probably eating it tonight.
Plastic cutting boards are everywhere, so we're going to cut this onion and see how much microplastic comes off.
After we sliced and rinsed a couple pieces of the onion, the filtered water revealed what Fulfer expected, tiny pieces of plastic from the cutting board.
So what are we looking at right there? That looks like a piece of red plastic. Exactly. That is most likely a microplastic that came straight off that cutting board.
And when she cut up an entire onion, we found many more.
All of these red particles are from that cutting board. And that's ending up in what we eat, which ends up in our bodies. Exactly.
Look at that. Those red particles straight from your cutting board into your onion, into your stomach, and into your bloodstream. Plastic cutting boards are everywhere. They're in almost every American kitchen. And every time that you chop vegetables for your family, you're feeding them microplastics without even knowing it. This is what happens when regulators sleep on the job for decades.
I fucking told my dad about
so
this
what is the
20
Trump
years ago.
administration actually
He looked at me
doing
like I
about
was
it?
insane.
Well, RFK Jr. just announced something massive.
Pretty much.
This is Secretary Kennedy's announcement of a brand new initiative. And the name tells you everything that you need to know about this administration's
some
approach. And
scientist gotta tell you
not,
that?
they're not
No, your
studying
own
this to
son.
death. They're going to stomp it out. Here's the plan.
We can't treat what we cannot measure. We cannot regulate what we don't understand. So today, HHS, the Department of Lisa Jackson here, alongside EPA, is taking direct action. We are launching STOM, which stands for Systematic Targeting of Microplastics. It's a $144 million national program to measure, understand, and to remove microplastics from the human body. We are focusing on three questions: what is in the body, what's causing the harm, and how do we remove it? And we're answering them in that order. We will first build and standardize cold-grade tools capable of detecting and quantifying microplastics across tissue and fluids with precision. Next, we will map how microplastics move through the body, how they cross biological barriers like the gut lining and the blood-brain barrier, where they accumulate, and how long they persist. Third, we will develop targeted, clinically safe strategies
RFK could barely.
microplastic burden in the body.
Standing with that echo on.
We will also prioritize those at the greatest risk. Pregnant women whose exposure reaches
Let's
the
see.
fetus.
Probably.
Children whose bodies
got one
and
down.
brains are still in formation. Workers in high exposure environments and patients with chronic conditions that may be exacerbated by inflammatory or toxic stressors. The science has not kept pace with the scale of exposure. We are now going to close that gap. We are bringing together engineers, clinicians,
Here's the one to go. Go on. You want to send it to me? You can.
we're setting measurable targets. We are holding ourselves accountable for results.
$103 million to measure, understand, and remove microplastics from the human body. That is what America First leadership looks like. Kennedy said it perfectly. You cannot treat what you cannot measure. You cannot regulate what you don't understand. They're prioritizing pregnant women, children, and high-risk workers. They're setting targets and holding themselves accountable. So you see, this is how you protect American families. And the EPA isn't sitting on the sidelines either. Administrator Zeldin just made history. This is Administrator Lee Zeldin for the first time in the program's entire
I thought it was
history.
just some mismanagement,
EPA is
but if
doing
it's
something
literally
they
like
should have
a
done
rare
years
case,
ago.
like a black sheep
What
event,
he's about
I'm
to
all in on it.
announce is going to change how America handles its drinking water. Watch.
I'm pleased to announce a landmark set of actions by EPA to safeguard the nation's drinking water from microplastics, pharmaceuticals, forever chemicals, and dozens of other contaminants. At the heart of these actions is our draft 6th contaminant candidate list, known as CCL6, which we are releasing today for public comment. CCL6 is a critical tool under the Safe Drinking Water Act that drives research, funding, and future regulation of emerging threats in public water systems. The draft CCL6 includes 4 contaminant groups: microplastics, pharmaceuticals, PFAS, and disinfection byproducts. It also covers 75 chemicals and 9 microbes that may be found in drinking water. And now, for the first time in the program's history, EPA is designating both microplastics and pharmaceuticals as priority contaminant groups. This is a direct response to the concern of millions of Americans who have long demanded answers about what they and their families are drinking every day.
Did you hear that? For the first time in the program's history, the EPA is designating microplastics and pharmaceuticals as priority containment groups. 75 chemicals, 9 microbes, forever chemicals. This is a direct response to millions of Americans who demanded answers about what they're drinking. The Trump administration listens. They're protecting your family's water supply. Now let me tell you what this means, because this is exactly why elections matter. Connect the dots with me here. 100% of placentas contaminated. Plastic from your cutting board ending up in your dinner. A 4.5-fold increase in heart attacks and strokes. For years, the establishment did nothing. They were too busy with their climate agenda to address real poison accumulating in American bodies. But President Trump and RFK Jr. at HHS and Lee Zeldin at EPA, in just over a year, they're launching a $100 million initiative to remove this garbage from our bodies and making historic changes to protect our drinking water. That's what happens when you drain the swamp and you put America first. See, this is the story that the mainstream media won't tell you. While they obsess over manufactured scandals, the Trump administration is quietly saving American lives, protecting our unborn children, and finally addressing a health crisis that's been ignored for far too long. This is what MAHA, Make America Healthy Again, actually looks like. So share this video with every parent you know. They deserve to know what's happening to their families and what this president is doing about it. Hit that subscribe button, ring the bell so you never miss these critical updates. I'm Gary Franchi. As always, stay informed, stay vigilant, and let's continue to stay free and fight for truth. From the White House, I'll see you in the next report.
The system controls information. Information control is power.
They don't want you to see this.
The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this.
Welcome back, America. We're here with really a great man, retired 4-star General Jack Keane. You're familiar with him, Fox News senior strategic analyst. General, I thought the president's speech was outstanding, and a couple of reasons why is I think he went through the successes generally, and also made it clear we're not going to be rushed here. I mean, he wants to get it over with, but what does that mean? And he doesn't want to lose the war by losing the peace. Am I right about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I thought the speech that he made, he absolutely nailed it. And the reason for that is, you know, it was largely an update to the American people and giving them a sense of, once again, why are we doing this and how critically important it is that we do it, number one. Where are we in the operation and the progress that we've made? And then what's left, and he even gave us some timeline associated with it. I know for a fact, because I talk to the IDF regularly, as well as CENTCOM Commander Bradley Cooper, and the time frame of 2 to 3 weeks comes from them. Because what the president has done from the outset, and this is what has made this campaign very special, he has said this is conditions-based. And by that, he means that based on the assigned objectives and how long it takes to accomplish the mission will drive the conclusion of the mission. Nothing else artificial than that. And knowing full well the enemy has a vote here and can introduce new things like the Straits of Hormuz, or what's happening right now, Mark, the Iranians know full well that they are losing thousands and thousands of missiles and drones and huge capability. And they are doing everything they can as we get towards the end here to preserve that capability. So they're hiding it, deceiving it. A target identification is more challenging now than it was at the beginning. The small boats that they have left, they don't have much of the large Navy ships left. They've taken them away from the Straits of Hormuz and they're hiding them. Every time they try to bring them back, what do? We sink them. So The target identification is a little bit more challenging. Destruction of the targets, no, not a problem. Once we see it, we can kill it. And that's where we are. So the president, even now, that operation is conditions-based, and that is the right answer. He is listening to his commanders. He gave them the assigned missions, very specific missions. People out there who are saying there's not an end state, there's not a clear strategy here, are they paying attention at all? I mean, these are very specific objectives that the commanders have to execute, and he's holding them accountable to that execution. If you talk to the leaders in the IDF or the leaders in Central Command, they will tell you they are very comfortable with all the missions that they've been given to do. They know what the clear end state is, and they know the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu are holding them accountable to it. So we are making remarkable success. Just think of this. We will likely, don't know for sure because it is condition-based, but we're on a path to wrap this up in less than 60 days. That in itself is extraordinary, Mark. We're talking about a huge nation state of 90 million people, a robust military full of tens of thousands of ballistic missiles and even more drones capability that they have, spread out all over that country. And we're going to bring this to an end in terms of their offensive and defensive capability, their Air Force and the Navy, finish all of that off, and also deal with a couple of things that are still in front of us. The nukes, nuclear capability, we have to eliminate that. What are we going to do about the Straits of Hormuz, certainly? And what are we going to do about Karg Island, where 90% of Iran's distribution points are? That's where all the tankers pull in there. 60% of their revenue, 50% of their budget. A lot of work to be done still.
When we come back, what do we do after 60 days, and if the entrails of this regime is still there, and they start going at it again? We get word, or we understand that they're going to be rebuilding nukes and so forth and so on. What do we do then? We'll be right back.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Now, of course, while we're fighting terror around the world, domestically and abroad, of course, everyone is talking about Hassan Piker. He is a leftist. He is definitely one of the largest leading voices, pro-terrorist advocate on the interwebs. He's an American that is currently dividing the Democrat Party. All right, CNN with one hand will condemn him, and with another hand will talk to him about Cuba. All right, every single day, this dude gets into another controversy because the left is currently eating itself. You have half of the liberals that are on the more liberal side of things. They're like, we want gay rights. We want all forms of degeneracy legalized. Then you have leftists on the other side. They're like, actually, we want to fucking kill you. Actually, we just support terrorists that want to kill you. All right, so this is the two sides of the leftist party right now. And Hassan is a very divisive figure. He is the largest leftist streamer. And he's on the we just want you to fucking die side of things. So he just did a speech in Stanford, all right? And it's embarrassing.
You're done.
He ends it by framing the United States as the bad guy, saying that everyone needs to stand up and fight against the United States, while he's cosplaying as Chairman Mao, the Chinese dictator that massacred tens of millions of people, all right? Like, just understand what we're dealing with, all right? So this is him exposing extremism in the United States.
But that makes your work even more important.
He's talking to his army of socialist retard terrorist supporters.
The Cuban patriot Jose Marti once said of living in the United States that he had...
You mean like Mao Zedong? You know, China's going to get mad you're stealing their leaders, man.
Lived in the belly of the beast.
Right, so this is him calling the
He's
United
nowhere
States
near
the belly
like
of
Mao
the beast.
Zedong.
Right, because we are the great Satan. He literally just aligns himself with Iranian terrorist talking points.
And thus, he knew it well. You all live in the belly of the beast. You know...
The belly of the beast being the United States, and, you know, he has to do his absolute best to overthrow the government and install his weird communist, Islamist, Marxist utopia. Understand what we're dealing with. This guy is openly advocating for a violent revolution.
But well, use the knowledge to fight it for a better world.
Fight it. He's saying you are in the belly of the beast, aka America. You need to fight it. You need to destroy it. with his little Palestinian flag behind him, which is ironic because there's no such thing as a Palestinian. It really offends people when I say that for some reason, but I don't know why. I don't know who would be offended because it's not like Palestinians would be offended. There's no such thing.
Sound the alarm on techno-fascist danger. Stand up for the poor and the district.
There is no techno-fascist danger in the United States. There is techno-fascist danger in China, ironically, even though Hassan Piker is allegedly a CCP asset getting paid by the Chinese Communist Party. But there is no techno-fascist danger in the United States. There is in China, though.
Possessed. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Free Palestine. It's like, it's so funny because this has nothing to do with anything.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Basically used to destroy
You're
Western
stealing China's shit.
civilization. That is what the movement is. None of them actually care
They're
about
gonna
the
get mad,
Palestinians.
bro. You leave China stuff
None
alone.
of them care about the so-called Palestinians.
They don't got much.
That were getting killed in Gaza, and for a very simple reason. Because if they were, they would be against Hamas. The guys that were elected by the Gazans started a war, brutalized Israelis, and Israel tried to obliterate them, and then they used human shields, and then they ended up killing 70,000 people in Gaza. If they actually cared about the Palestinians, they wouldn't be supporting the Hamas terrorists that started the war and caused all their deaths. The reality is they don't care about the Palestinians. They don't care about this movement at all. Free Palestine movement has become a Trojan horse to basically say the West needs to fall because they're bad. And we, the Islamists and communists, are going to work together to destroy you. That's what Free Palestine is. So that is what he is doing in his little Stanford speech. All right, most divisive guy, right? The left is currently at a civil war about this dude because he's, he supports terror and he's one of the largest faces on the left, ironically. All right, so this guy shows up. With his dizzyingly retarded level of intellect over here, talking about how the United States is the belly of the beast. Students need to use their position inside of it to fight the system. Techno-fascist danger, because I guess Trump is deporting illegal aliens? I don't know why that's techno-fascist. And also Free Palestine, which is a completely irrelevant talking point. So the left is currently at a civil war over him specifically. Ironically, Swan Marcus decided to tweet this, and this is pretty awesome. Extremely underrated Hassan Piker moment. Was when he went on a 5-minute rant about how the streets should run red with the blood of landlords, and 5 days later, everyone found out his mom owns and manages commercial real estate. This dude is an unbelievable.
But this dude's always irrelevant talking points.
This guy also, a major Turkish conglomerate, historically engaged in business with Israel, acquiring a 51% stake in an Israeli cybersecurity firm, Radiflow, for $45 million. All right, etc., etc. Like, these people are such hypocrites. It's unbelievable. It's
you can't make this up.
Their hypocrisy. All right, Hassan Piker, the socialist, living in a mansion, right? You know, it's truly insane stuff. Supporting every terrorist organization he could possibly find. And you know, poor guy's having the worst day of his life because just today, Cuba to pardon 2,000 prisoners due to pressure from the United States. Right. So remember, these 2,000 prisoners in Cuba are political prisoners. Cuba is a communist dictatorship. They were literally just imprisoning people for speaking out against the Cuban government, the Cuban communist regime, right? And they were just imprisoning people. And because Donald Trump's pressured them, 2,000 of them are now going to go free, right? So, Hassan claims to care about the Cuban people. He doesn't care about the Cuban people. He just hates America. He claims to care about Palestine. He obviously doesn't care about Palestine because he supports Hamas, the people that caused these tens of thousands of Palestinians to die, all right? But he supports them. So he obviously doesn't care about Palestine. He cares about the West, right? He cares about the destruction of the West. And it's so hilarious and opaque. It's so obvious. Every single group he supports is just anti-West every single time. Fundamentally, in every aspect of his being. It's honestly horrifying. If he actually cared about the Cuban people, he would be singing Trump's praises right now. But he doesn't care about the Cuban people. He just cares about the destruction of the West. And he's going to use Cuba as his little propaganda outlet. He's literally saying, no, you have to let Cuba keep suffering under communism, keep suffering with their blackouts and shit, because that's what the people want. It's not what the people want, and he knows that, but he's using those Cubans as little tools to overthrow Western civilization. That's his entire fucking thing. Now, the funny part is, he's trying his best to redeem himself and redeem his reputation because everyone realizes he's just basically a terrorist propaganda mouthpiece and he's probably going to get deported soon. So, he went on Philip DeFranco. He went on Philip DeFranco, bro! Philip DeFranco, all right, random leftist YouTuber retard, as his little weird PR tour because CNN just shredded him, like I covered in a video like 2 days ago. So this is just absolute cinema, how transparent it is.
Philip DeFranco interviewing Hassan on his beef with the Democrats. Now, Philly D is unfortunately a Hassan Glazer and politically brain-rotted individual
Correct.
who really tries to come off unbiased and fair, but he ends up just playing defense for him every time.
The reality is, anyone that's even remotely decent towards Hassan is not unbiased and fair. Because the unbiased and fair position is saying that Hassan supports terrorism. He should be shunned not only from the Democratic Party, but he should be deported and jailed. Anyone that doesn't have that position is, in my opinion, either retarded or evil.
Philly D interviewed Hassan in his recent drama with the Democrats.
Do you think that might be connected? I mean, you have AOC, Ro Khanna, other prominent progressives, right, appearing on your show, people like Bernie Sanders, backing candidates on the campaign alongside you. But when many of them are pressed on specific comments, whether it be about Jews and Israel, most of them won't address those comments directly. Like, do you think that the elected officials who associate with you publicly but won't defend specific things you've said, like, does that stand out to you?
It's because they're immoral douchebags that are just trying to get a little bit of clout from each other, while in the reality know that they're all evil.
I think that's just playing the game. What's your take there?
I think I should never be the conversation. So I think it's totally appropriate for these
I shouldn't be the conversation. Yes, I am a terrorist supporter, and these people are more than happy to hang out with me, but it shouldn't be like a blemish on the reputation or anything.
There's going to be like, guys, there's going to be things that we disagree with, and there are things that we disagree with.
Yeah, like for example, I think that terrorists should kill and rape Jews, as many as possible in Israel, and also Americans too, all right? They don't think that. They want socialized healthcare. You see, we have some political differences. I want the Houthis to blow up Saudi Arabia's oil fields and kill as many civilians as they can. They care about funding school teachers. Which is the political differences, guys. Okay, listen. I shouldn't be the conversation.
No, not on the...
I support the Iranian regime massacring 40,000 of their own people. They don't want us to stop giving money to Ukraine. We just have different political opinions, guys.
Issue of quote-unquote Jews, obviously, but like there are going to be...
Obviously, says the guy who supports Hamas, who openly states their goal of genociding all the Jews, who says that if there is a tree or a rock and there is a Jew hiding behind the tree or the rock and the rock should shout out to say, "Oh Muslim, oh servant of Allah, there is a Jew hiding behind me, come and kill the Jew." This is literally in the Hamas charter, all right? And Hassan supports them, just to be clear. Hassan supports the Houthis, whose actual flag states, "Death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews." All right, he supports the Houthis 10 toes down. All right, this guy openly supports them, and he's like, "I don't understand why I get criticism for my position."
Make this up. I walked away and
some polite disagreements.
Differences in opinions. It's
they're just ignoring me.
It's normal. It's understandable.
It's so healthy. It's so
healthy, I'm alive now. It's because they knew if they hit me again, they were going to die. Is that what it was? Look, look, he just killed himself. He didn't know. He ended his own life.
That is like the most appealing to the broadest base. I don't
Look at
expect
this.
politicians to just like run around and defend every clip out of context.
No, they shouldn't. And every single person that associates with you, despite the fact that you have these positions that you support
Come on,
terrorists,
hit me.
I think it should be an impeachable offense on their part.
They're not, they're not my fans,
me.
right? These are
Obviously not. You support terrorists.
people that I work with. These are people that I want to fight for an agenda, and they are fighting for an agenda, so I support them. And
I'm only doing this because I gotta repair my armor anyway.
Yeah, so he
That's
basically
like a
just
bit.
lets
Oh,
Hassan
hit me.
speak uninterrupted for like 15 minutes and no pushback at all.
What an unbiased interviewer, guys.
But yeah, as to Hassan's point there, obviously the politicians can't really be out there openly supporting terrorists. I mean, nowadays, I don't know, in New York, they're fucking chanting their support for that shit, so maybe in some places. But yeah, some of these politicians...
New York supports terrorists. New York. Who's the mayor of New York?
Who's New York?
You mean? Interesting. Probably a coincidence.
Politicians might actually be secret Hassan
this.
supporters, right? They can't really say it publicly, like Zoran and his wife. They seem to agree with Hassan's views, you know, meet with him in private,
Can't
have
touch this.
parties, publicly denounce him on TV, and say they don't support Hamas, but then be buddy-buddy with Hassan, who, by proxy, you probably do support his viewpoints. So then Hassan tells the biggest lie ever, that it's not about his feelings.
But at
Let's
the
go
end of
install
the
this
day,
mod.
This is an insincere conversation, so I do appreciate any kind of
Wait, there might be one more of those.
because I understand, or at least they understand, that
I'll get it
this
out right now.
battle.
You
Bro,
don't
this
need to
guy
get on your
actually
knees. I got
humiliates
it.
himself every time he opens
Just let
his
me get
mouth.
my tree
How do
house.
rational people even sit in the same room with him? He's just actually room temperature IQ.
Is
This is
for
crazy.
who gets to retain control over the party.
There are
That's right. He's trying to overthrow the current Democrats in control, meaning the libtard idiots who focus on shit like gay rights, and he's trying to replace them with the terrorists. I love how he just actually says it.
Millions of young people who watch you, they align with your politics. They feel deep, completely locked out of the Democratic Party. If Democrats decide that you're radioactive, they cut ties, they keep pushing you, what do you think happens to those voters? Where do they go? What do they do?
I think we just go back to square one, right? I mean, that was how it was in 2016. I don't care if politicians in general are just like, oh, I don't want to be along. I don't want to.
Meanwhile, Hassan Piker cries every day that people don't want to associate with him. He cries every day. Oh, I can't believe CNN would call me out. I can't believe Zoran Mamdani condemned me on live TV.
I don't want to appear alongside this person. My commentary is not going to change, right? This is not about my own personal feelings.
He might shock his dog out of anger.
Yeah, he might just get in the spot.
He's actually just a fighter for the.
You're gonna get shocked.
Will it signal to me in some ways that they are running scared, which I do think is a big problem.
That's right. Either you support terrorists like Hassan,
cover your ears.
With even some of our best candidates so far, sometimes I think they are too conciliatory, too conceding to these groups.
Non-terrorists. They concede to non-terrorists a little too much, where they should be killing Jews.
That apply a tremendous amount of pressure.
I've noticed that they aren't burning churches like the based terrorists do in France and in Lebanon. I can't believe it.
By way of both the media and through direct phone conversations that they have with candidates.
They don't even condone Boko Haram massacring Christians in Nigeria. They don't even condone it. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely, but at the end of the day, beyond that, it says nothing to me. I always repeat to my audience as well, I will have disagreements with even someone like Zoran.
Some of these emissions I've never seen.
Who I love, who I talk to.
Who condemned you on national television?
With regular frequency, but there's going to be disagreements there, right? But at the end of the day, it's just all about...
You see, the major disagreement between Hassan Piker and Zoran Mamdani, mayor of New York City, is very simple. You see, Hassan Piker openly advocates for terrorism, and Zoran Mamdani only privately advocates
secretly.
For terrorism. So, there's a pretty major difference.
Putting the policy in the bag, little bro. Just put the policy in the bag. I don't care. We don't have to be friends. It's great. He's a wonderful guy. But we don't have to be friends. As long as you are fighting for the working class, I'll be there. I'll defend you.
Meanwhile, it's the Republicans that have done everything.
So I made
a
dilute one and I got away with it.
He doesn't care about the working class. He cares about the migrant class that wants to leech off of our system. All right, just to understand, he speaks about the working class, but he's literally talking about unemployed retards that refuse to get jobs and want to live off my tax dollars. Those are the people he's actually fighting for.
When you are doing defensible things, and if you're doing indefensible things, I'll criticize you.
Oh, who are you kidding, Hassan? This is all about your feelings. All of this is a proxy, all right? Let me tell you the real hard truth here.
Decoration
this is not even
in
about
a workshop or camp.
This is all
Got
about
it.
Hassan's
I'll have to put 5 down really quick.
And need to be acknowledged by this world.
I love how everyone knows he's such a fraud.
If Hassan had a button to elect the
Completed
next
Daily
Democratic
Challenge,
candidate or
gold
even
star,
socialist communist candidate, if he could make Zoran Mamdani
Senior
president
dailies
right
would
now,
be
but in
completed
exchange,
daily
he would have to
or
stop
so
streaming.
triple the
Hassan is
mole
never taking
miners-
that trade.
well,
He will
mole
never take
miners
that trade,
had twice.
even though he insists, oh, I'm
Then
just
I
doing it for the
can
people.
get
Oh, I
2
just
in
You
one,
realize so
and
much
then therefore get
criticism to Hassan would stop if he would stop wearing
3 in
$10,000
one.
shirts.
want to elect a socialist and change the world, right? No, Hassan, we all know what comes
And
first.
then
It's
working on
always
the fourth
Hassan
and-
Piker.
fourth
It's
and
me,
one.
me, me. I am the best.
Here's
I
it.
want
So
to
I
be
gotta-
known
let me
as
get
the #1 political commentator,
my
this
gun. I'm gonna
educated,
use. I know
smart
which gun I'm gonna use
individual
for this.
that
I'm gonna
everybody
use.
looks up to, a respected, on-the-ground journalist, but instead, I'm just a guy who shocked his dog. And you
It's gonna be one of
maybe
these,
later.
probably
Hassan
this
Piker be the
one.
guy that shocked his dog? Exactly, that's the one.
Can be the streamer who inspired it.
Dude, this PR run of his is just not working, man.
Maybe
terrorist
not.
attack, the streamer who got arrested. But hey, let's not fast forward to the end
Maybe.
just yet. All right, we
Hold on,
gotta
let's
go
see.
through
Let's-
the
let's-
arcs, right? It's
first
the
things
One
first,
Piece
let's put it-
saga. We're in like Marineford right now, you know. And it was this entire interview is Philly D basically letting Hassan
I gotta
gaslight
put
his
onto
audience,
the
right? There is
And gas himself
proper
up. I'm actually the nicest
black
guy
powder
ever. I just
rifle.
want to make change for the working class by letting terrorists rape
Okay,
Jews
well,
and
that
British
is
children. I'm a
extremely too
simple
much
man.
weight for me,
I'm a
kitty.
simple
Thank you,
man
that was
fighting for the rights
awesome.
of Islamists to rape people. And they want to deport them. They want to deport them, but I fight for them. I fight for them.
No pushback at all. There's no questioning anything Hassan says. Just basically giving Hassan this platform, right?
Hear back from Hassan Piker today. Painting with Slotkin said you sound deeply anti-Semitic. What is your response to elected Democrats calling you a liability?
They're very boomer-minded because they think like when I go.
Did he actually react to himself on stream?
Every single comment mentioning your name on the video is calling you a grifter, tanky, imperialist, some variation of that.
True.
Definitely organic. No,
so
normies are not going to be swayed by that shit.
There might be something in here that's more like precise, like easier to cripple target per se. I don't remember what it is.
Reading a talking point,
but in my opinion, this is going to be it. And then I gotta.
That's right. When he was condemned, the person that condemned him didn't even know why she was condemning him. She was just reading a talking point. Her Jewish handler gave her the talking points.
Of course, I gotta.
The conflation between Jews in Israel is anti-Semitism, is like very anti-Semitic, and it kind of seems like Hassan does that quite a bit, and it's like, no, actually, I do the exact opposite of that.
That's right. When Hassan Piker says he supports Hamas, who openly state their goal of killing all Jews, actually, he's making a line between Judaism and Zionism.
Wow.
So that was like a funny angle. It wasn't even like quote mining to be like, well, this quote seems crazy or whatever, because like they all do that usually. There's like,
I can't believe he literally did an entire stream reacting to himself talking uninterrupted.
That's insane.
Like, this is unbelievable.
That's kind of like how I would do something. Like if I was like so unprofessional, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to redo it. You're going to watch me, and I'm reacting to myself.
People trying to use things that you've said and done. So we do have to talk about that while I have you on, right? Because
that is hilarious. Hassan, please, I'm going to have to ask you some questions now. Is that okay, Hassan? Please. I'm sorry. They're going to flame me in the comments if I don't ask you this stuff, Hassan. Please.
Jeez.
You know what? How about we do this interview, and then later, if you want to take anything out, you can do that, okay? I'll actually delete my video for you. Okay, you want me to change the thumbnail? I'll do that for you too, Hassan. Anything else I can do for you, my God and Savior? Literally, Jellywig 2.0, bro. Like, what is wrong with these spineless fucking losers, bro?
I don't know,
this
bro.
guy used to be respected as well, and now he's just a politically brain-rotted hack.
I love how, like, Pegasus is the normie. That's the craziest part. This dude's not like a political guy, right? This is just like a normal guy just watching shit, and he's like, wow, this is the most, diabolical thing
This is ridiculous.
This is absolute cinema. It's crazy. It's crazy watching this, man. It's crazy watching the
I'm
world
not eating the right
and
thing,
realizing
am I?
that these people are trying to sell our countries out to the third world to rape and kill us, and they're really not making any excuses for it.
North Korea and Cuba dumped the CCP. Successive disasters strike the
Damn, he
communist
struck me
camps
so
of
many
little
times.
brothers.
He's still stuck in that
Socialism
freaking
nearing
cryo. Look at that.
Beijing
This is...
seized by fear. Shocking scene in Beijing. Elderly man.
All right, let's get out of here. Let's go get cripple some mole miner heads here.
Growing public awakening. The flame
Drop
of revolution
connection.
is poised to erupt.
Harper's Ferry.
Xi's most loyal ally turns traitor, Zhang Yuxia shockingly accused of treason. 5 Navy
Whoa,
generals die
why am I
mysteriously.
overweight?
Peng Liyuan's trusted aid offered up as a blood
I'm just kidding.
sacrifice.
Let's see, I gotta put myself in these
Every time
boots
the
here.
U.S. military wins, the CCP purges its military.
I didn't upgrade my my gun yet because I'm just gonna like I'm gonna contemplate whether I'm gonna put that on my Adams, which is like an all-star baseball bat, which has fire damage, or if I'm gonna put it on the. It's basically one hit with that thing. The cremator I just used, it's pretty dope. So if I put that 4-star on that, they would make it overpowered. I might just do that too. So we'll see. It said 50% damage increase for flame once it's on fire, and it basically is like instant kill once it's hit once anyway. So it's almost like a waste, if that makes sense.
In recent weeks,
You know,
Beijing
like
has
it's gonna
intensified
take
its
less
display of
time to kill the
communist
target, which
brotherhood
isn't like
with
necessarily the
unusual
best thing that you would want that.
prompting many observers to raise
I spent 10K on that.
On March 28th,
Like, you
the
know, like
Chinese
I just did it
ambassador to
because I
Cuba
was like, you know
made a
what, here,
high-profile
I was gonna
appearance
buy
at
like
Havana
all
Port,
5 of those
personally handing
2K
over the third batch
4s
of
so I could sell them,
emergency
upsell them for at
consisting
least
of
4K
15,600
and make
tons of
double my
rice.
money,
Just 2 days
you
later,
know, and do
on
some
March 30th,
flipping like crypto or
China
whatever, but I
officially
didn't
resumed
feel like
direct
doing all
flights
that extra work today,
between
so.
Beijing and Pyongyang. A
You know,
route suspended for
and so
exactly
I actually,
6
when he
years.
put that in
On
there
the
and I saw that, I was like, I'll
surface,
just buy
these
that for
moves appear
10K, like
warm and
nothing, like,
supportive,
because
yet they
I
carry a
usually
stronger
have
sense of
extra things for my
anxiety than
cryo,
genuine
not
affection.
extra
Timing
damage
is
for my
key.
fire builds.
North Korea had just held the first session of its 15th
And then you
Supreme
got
People's
ballistic gun
Assembly
damage
on March
here,
23rd,
Sunset
where
Sarsaparilla.
it passed a significant
So like this is
constitutional
what, like,
amendment.
I'm pretty much
The
set right
removal
here.
of the 4 characters meaning socialist from the official
With this
title of its
build.
constitution. The document, previously known as the Socialist Constitution of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, is now simply the Constitution of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Far from a minor technical adjustment, this represents
probably
a
getting
deliberate
murdered
step to
right now with
dismantle
those
the
5
core
people standing over
ideological
there.
brand of
Probably no more
socialism.
miners.
The very bond that has long served as the most
If they're not over here, then I'll have to go to some other
Korea,
place.
China, Cuba, and Vietnam. Pyongyang explained the change as necessary to adapt to the new stage of revolutionary development. However, in the current international context, the move clearly signals a strategic loosening of ties. North Korea is proactively reducing its alignment with the traditional socialist bloc and shifting toward a more pragmatic logic, lean toward whoever benefits us. It no longer wishes to remain locked into any single camp. A similar trend is unfolding in Cuba, where the government is opening the valves in a major way. Following political turbulence in Venezuela and the cutoff of its vital oil lifeline, Cuba has plunged into its most severe economic crisis since the collapse of the Soviet Union, marked by acute food shortages, rolling blackouts, and widespread energy strain. Scenes of citizens storming government buildings and setting fires, once almost unimaginable on the island, have now emerged. On March 17, 2026, Deputy Prime Minister Oscar Perez Oliva announced the most significant round of reforms since 1959, easing restrictions on the private sector, allowing overseas Cubans, including those previously labeled counter-revolutionaries, to return, invest, establish companies, open foreign currency accounts, and even receive land for cultivation. The US dollar has regained its role as a hard currency. The ideological shell is visibly eroding under economic reality day by day. For the Chinese Communist Party, the value of these two little brothers has never rested primarily on ideology, but on practical strategic interests. North Korea serves as a vital geopolitical buffer between China, the United States, and South Korea. Cuba, located less than 90 miles from Florida, has functioned as an ideal forward base for intelligence and military activities, with facilities in Bajucal, Varadero, Calabazar, and elsewhere used to monitor U.S. military communications, maritime traffic, and even space operations. In 2025, the two sides further upgraded their military ties, including equipment and training cooperation. Yet as pressure from the United States intensifies, particularly under President Donald Trump,
freaking coal miners? They're just gone right now? Or did I like miss an update where they moved them? Or
China has maintained a notable silence.
Yeah, I was about to say,
It has
those are
offered only
drugs,
symbolic rice
kids.
aid and diplomatic statements to save
Free
face,
drugs.
without daring to provide substantive military support. As some analysts wryly observe, Beijing appears to have the intention but not the courage.
So we're gonna have to go to, like, let's say the big excavator for now and see if there's any more miners.
Pressure, support from the CCP proves extremely limited,
For old
at times
ash heap.
almost non-existent.
I don't even see
Beijing's
where that is.
partnerships often resemble business transactions more than genuine security alliances. Cooperation exists when interests align, but at critical moments, each party looks after itself.
It's like
Beijing's
right up the
recent
boundary.
gestures of lending a helping hand to its comrades therefore reveal not
Whoa.
strength, but clear panic in the face of a potential chain reaction collapse of the
Don't
ideological
hit me, don't
bloc.
hit me.
The old
You can
logic
go
of
about your
huddling together
way.
for warmth is gradually
Stupid
loosening.
iBots.
The traditional socialism that the CCP has promoted for years now confronts a harsh reality, as its little brothers successively choose pragmatic paths or are forced to change by circumstances. How much persuasive power remains in the narrative of a community of shared future? For now, Beijing can only watch as its partners adjust on their own, anxious to preserve influence while fearing direct confrontation. It is a geopolitically ironic scene. The self-proclaimed eldest brother of the bloc finds itself reduced to cautious observation and symbolic rice shipments. Shocking scene in Beijing. Elderly man clings to high-rise building wall, screaming, "Down with the CCP." Growing public awakening. The flame of revolution is poised to erupt. On April 2nd, while the Chinese Communist Party continues to trumpet its so-called prosperous era, an elderly man in Beijing's Xijingshan district chose the most extreme form of protest, climbing onto the outer wall of a building more than 20 stories high and repeatedly shouting, "Down with the Chinese Communist Party." His voice echoed far and wide, leaving those filming the scene gasping, "Oh my God, It's so high, it's terrifying. According to the account La Tiang, Breaking the Screen, Pushing the Wall, which has long followed major social events in China and posted the footage on platform X, the elderly man had been petitioning for many years without any resolution. He moved along the exterior wall near the top floors, continuously chanting the slogan until he was exhausted. Netizens flooded the comments. Ordinary Chinese people are living under too much pressure. Officials oppress, the people rebel. It's always been this way, and this pressure cooker is about to explode. Some were more direct. If we don't overthrow this parasitic, blood-sucking regime, the people will be worse off than pigs and dogs. This was not an isolated incident. In just the first few months of 2026, public discontent has erupted more openly than ever. A man in Beijing cursed the dictatorship right inside a supermarket. 5,000 years of human civilization, both East and West, have been eliminating dictatorships, yet our country still maintains one. Are we smart or just stupid? Another young man stood in the middle of the street and shouted loudly, "Down with the Chinese Communist Party! Down with dictatorship! Down with evil!" In Guangzhou, a shirtless young man with his hands tied behind his back still roared to the crowd and police, "Isn't the life of poor people still a life? Chinese Communist Party, fuck you!" Even in Tianjin, a blogger posted a satirical video with biting irony. If an organization does not allow discussion, then don't join it. The comments under the video were quickly deleted, but the message had already spread. Notably, this wave of protest has crossed borders. On the second day of the Chinese New Year of the Snake, a group of Chinese people in the United States held a funeral for the Chinese Communist Party right in front of the Chinese consulate in New York. They carried a black coffin and chanted slogans such as, "Eliminate the Chinese Communist Party, down with the Chinese Communist Party, down with Xi Jinping." Leaders of overseas pro-democracy organizations declared that the CCP is a venomous snake unprecedented in history, one that has been strangling and sucking the blood of the people. They stated that internal party struggles have become increasingly fierce. The regime has lost the support of the people, and the CCP's fate is nearing its end. Over recent decades, the CCP has constructed a massive propaganda machine through indoctrination and violence, deceiving both the Chinese people and attempting to deceive the world. However, the so-called economic miracle halo is fading fast. Massive youth unemployment, middle-aged workers facing forced layoffs, and hardship spreading across all social classes. When the harsh realities of life bear down on every ordinary person, the CCP's lies lose their power to deceive. China's youth are becoming the last generation. Life is too difficult, and finding jobs is nearly impossible. So many refuse to marry or have children. Others choose lying flat or early retirement. The bolder ones stand up and resist daily, despite CCP repression. From the elderly to the young, from ordinary citizens to the elite, people are awakening after decades of deception by the CCP. A spark of revolution is quietly kindling, and it awaits the moment to burst into flames. China today stands on the eve of monumental change. Xi's most loyal ally turns traitor, Zhang Yuxia shockingly accused of treason, 5 Navy generals die mysteriously, Peng Liyuan's trusted aide offered up as a blood sacrifice. In the red-walled palace of Beijing, the fairy tale of lifelong friends is turning into a darkly humorous tragedy, very much in the style of the Chinese Communist Party. Who would have thought that even the life-saving amulet from childhood would fail to protect one's political network? Ma Xingrui, former secretary of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region Party Committee and Politburo member, has been languishing in a gray zone for over half a year, neither clearly alive nor dead, with no official announcement. Zhang Yuxia, vice chairman of the Central Military Commission and once Xi's closest military ally, has also been arrested, and his current status remains unknown. According to overseas sources and visible signs, Ma Xingrui was removed from his post as Xinjiang Party Secretary in July 2025. He still appeared at some major events, such as the military parade on September 3rd last year, but has gradually disappeared from the National People's Congress and important Politburo meetings. Notably, a string of his former subordinates has been successively
The dumb thing is, like, this thing isn't just going to cripple the head. It's just going to just
Xinjiang Political and Legal Affairs Committee.
explode.
Jin Zizhen, former vice chairman
So
of
I
the
might have to find something a little less
Even his personal secretary,
ballistic.
Li Guanglu, has come under deep investigation. What has left observers stunned is the extraordinarily close
Like a
relationship
308 or
between Ma
something.
Xingrui and Peng Liyuan, China's first lady. The two families have been close friends for generations in Yuncheng, Shandong. As a child,
Let's
Peng
see, there's
Liyuan
only, I
lived for
only
a
need to
long
try
time in
2
the
of
Ma
them.
family home. In private, Ma Xingrui reportedly called her Big Sister. This connection was once considered a get-out-of-jail-free card that helped Ma rise steadily from the aerospace system to local leadership, allowing him to weather major scandals such as the 2015 Shenzhen landslide and the 2022 Urumqi fire that sparked the White Paper Revolution. Now that very amulet has become a death warrant. Overseas political analysts suggest the issue is not corruption. After all, there is no clean official in the CCP. Ma Xingrui is suspected of forming a First Lady faction, with Peng Liyuan as its spiritual core, built on Shandong connections and the military-industrial system. In Beijing's power language, this is the ultimate taboo, knowing only the big sister, not the boss. This purge is widely seen as Xi Jinping personally cutting off his wife's political protective wings. Even more chilling is the epidemic within the military. In just the first quarter of 2026, 5 high-ranking Navy generals successively died of serious illness. Lieutenant General Bi Huyi, former political director of the Navy, Major General Huang Maozhang, Major General Wei Zhiguo, Lieutenant General Wang Zhang, age 64, and Major General Qian Jianjun, who passed away on March 29th.
See, like, they just die. Like, there's
Given that
no
these generals enjoyed the best medical
ability
care
to
in
cripple
China,
them.
the concentration of 5 deaths within 90 days has fueled strong suspicions of an internal purge. The Navy, the key force for confronting the United States and operations against Taiwan,
Let's look for a better
has
gun here,
suddenly
right? I
become
have,
the
I think,
epicenter.
a
The
handheld.
climax comes with the fate of Zhang Yuxia, vice chairman of the Central Military Commission and Xi's close friend, who has been arrested. Internal CCP channels are reported to have circulated information accusing him of high treason and espionage for the United States, including leaking critical military secrets. This charge is far heavier than ordinary corruption and serves to completely eliminate any sympathy. It is also being used to shift the entire blame for the failure of the Taiwan takeover by 2027 plan onto Zhang, a classic scapegoat tactic reminiscent of the Lin Biao case decades ago. Putting all these events together paints a picture that is both darkly comical and tragic. A supreme leader has entered a state of pathological suspicion. He no longer trusts the Shandong faction, the military-industrial system, veteran officials, or even his own wife. By personally dismantling the personal network around his spouse, Xi has signaled that 2 centers of power may have emerged right between Xi Jinping and Peng Liyuan. In the logic of dictatorship, any personal loyalty outside the single center equals betrayal. The result?
Limb
The
damage.
tighter Xi tightens his grip on power, the more he
I don't know if that means
himself.
that you're
When
able
old
to
friends,
cripple
trusted
people.
aides, and even big sister connections
Like if it's
become
crippled, meaning
targets,
like the limb
no one
was
in Zhongnan
damaged so
High is
much that
truly
now it's
safe.
crippled.
The CCP regime is revealing its true nature. The more it demands absolute loyalty, the deeper it sinks into panic and insecurity.
Why are their heads?
Every time the U.S. military wins, the CCP purges its military and military-industrial complex. Leading China expert Miles Yu, director of the China Center at the Hudson Institute, published a sharp analysis in the Washington Times on March 30th, 2026, titled, Shock and Purge: How American Military Superiority Undermines the CCP's War Machine. According to Mr. Miles Yu, a strange but highly consistent pattern has repeated itself for decades. Every time the U.S. military demonstrates overwhelming superiority on the real battlefield, the Chinese Communist Party leadership responds with a large-scale internal purge targeting senior military officials and the defense industrial system. Instead of conducting a serious review of its failures, Beijing chooses to punish the losers by shifting blame onto individuals and removing a wave of generals and experts. From the 1991 Gulf War to recent military operations involving Iran and Venezuela, this pattern has repeated like a tiresome cycle. This time, following the U.S. military's operation to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in early January 2026, the air defense networks, radar systems, and missiles supplied by China to both Iran and Venezuela were thoroughly exposed. Faced with America's advanced stealth technology and electronic warfare capabilities, weapons that Beijing had long boasted about, such as aircraft carrier killers and impenetrable air defense networks, suddenly fell silent, proving almost completely ineffective. The CCP's response? Another purge. From early January to early March 2026, a large number of high-ranking generals disappeared from public view. During the 2 sessions in March, out of 26 full generals, Shang Jiang, only 6 appeared publicly. Of the 6 military members of the Central Military Commission, 4 have been purged in just a few months. The house cleaning did not stop at the military, but spread deep into China's defense research and industrial system, the very heart of the CCP's war machine. Dozens of key experts involved in major projects such as aircraft carriers, next-generation fighter jets, radar systems, strategic weapons, and surface-to-air missiles have successively vanished, been stripped of their positions, or had their names removed from academician lists. A notable case is former chairman of the Aviation Industry Corporation of China at AVIC, Tan Ritong, who was sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve on March 25, 2026, on charges of corruption and accepting bribes worth over 600 million yuan. Even some experts in their prime have died under suspicious circumstances, including 2 leading hypersonic weapons researchers, Fang Daining, 68 years old, and Yan Hong, 57 years old. The name of Yang Wei, chief designer of the J-20 stealth fighter jet, was also completely removed from the list of academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Similarly, Wu Menqing, former head of China Electronics Technology Group Corporation, CETC and radar expert, Zhao Qiankang, nuclear weapons expert, Wei Yijun, missile expert, and many others suffered the same fate. Mr. Miles Yu points out that behind these purges lie 4 deep institutional weaknesses that the CCP cannot easily escape. First, it is extremely difficult for the CCP to generate genuine innovation. It relies heavily on reverse engineering and stealing foreign technology. Second, even when it obtains original designs from abroad, China still struggles to achieve the necessary technical precision and material science standards required for stable, high-performance production. Third, the much-touted strategy of military-civil fusion has, in reality, bred serious corruption and low efficiency in the defense sector. Fourth, a political system built on exaggerated propaganda has fostered a culture of self-deception, covering up serious flaws in the CCP's weapon systems. Every incident confirms one rule: the CCP's progress does not stem from continuous internal innovation, but from passive reactions to U.S. military victories, Mr. Miles Yu emphasized. Instead of carrying out profound institutional reforms, Beijing chooses to use political purges to replace technical reforms. The result is a demoralized research workforce, an increasingly chaotic system, and a technological and military gap with the United States that not only fails to narrow, but continues to widen. In this way, every shock from the U.S. becomes another excuse for the CCP to weaken itself, a cycle that is both tragic and somewhat absurd. Is China's tap water still safe to drink? A water treatment engineer reveals the harsh truth. A water treatment engineer has candidly revealed a truth that many mainland Chinese residents have been quietly whispering about. The tap water coming out of your faucet may no longer be safe to use with peace of mind. In a video widely circulated on Douyin and reposted on X on March 31st by the account Quark Says, the engineer frankly admitted that the current water treatment processes in China's mainland water plants are no longer capable of handling today's industrial pollution. According to him, the standard treatment process consists of only 4 basic steps: coagulation, sedimentation, filtration, and disinfection, a technology dating back hundreds of years, primarily designed to deal with mud, sand, and bacteria. As for modern dissolved pollutants from industry and agriculture, such as heavy metals, pesticide residues, and organic compounds, the system is almost powerless. Think about it. Is the river water quality from 30 years ago
I get mad about
the same
Gavin
as it is
Newsom
now?
about this stuff all the time.
Of course not. The source water has changed dramatically, but the treatment technology hasn't been upgraded. So, can we still drink the water from our taps as confidently as we did 30 years ago? The engineer asked with clear
No.
irony. Netizens quickly exploded with comments. Some lamented, "It's obvious that tap water doesn't meet standards." Others recalled the faces contaminated water incident in Hangzhou, where local water quality test reports still detected E. coli bacteria. One sarcastic comment read, "The leaders all have their own special water sources. It's the ordinary people who have to worry." Many stated they had stopped drinking tap water for years, switching entirely to boiled purified water or distilled water. A coastal resident even shared, "In the morning, my urine has almost no foam when I'm at home. But when I go back to my hometown, there's so much foam it's scary. As if my body is reacting to something wrong." These complaints are not unfounded. According to expert Genevieve Donnelon-May, quoted from Le Monde, China possesses only about 6% of the world's freshwater resources, but must support a population of over 1.4 billion and sustain massive economic growth. The distribution is extremely uneven. Northern China accounts for 25% of the population and 27% of GDP, yet holds only 4% of the country's water resources. This region relies heavily on groundwater, up to 65% for domestic use, 50% for industry, and 33% for agriculture. As a result, aquifers have been over-extracted to a severe degree, making northern China's groundwater systems among the most overstressed in the world. An official Chinese government report in 2016 revealed that 80% of groundwater is contaminated with heavy metals or arsenic. The situation becomes even more alarming when looking at the rare earth mining industry, the black gold of the green technology era. According to a 2025 BBC investigation at two major centers, Baotou, Bayan Obo, and Ganzhou,
I gotta go back
artificial
over here and
tailings
try to
ponds
get a
are
different
filled with
gun to
radioactive
cripple
sludge
things
containing
easier.
thorium, fluoride, and arsenic. Some of these ponds stretch
Maybe
up to
even like a
11
pea
kilometers
shooter,
long.
like a 10 mil or
Built since
something.
the 1950s, the toxic waste continues to slowly seep into groundwater, threatening even the Yellow River. Professor Julie Klinger stated that local residents have become victims of China's pollute first, clean up later development model. Health consequences include skeletal deformities from excessive fluoride, acute arsenic poisoning, as well as increased cases
Skeletal
of cancer and birth
deformities due
defects
to
recorded over
fluoride.
decades.
That's crazy.
Notably, for every ton of rare earth mined, China produces approximately 2,000 tons of toxic waste, a figure that shocks even supporters of green development. Amid surging global demand for electric vehicles, solar panels, smartphones, and jet engines, China is now attempting to mitigate the environmental damage from past rare earth fever and is expanding mining operations overseas. However, scientists warn that the consequences of decades of reckless development will be extremely difficult to fully reverse. In summary, the message from this story is clear and far from comforting. Tap water in China today can no longer guarantee safety due to outdated treatment processes facing overwhelming pollution levels. The country's water crisis is not only about quantity, but also about disastrously poor quality, contributing significantly to the sharp rise in cancer cases in recent years. Ordinary citizens are left to fend for themselves, installing home filters, buying bottled water, or carefully boiling their water. Clean tap water now seems like a beautiful memory of the past, or at least a rather ironic joke of unsustainable development. Your feedback matters. Share your views in the comments. If this content resonated with you, we invite you to share it with your network. Your continued support empowers us to pursue independent, high-quality journalism. Subscribe and like to stay up to date with Decoding China. Thank you for watching.
Chinese students max out credit cards abroad, then flee home, sparking outrage, bad behavior, and uncivilized conduct, triggering global boycott of Chinese people. The end for Chinese spies? Even naturalized American citizens can have their citizenship revoked. Silver plunges, RAM and free fall, A-share market turns red. Whatever Chinese people invest in, they lose. Ma Xingrui toppled. Official announcement hides secret code. Xi Jinping's power chessboard in disarray. Pentagon officially launches cognitive warfare. Direct counterstrike against the Chinese Communist Party's 3 wars.
You're watching Decoding China, where we bring you timely analysis and grounded perspectives on today's China.
Chinese students max out credit cards abroad, then flee home, sparking outrage, bad behavior, and uncivilized conduct, triggering global boycott of Chinese people. On March 22nd, a video spread rapidly across Japanese social media, showing a rental apartment in a state of disaster-level chaos. Trash was piled up everywhere, Takeout boxes were stacked for who knows how long, and the washing machine was overflowing with dirty clothes. The place was nearly uninhabitable. The Japanese landlord was shocked to discover that the tenant who had just moved out quietly was a Chinese international student. But the story doesn't stop there. It gets even worse. The student from Chongqing is accused of maxing out the credit limits on multiple cards like Pay, 7-Eleven, and JCB, withdrawing cash, and owing several months of rent and utility bills before canceling his visa and fleeing back to China. Before leaving, he openly bragged on social media. Once my residence permit expires, it's done. I don't care about debt collection notices or lawyers' letters. He even declared coldly, if other Chinese people have trouble getting credit cards or renting houses in the future, it has nothing to do with me. The accusatory video quickly surpassed 6 million views. The reaction from the Japanese side was quite thought-provoking. Many harsh comments appeared. Stop issuing credit cards to Chinese people altogether. Debit cards are enough. Don't rent houses to them, or only rent from Chinese landlords. Some Japanese residents shared real experiences. One person's sister working in real estate often gets angry because foreign tenants run away without paying. It's easy to sue while they're still in Japan, but once they return to China, recovering the money is almost impossible. This is not an isolated case. On the RedNote platform, many Chinese international students have openly boasted about similar behavior. One person maxed out a 300,000 yen credit limit, about 1,881 US dollars, and declared he had no intention of repaying. In 2025, another case involved debts exceeding 2 million yen on credit cards, about 12,540 US dollars, plus 800,000 yen in rent, about 5,016 US dollars. After which the student posted, "Money in Japan is easy to make. It doesn't matter if I don't pay it back." In the United States in 2024, one Chinese student managed to withdraw nearly 140,000 US dollars, then fled back to China, brazenly calling it his first pot of gold in life to get revenge on America and show his patriotism. The consequences go far beyond the individual. According to Chinese legal expert Mr. Liang, such behavior could, in theory, be prosecuted under Article 196 of China's criminal law, with a possible prison sentence of up to 5 years or even harsher penalties if the circumstances are serious. However, enforcement is difficult because the offenses occurred outside Chinese territory. Nevertheless, the offender still faces real repercussions. Severe damage to their personal credit record, difficulty returning to Japan or the US, and long-term impacts on visas, employment, housing, and even future immigration opportunities. The biggest impact, however, falls on the entire community. With more than 1 million Chinese people living in Japan in 2026, the largest foreign community in the country, many international students and honest workers have begun to worry. They fear Japan will follow the American example, tightening credit card approval standards, demanding higher deposits, stricter background checks, or even refusing to rent to them. Landlords become more cautious and employers grow wary. The irresponsible behavior of one individual has turned into an invisible barrier for an entire community of hardworking, rule-abiding people. These ideas that justify debt evasion are not accidental. They have been nurtured directly by the patriotic education system that the CCP has vigorously promoted since the 1990s, centering on the narrative of the century of humiliation. Through this, the party has continuously portrayed the West and Japan as historical enemies that oppressed, divided, and exploited China. The patriotic education law, strongly enforced in recent years, has further amplified this extreme mindset, leading many to gradually accept that any action harming the enemy carries far less moral weight. When combined with internet culture, where algorithms prioritize controversial content, and the widespread mentality of laugh at the poor, not at prostitutes, acts of fraud and debt default are repackaged as cleverness and even survival skills worth learning. The lesson here is quite bitter. When one individual maxes out cards and flees, the ones who truly pay the price are not just him, but millions of other Chinese people who are genuinely trying to study and work honestly abroad. One person's breach of trust ends up branding an entire community. If this mindset of success at any cost and personal benefit above all rules continues to be tolerated through education and media, the damage will not stop at international reputation. It will also erode the foundation of trust within Chinese society itself. In the end, this kind of patriotism, swiping everything clean and running home, is probably not the smartest way to contribute to the so-called national rejuvenation. Instead, it is causing China to be increasingly boycotted and hated by the world. The end for Chinese spies, even naturalized American citizens can have their citizenship revoked. In a development considered a turning point, the U.S. government has just revoked the citizenship of a naturalized couple of Chinese origin after they were convicted of stealing important biomedical trade secrets and transferring them to China. According to an announcement by the U.S. Department of Justice on March 30th, the couple Li Chen and Yu Zhou worked for more than 10 years at Nationwide Children's Hospital in Ohio. They are accused of secretly stealing exosome technology, a cutting-edge field of biomedical research with enormous commercial value, especially in the diagnosis and treatment of pediatric diseases. In 2015, while still employed in the United States, they secretly established Beijing Genexosome in China, using core data and technology obtained from U.S. laboratories for commercial activities. By 2017, they sold the company to Avalon Globocare, a company listed on the U.S. NASDAQ exchange, bringing them nearly $1.5 million in profit. This conduct was not merely a simple data leak, but a complete chain of technology transfer, commercialization, and cross-border profiteering. The couple was arrested in 2019 in California. After the trial, Li Chen was sentenced to 30 months in prison, Yu Zhou to 33 months in prison, along with 3 years of supervised release and joint restitution of more than $2.6 million. What makes the case particularly notable is that after serving their criminal sentences, on March 30th, the court under Judge James Simmons, U.S. District Court for the Southern District of California, issued a ruling revoking the U.S. citizenship of both individuals. The court clearly affirmed citizenship is not inviolable. If it can be proven that the original basis for granting citizenship was based on fraud or concealment, or that serious crimes were later committed that undermined the moral character standard, the United States has every right to revoke it. This case does not stand alone. It occurs in the context of the United States vigorously launching an unprecedented counteroffensive against espionage activities, technology theft, and transnational repression originating from the Chinese Communist Party. Just a few days earlier, on March 26th, the House Committee on Education and the Workforce held a hearing titled U.S. Universities Under Siege, Foreign Espionage, Stolen Innovation, and the National Security Threat. Committee Chairman, Republican Congressman Tim Walberg, opened with a warning tone. The openness of American higher education is an advantage, but it must not be allowed to become a weakness exploited by geopolitical adversaries, especially the CCP. He cited recent incidents at the University of Michigan, students, staff, and faculty charged with conspiracy and smuggling of biological materials, and Stanford, students approached by foreign agents posing as peers in an attempt to lure them to China to share research. At Stanford, Stanford Review Editor-in-Chief Elsa Johnson personally recounted being harassed and followed on campus by individuals suspected of being agents of China's Ministry of State Security. Universities have also begun to act. The University of Michigan has intensified background checks and terminated cooperation with certain Chinese partners. The University of Florida has applied strict laws, SB 846, restricting funding from China, Russia, Iran, and others. Congress is accelerating the Deterrent Act to strengthen oversight of foreign funding under Section 117. In this context, another notable case has drawn attention. Chinese-American siblings Alan Zheng and Anne-Mary Zheng are accused of planting high-destructive explosive devices at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida. The brother fled to China while the sister was arrested. Their mother is now facing the risk of deportation due to an expired visa. If the siblings were naturalized citizens, they would very likely also face review for potential denaturalization. China's response has followed a familiar pattern. On March 27th, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and CCTV simultaneously reported on a Chinese postdoctoral researcher who unfortunately died the day after being interrogated by U.S. law enforcement. Spokesperson Lin Jian condemned the U.S. for a discrimination and fabricating false cases. However, CCTV's report was extremely vague. No name, no specific date, no detailed account of the incident, and no independent sources. Many believe this was merely a familiar tactic to stir up anti-American sentiment in order to cover up real weaknesses. The harsh reality is gradually becoming clear. The illusion of working for the CCP in order to stay in America and enjoy freedom, held by quite a few individuals, is collapsing. Now they are forced to make a clear choice between fear from Beijing and the strict rule of law in America. And it seems that the price of turning a blind eye is becoming more expensive than ever. The era of excessive tolerance toward technology espionage activities from the CCP has officially come to an end. Silver plunges, RAM and free fall, A-share market turns red. Whatever Chinese people invest in, they lose. In the early days of April 2026, China's markets are staging a darkly comedic drama full of irony. From precious metals to memory chips, from stocks to airline tickets. It seems whatever people speculate in turns into a heavy burden. The price of silver has now dropped to just 16 to 17 yuan per gram, after plunging from its peak of 35 yuan. A well-known blogger from Tangshan, nicknamed Big Tinking, lamented, "I bought at 35 yuan and now it's down to 16. I've already lost more than 500,000 yuan, about 72,500 US dollars. Why does it drop every time I buy? Did I single-handedly crash the entire precious metals market?" This helpless remark is not hers alone. Countless retail investors are trapped in the vicious cycle of averaging down, buying at the peak, then buying more as prices fall, only to sink deeper into losses. One man even borrowed 1 million yuan, approximately 145,000 US dollars, without telling his wife, hoping to earn 400,000 yuan to buy milk for our soon-to-be-born child. Now silver has fallen, yet he still holds 44 units and comforts himself. Silver is a strategic resource tightly controlled by the central bank. This is just a short-term correction. As long as I hold firm and don't cut my losses, it's only a matter of time and patience. A netizen's comment struck a nerve. Does a small retail investor really get to buy a tightly controlled strategic resource? Or are they just deceiving themselves? The situation at Shuibei, China's largest jewelry trading hub, is even more bitterly ironic. Investment-grade metals have become almost worthless. No one wants to buy, some are even forced to sell at a loss. Gold is also unsellable. Only small pieces of jewelry are still moving. Big investors are fleeing with heavy losses, leaving behind a lighthearted piece of advice for retail traders. Watch more, act less. The stark divergence between gold and silver further highlights the absurdity. Gold continues to play its role as a safe haven asset, benefiting from geopolitical instability and recession fears. In contrast, silver, often called the poor man's gold, has a much stronger industrial character. More than half of its demand comes from solar energy, electronics, and AI. Three main factors have driven silver's sharp decline: inflated expectations about demand from AI and photovoltaics that failed to materialize, macroeconomic pressure from the Fed's aggressive rate hikes, which dampened industrial production, and the rapid withdrawal of speculative capital, triggering a wave of panic selling. The result? Faith in silver has completely collapsed. The latest speculative frenzy, memory chips, RAM, has also ended in tears. In just over a week, the price of 16 gigabytes RAM fell from around 900 yuan to about 700 yuan, with some models dropping as much as 30%. Desperate hoarders cried out, "RAM is crashing, I'm completely stuck." The frenzy began in Q4 2025, fueled by explosive expectations from AI data centers, pushing server-grade RDIMM 64-gigabyte contracts from $450 to over $900. Speculators flooded in, believing they had found the hard currency of the AI era. Now, warehouses full of electronic bricks have become nothing but regret. Market logic has once again proven ruthless. When prices detach from real demand, collapse is inevitable. March was even more heartbreaking for millions of Chinese families in the A-share market. The Shanghai Composite fell 6.51%, the STAR 50 Science and Technology Index plunged 15.57%, and more than 4,300 stocks closed in the red. By early April, the Shanghai Index had dropped to around 3,880 to 3,900 points. Phone screens were filled with cries of despair. "I lost nearly 50,000 yuan, about 7,250 US dollars, in March alone. That's equivalent to a Wuling car, or it feels like a blunt knife slicing into my flesh." Meanwhile, U.S. stocks continue to rise despite ongoing wars. External factors include rising U.S.-Iran tensions and geopolitical risks. But the core problems are domestic. Prolonged real estate downturn, weak corporate profits, eroded market confidence, and long-standing doubts about IPO speed, locked-up share sales, quantitative trading fairness, and regulatory enforcement. Investors have been reduced to short-term speculation and rushing for the exit at the first sign of trouble. The pressure has also spread to everyday life. On April 7th, China will see the 6th fuel price hike of the year. Domestic airline fuel surcharges have surged dramatically, from 20 yuan to 120 yuan for flights over 800 kilometers, a five-fold increase, even though crude oil prices only roughly doubled. Public outrage exploded. Where did the extra money go? As a result, long-term ticket bookings jumped more than 30% year on year. People are desperately trying to lock in prices before they rise further. This behavior mirrors hoarding silver or RAM. It reflects a deep lack of confidence in the normal functioning of the market and an attempt to use personal cleverness to cope with systemic uncertainty. From silver to RAM, stocks, fuel, and airline tickets, all these seemingly unrelated events paint a picture of comprehensive economic pressure weighing heavily on Chinese society. As traditional avenues for wealth creation narrow, people rush into illusory speculation. Retail investors with limited information and thin capital are always the biggest losers. In a system that prioritizes political stability over the real lives of its people, their assets and dreams appear tiny in the face of grander, big narratives. Ma Xingrui toppled. Official announcement hides secret code, Xi Jinping's power chessboard in disarray. On April 3rd, 2026, This behavior mirrors hoarding silver or RAM. It reflects a deep lack of confidence in the normal functioning of the market and an attempt to use personal cleverness to cope with systemic uncertainty. From silver to RAM, stocks, fuel, and airline tickets, all these seemingly unrelated events paint a picture of comprehensive economic pressure weighing heavily on Chinese society. As traditional avenues for wealth creation narrow, people rush into illusory speculation. Retail investors with limited information and thin capital are always the biggest losers. In a system that prioritizes political stability over the real lives of its people, their assets and dreams appear tiny in the face of grander, big narratives. Ma Xingrui toppled. Official announcement hides secret code, Xi Jinping's power chessboard in disarray. On April 3, 2026, Beijing officially announced that Ma Xingrui, member of the Politburo and deputy head of the Central Leading Group for Rural Work, is under investigation for serious violations of discipline and law. The brief notice issued by the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection and Xinhua News Agency consisted of just a few lines, yet it sent shockwaves through China's officialdom. The handling of Ma Xingrui's case creates a dramatic contrast with the earlier case of Zhang Yuxia, vice chairman of the Central Military Commission, who was struck more than 2 months ago. On January 24, 2026, the Ministry of National Defense launched an investigation against Zhang Yuxia and Joint Staff Department Chief of Staff Liu Zhenlei. This was accompanied by a barrage of editorials in the PLA daily listing 5 serious offenses, or even 7 major crimes, ranging from betraying the trust of the Party Central Committee and the Military Commission to undermining the system of the chairman of the Central Military Commission assuming overall responsibility, weakening the party's absolute leadership over the military, and severely damaging combat effectiveness. However, after the initial heavy blow and intense media onslaught, the entire system fell into an eerie silence. The whole party, the entire military and central state organs barely uttered a word of support for the Central Committee's decision. At the National People's Congress, the Standing Committee held emergency sessions, yet failed to include the removal of Zhang Yuxia and Liu Zhenlei from their deputy positions on the agenda. By the March session, the two had still not been formally removed. The military delegation was led solely by the new vice chairman Zhang Shengmin, with no deputy. On the rostrum, only Xi Jinping and Zhang Shengmin appeared. The atmosphere was strikingly somber. In contrast, Ma Xingrui, widely regarded as a close confidant of Xi Jinping and his wife Peng Liyuan, linked to the First Lady faction, the Shandong faction, and the defense industry/aerospace sector, received markedly gentler treatment. He had been removed from his post as Party Secretary of Xinjiang as early as July 2025 and had been absent from major meetings and public events for months. Yet the official announcement only came on April 3, 2026. The wording was more restrained and procedural, using phrases such as currently undergoing disciplinary review and supervisory investigation, without the emphatic after Central Committee decision, and even noted his current nominal position as a soft landing step. This stark difference not only highlights Xi Jinping's sophisticated political maneuvering in managing both the military and civilian systems, but also reveals the real limits of his power. Despite deploying heavy blows against the military, he still encountered institutional procedural constraints, factional conventions, and soft resistance from within the party. Having to shed tears while beheading Ma, purging a high-level trusted aide, has inflicted serious damage on Xi's personal credibility and the image of Xi's own people. The continuous fall of officials personally promoted by Xi has inevitably raised external questions. Does the top leader have a serious blind spot in judging and using personnel? When even the hall manager of the family business collapses right in the middle of the hall, it becomes difficult for the boss and his wife to save the situation, no matter how much they wish to. The case has also heightened doubts about the stability of the regime. The 20th Politburo has already shrunk noticeably after a series of horse falls, and the full extent of the ripple effects from Ma's case, spanning Shenzhen, Guangdong, Xinjiang, and the defense industry, remains unclear. When the main arteries and nerves of the political body show systemic rot and breakage, the entire bureaucratic system's stability is called into serious question. Pentagon officially launches cognitive warfare. direct counterstrike against the Chinese Communist Party's 3 wars. According to veteran national security journalist Bill Gertz's report published in the Washington Times on April 3rd, the Pentagon's Office of Strategic Capabilities is implementing a project named Basic Information Cognitive Action. Sam Gray, the chief technology officer responsible for autonomous systems and artificial intelligence, stated that the CCP and Iran, along with other adversaries, are using cognitive warfare to reshape the thinking of entire societies. The United States will employ commercial technologies to respond with the goal of disrupting the adversary's cognitive and thinking capabilities, thereby influencing their perception, judgment, and actions. The cognitive warfare that the Pentagon is now targeting is precisely the CCP's well-known 3 wars: public opinion warfare, psychological warfare, and legal warfare. Expert Andrew Jensen pointed out that this form of warfare directly aims at people's will, beliefs, thoughts, and psychology. The U.S. not only plans to expose the CCP's disinformation, but has also openly declared it will support credible dissenting voices within China. A rather painful blow to the CCP's system of ideological control. The article also carries a touch of historical humor by comparing the current situation to the Cold War. The United States was once a master of psychological warfare, nearly driving Soviet leaders to the brink of losing control. Today, with his signature unpredictable style, President Trump is believed to be putting Beijing in a similar state of unease. Even the recent image of Xi Jinping participating in a tree planting event in Beijing during spring weather, with the highest temperature only around 18 degrees Celsius, yet wearing an extremely thick puffy jacket, very likely a bulletproof vest, has become light satirical material regarding the level of internal anxiety. Professor Yu Myouk-sun, who has long pointed out the fundamental problems of the CCP's system, provided a sharp analysis. Every major leap forward in the modernization of the People's Liberation Army has been triggered by the shock of America's overwhelming military superiority. From the 1991 Gulf War, the 1999 bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgrade, the 2001 EP3 incident, to the recent conflicts involving Iran and Venezuela. He identified 3 systemic weaknesses that are fatal to the CCP's defense industry. 1, difficulty in achieving genuine innovation, heavily reliant on reverse engineering and stealing foreign technology. 2, even with blueprints, China struggles to attain the required technical precision and material science standards to ensure stable performance. 3, the military-civil fusion policy, intended to promote development, has instead led to severe corruption and low efficiency in the defense sector, casting serious doubt on the quality and reliability of PLA weaponry. Instead of carrying out structural reforms, the CCP has resorted to its familiar tactic, launching large-scale purges of senior military leaders and defense experts. The result is a vicious cycle: fear, lack of honest reporting, and even poorer performance. Yu Myouk-sun concluded incisively, the U.S.-China competition is not only a contest of weapons, but also a contest of systems. A system that values control over capability is turning its own technical and military setbacks into political crises. With the Pentagon's new cognitive counteroffensive combined with external pressure, the CCP's war machine appears to be shaking more violently than ever. Time will tell whether the 3 wars can remain effective when facing an opponent that is both powerful and highly unpredictable. Your feedback matters. Share your views in the comments. If this content resonated with you, we invite you to share it with your network. Your continued support empowers us to pursue independent, high-quality journalism. Subscribe and like to stay up to date with Decoding China. Thank you for watching.
The regime is on its knees. It's as weak as it's ever been in its 47-year reign of terror. And hopefully the Iranian people will rise up and get rid of it. But even that is going to be a messy, complicated, drawn-out affair. It's not going to be clean and easy. There will be economic fallout. And again, we've got people who seem to be trapped in this 24-hour news cycle where they think things are just going to be wrapped up so cleanly and quickly when we're talking about really consequential issues here. I mean, look at what's been happening in the Middle East. Some of those issues have been going on for more than 50 years. How do you expect it to be wrapped up in 5 weeks?
The ABC, Caroline, so they're still living in the Vietnam War, so the quagmire of the Vietnam. So they've all got platoon on their head. You know? They've all got, you know, kind of hey, Charlie, don't surf, and all that stuff happening in their minds at the ABC. So they're desperate for this to be Vietnam 2.0. There they go, quagmire moment, whatever. What are your thoughts, Caroline?
Well, this is John Lyons, who's a senior correspondent for the ABC, and as it turns out, he's very much clouded by his anti-Israel hatred, which we've seen. I mean, you only have to look at his comments that he made on the public broadcaster when the US and Israel first launched strikes against Iran, and he said that the Prime Minister's comments after that, in which he said that he supported the people of Iran who've been living under this terrible oppression for so long, he called that political propaganda. I think that tells you everything you need to know about the ABC senior correspondent. I don't need to go into detail about how he's reported on Israel in the past, which has been a very biased perspective that he's taken about the conflict in Gaza and other issues over Israel that Israel has had. I mean, it's been really disappointing to see how some sections on the right, far-right commentators, I would call them far-right now, people like Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, who used to be quite reasonable journalists, good journalists, have been swept up in this anti-Trump hysteria as well. It really shows the horseshoe effect in politics, that they're now parroting some of what we're hearing on the far left, and that they're repeating this sort of terrorist propaganda that America is the one that's to blame for what is happening in the world and not the biggest sponsor of terror, and that they don't see the threats to the US and to the West that Iran has been very clear about, calling for death to America, calling for death to Israel.
And that's the point.
As a real serious threat.
We have been in this war. The West has been in this war for 47 years, as Rita was saying. And that we have, every time you take off your shoes at the airport, every time there's a terrorist attack, every time people are, October 7th, where an Australian was killed, it is our war. Iran, the major sponsor of terrorism around the world, has declared war on the West, on Israel, on America, on us, and has set about. We've had terrorist attacks sponsored by Iran. We have had decades here in Australia, and this is our war, and we have to win it. And when you have idiots going globalize the intifada, our shores and for our people to suffer, that's what they're calling for. What Donald Trump has said, no, I'm going to reverse globalize the intifada, said Donald Trump. I'm going to take the war to them, I'm going to take the war where it belongs to be, and I'm going to defeat their ability to wage that war, and hopefully the Iranian people will then get rid of them. But the reality is, Rita, every time you have one of these, you expect it from the left, you expect it from the crazy Tucker Carlsons on the right, but every time you have people saying, Donald Trump's a buffoon, Donald Trump doesn't know what he's doing, this war's crazy, it's out of control, it's going nowhere, it was a mistake from the beginning. Every time they're saying that, they are basically leading to the potential loss of this war on our behalf, because the only thing that can defeat, the only thing that stands in the way of victory is the West, public opinion, the media, turning on the politicians turning on and putting the pressure on Trump. This war can be won easily militarily. It's the weakness of the Western will, of the willpower of people in the West to see it through and to support our key ally. Nobody knows what's going to happen next week. Nobody knows. We have to support this war because it is in our interests to do so.
In our long-term interests, in our short-term interests, you talked about the Iranian regime and how they sponsor terror in the region and beyond. This is why they can't be allowed to have nuclear weapons. This is no small matter, because if they had nuclear weapons, they would use them. That's the difference between other nuclear nations and Iran, because their stated goal is to eliminate not just Israel, but the West. America is the great enemy. The West Western civilization is the great enemy. So if you give that country with the mad mullahs in charge the capability to have nuclear weapons and to use those weapons, they will be used. So if you don't understand the risk of that and why Donald Trump has stepped in, and as he said this week, this should have been dealt with by previous presidents
100%.
years ago, but they were all too weak. And this notion that has come that certain commentators are pushing that Donald Trump was tricked into this war by Benjamin Netanyahu, that this is Israel's war and they've duped the American president into backing it. You can go back to the 1980s and see footage of Donald Trump making the consistent point that Iran needs to be dealt with, the Iranian regime needs to be defeated. Pretty much everything he's just saying now, he has been saying for decades. So this notion that this is some new position, that he didn't talk about this before the election, this is, again, something that surprises me, particularly with so-called conservative commentators who parrot the left's nonsense about chaos and no direction. Everything Donald Trump's doing, from domestic policy, whether it's the deportation program, whether it's, cracking down on the politicisation of agencies, whether it's tariffs, foreign policy, he talked about it not just throughout the campaign, but for decades. He's on public record over and over again stating these positions, that this is what the country needs to do to get back on top. And to feign surprise at that, to me, is just like, what have you been doing? What cave have you been hiding in that you don't understand that the American president holds these positions?
A prosecutor in Virginia is under fire after 2 convicted murderers got plea deals for just 5 years in prison, one of them an illegal immigrant. Now the Department of Homeland Security is weighing in with a sharp warning for Virginia's new Democratic governor. Quote, "Of the 4 defendants in Fairfax County murder trials this year, 3 are illegal aliens. Governor Spanberger must end her sanctuary policies that allow these illegal aliens onto our streets and work with DHS to protect the citizens of the Commonwealth." Former acting ICE director and DHS Deputy Assistant Secretary Jonathan Fahey joins us now. What happened to common sense when it comes to law enforcement, Jonathan?
Common sense is out the window with law enforcement in Fairfax County, because in Fairfax County, much like the Democratic Party as a whole, illegal aliens are their most important constituent, and they consistently put their interest above public safety, national security, and everything else. And the situation in Fairfax is so bad. Like you said, 3 out of the 4 murders this year by illegal aliens, 2 of those 3 had prior arrest for violent crimes, so therefore they should have been turned over to ICE and weren't. But it gets even worse, because last December, the same Commonwealth's attorney dismissed a malicious wounding charge against an MS-13 member, and instead of turning him over to ICE to be deported, he was released back in the community in Reston, Virginia, and committed a murder within 2 days, or is charged with committing a murder within 2 days of being released. So this is a pattern and practice of Fairfax County, and the plea deal with these 2 people, and again, one of them is an illegal alien, is really part of the same pattern and practice. You see it with sex offenders, you see it with the most serious offenders. And this Commonwealth's attorney on his website talks about how he gives more favorable plea deals to illegal aliens than citizens, because he doesn't think they should face the consequences of deportation. He doesn't consider that in sync with the values of Fairfax County, which is remarkable to me.
Yeah, you're talking about Steve Descano, the prosecutor for Fairfax County. Cheryl Minter, her daughter was murdered, and she says this about Steve Descano. She's trying to get him recalled. She says, "He's as dangerous as the criminals themselves. He's releasing criminals back on the street. He needs to be put out of office." This after her daughter, Stephanie Minter, was murdered. You think there is the appetite for that among residents of Fairfax County?
Yeah, you know, I want to say I hope so, but, you know, in Fairfax County, the Democratic Party is so strong, and I think they still support him despite this. In the case she's talking about, this individual had dozens of prior arrests for violent crimes, for stabbings, and almost all of them were null pros, which in Virginia means they were dismissed. So it doesn't seem like there really is any appetite. And then you were talking about Governor Spanberger earlier. She has, I believe, 4 anti-ICE bills sitting on her desk that she's expected to sign before April 14th, and all of them are designed to make ICE's job deporting criminals harder. So it's shocking, but the case of Stephanie Minter should never have happened. She should still be alive. Her killer should have been put away long before. But this is just, again, a pattern in practice. And again, illegal aliens in Fairfax County and really with the Democratic Party are always elevated to the superior status and never face the same consequences as citizens of the county. And now it's remarkable that, again, 4 murders this year, 3 by illegal aliens, and at least 2 of them should have absolutely not happened if the people were just simply deported the way people should be. When they get arrested, they should be turned over to ICE and not put back out on the streets.
You mentioned those anti-ICE bills that the governor is expected to sign. Tom Homan, the border czar, says cooperating with ICE really isn't that difficult. Listen.
There's nothing illegal about you calling ICE before you release them, and we'll be there to take custody. You don't have to hold them 1 minute past you will normally hold them on your charges. Just give us a call. It's free, and we'll be there. We'll even strategically locate deportation officers near those jails. They hate Trump more than they care about their public safety because their common sense approach is call us.
You think that's true? They hate Trump more than they care about public safety?
Yes, they hate Trump more than they care about public safety, and they want illegal aliens to stay in the country, and that's more important than public safety as well. But Tom's exactly right. It's not burdensome on law enforcement, and if you talk to rank-and-file law enforcement, they want to cooperate with ICE. It's the politicians that don't want to let them cooperate with ICE, because every one of these criminals that they can have deported makes the community safer and makes law enforcement's job safer, too, because they don't have to go out and arrest these guys for their next crime. So it's so simple, and Tom's exactly right. Pick up the phone, say, we're letting this guy out, come get him, and he could be deported, and everyone would benefit other than the illegal aliens themselves, and the Democratic Party views it as harmful for them politically.
All right. Former acting ICE director Jonathan Fahey. Unbelievable what's going on there in Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to get our latest interviews and highlights. And click to subscribe to the Will Kane podcast for full episodes right now.
He can't stop destroying his life. Well, that sounds pretty bad.
Uh-oh, another bad day for the looks-maxing IRL streamer. Clavicular, as rumors have it that he was arrested yet again. Last time, it was because of the physical altercation that happened on his live stream, and this time it looks like it could be because of the viral Gator clip. You know, where he essentially mag-dumped on a maybe alive or maybe deceased alligator.
He's undeniably dead. He didn't do anything wrong.
In Florida.
Yo, boys, we're going to cut it for a little while. I've got to take care of some stuff.
I gotta take care of some stuff.
Come back soon. So we're going to come back.
The stuff is going to jail.
And then on top of that, you also have clips of him firing at a drone, which isn't a good look, to put it lightly. I guess Clavicular
I'm gonna be honest, like, obviously you can't shoot at a drone, but, like, I'm not really gonna get mad about that. Like, I mean, that's not really something that I find to be personally offensive.
Seemingly trying to deal with the consequences of his own actions for the last few days now, but after being forced to end his 30-day marathon stream early, once again, it feels like his luck with the law is starting to run out. And now, things might actually be serious this time.
But the message I'll send is, we enforce the law here no matter who you are. If you're an influencer, social media celebrity, doesn't matter. If you do the crime here, you do the time. We prosecute to the fullest. We don't give out special treatment.
I know I've came on this channel multiple times talking about how this guy is slowly ruining his life. Well, every time he streams himself doing something crazy like blatantly breaking the law or admitting to insane and sometimes illegal methods to stay lean and, I guess, ascend in his own words, it's not really like he's helping his own life. I feel like he has so much going for him right now. He just doesn't know how to handle it, so he just self-sabotages to, I guess, I don't know, make his life hard again for no reason whatsoever. But I
think he's just doing what he's doing. Honestly, I really started to like Clav when he ran the guy over and he said, "I hope he's dead." I did. Whenever he ran him over and then he said, the other guy said, "Is he dead?" And then Clav said, "I hope so." I was like, that's a real one. That's a real one. I actually think that he's not doing any of this for pressure from popularity. I think maybe, like, actually, that's not true. It's probably a little bit of it. I think that a lot of the things that Clav has done are things that I would have done whenever I was his age. And by a lot of those things, I mean every single one of them except for meth. That's it. Would I have shot at a drone? Yep. Would I have mag dumped a dead gator? Absolutely. Would I have, run somebody over that was annoying me if I thought I could get away with it? Well, no, because it would mess up my car. So I guess assuming it wouldn't mess up my car, yes. Yeah. Hit your face with a hammer? My first video is me hitting myself in the forehead with something.
Wait, no, let me do it better. You're gonna break it.
So, yeah, I don't really think there's anything wrong with him at all. I think he's fine.
The reality of the situation is the fact that I'm still making videos about him means that he still managed to avoid any real consequences up until
let
now.
Let him live.
Some people will be like,
what's wrong with that?
That's kind of surprising, but honestly, for anything to really happen with U.S. law, it takes some time. And don't even get me started with outside of the U.S. I mean, we have Johnny Smalley still stuck in Korea to this day. But back to Clavicular, the assault charge, or the original reason he was arrested, was allegedly due to a fight that he was said to have instigated between his girlfriend.
Isn't it crazy that two women can get in a fight and the person that gets charged is the man? That's crazy.
Violent and a TikToker by the name of Jenny Popak. But in the time it took me to record and edit most of that video, he'd already posted bail, walked free, and did some PR with baby goats, and set up this big return interview with academics about how the jail wouldn't let him wait inside for his driver to arrive. Also, he was worried about all the press outside, and in reality, it was just like a half a dozen middle-aged dudes in polos. It's not like he really had to fight his way through that crowd. There's nothing intimidating about this. But regardless, his response to this wasn't exactly like, "Oh, hey, I'm really scared of going to jail either for assault or unloading a mag into an alligator, or both." And I guess, to be fair,
he didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, who gives a fuck? He's not gonna go to jail for that. Nobody's going to jail for that shit.
Up until now, he has managed to get himself out of pretty much every sticky situation he's gotten himself into. Mowing down someone with the Tesla, being at a...
Completely deserved. Totally deserved. Absolutely unfathomably fucking based. Next.
A bar while underage and possessing...
Oh my god, he went to... Dude. Can you let a man live? I mean, really, I don't think these are that bad. What are we doing here? You going to a bar under... What are we doing?
A fake ID, and even admitting multiple times that, he was using that Walter White special to lean max.
Doing meth.
But none of this has really given him any real consequences. But like I said,
that's
until now.
Bro.
Because if there's one thing Florida's not going to let you do is mess around with their alligators and get away with it. So when Clavicular abruptly ended his stream again in the midst of this, what was supposed to be a 30-day marathon, rumors started swirling online about him possibly getting questioned again by police in regards to the mag dump into the alligator.
Yeah. I think we should, might have to turn it off for half hour.
Be right back?
No, not even be right back. Just, yo, boys, we're gonna cut it for a little while. I've got
I don't know why they didn't, honestly, at this point, just mute it. Just mute it, put the police in the background and say, "Guys, we're live. Do you want to do it in another room?" or we can just do it here, but we gotta turn the sound off. Like, I feel like it's not a big deal, right? I mean, damn.
There's some stuff, so we're gonna come back in a little bit. All right.
Or could it be the assault? Since
Imagine
the day
being an illegal alien. What's your perspective now on the gator killing? He should have never had a gun.
prior, it was reported that his girlfriend Violet turned herself in to the police, and her mugshot started doing the rounds online as well. And even though she'd gotten out on a $1,000 bond, both of them legitimately being arrested, coupled with Clav disappearing yet again, had people speculating that, you know, it's serious this time. And that's exactly what the Florida Attorney General James Uthmeyer said in an interview from March 30th, where he was asked about the gator incident and gave a pretty detailed answer.
The gator is a protected creature.
Can you believe that they actually are talking about this? Oh my God.
Majestic creature here in the state of Florida. And there was an influencer, Clavicular, who was caught shooting one on a fan boat. This footage was all over my timeline
Which is totally bullshit, by the way. He didn't shoot a live gator. It was obvious it wasn't alive.
And of this influencer killing or shooting a dead or alive gator. This is, again, illegal by statute. We pulled it by the statutes of Florida.
So this is interesting because there's still a whole lot of questions up in the air about this incident. Was he on, you know, Florida public land, or was he on private property? Did the tour guide he was with give him permission to do this? So, like, I don't know. There's a lot of things here. Oh, and then, of course, was the alligator alive or not? So, of course, all of those questions matter a whole lot for this whole case. But this is the first we've actually heard anything from a source with any real credibility on the situation. And if there's anyone we could trust with reliable information on this case, it would probably be the Attorney General. But also, it was safe to say that no one was shocked by his response.
What's an update here, Mr.
Yeah, well, he's been arrested. Fish and Wildlife, the Conservation Commission here that oversees our state parks and permitting when it comes to hunting.
Why Asmon's defending this retard? Because I used to be this retard. That's why. It's that simple.
They're deeply involved in an investigation. Obviously,
I don't think it's a big deal.
Video, but we're crossing our T's, dotting our I's.
Yeah, the whole crossing your T's and dotting your I's really sounds a lot like he's trying to make sure he has a slam dunk case. And while he likely can't actually share too much, he surely doesn't tiptoe around how he feels and isn't afraid to remind people that this is a felony. And he's definitely not pretending to be Walmart employee or just a silly prank. And this is definitely not, you know, Clav pretending to be a Walmart employee or just a silly prank. They were filming themselves discharging lethal firearms recklessly into the air. Or, as he quote-unquote described it, being careless and cocky.
It looks like a serious offense here. This is a felony. You can't just go out and shoot animals here in Florida. We have law and order. We have a permitting process. If you want to go on a gator hunt, there's certainly very appropriate ways to do that. But the imagery you see in the video is pretty careless and cocky. And at the end of the day, that might just be so stupid that it lands him a lot of time behind bars.
And this doesn't even cover the fact that they were shooting at a drone that they were alleging was spying on them, which also is extremely illegal. But I feel like a broken record at this point because I still don't know why streamers act like rules don't apply to them just because they're filming content. Like, the camera turns on and I guess all their critical thinking just flies out the window. It doesn't make sense. If anything, when you're live streaming, you should be on even better behavior.
I try to be a good boy. I do. I don't do anything wrong while I'm alive.
Because that's now there forever for everyone to see. But like I said, when you never face any real consequences and instead you're just praised and given opportunities like walking a fashion week, like days after an arrest, I guess you're just gonna act like this. That has to be Photoshopped. So I can see why he has this whole untouchable attitude. But I also think it's important to remind these streamers that no amount of internet clout is going to save you from the law.
But the message I'll send is we enforce the law here no matter who you are. If you're an influencer, social media celebrity, doesn't matter. If you do the crime here, you do the time. We prosecute to the fullest. We don't give out special treatment. So if you're going to do dumb things, expect to get, you know, serious results.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite possible this is the first time you actually see Clavicular get a little bit more than just a slap on the wrist.
I don't think much is going to happen. Again, I can't get it out ahead of the investigators and the prosecutors here. They get in trouble. I get in trouble enough with them. They get frustrated with me. But you're looking at a time of years.
And the Attorney General acknowledges that he can't come out in front of the investigation or he'll get in trouble, but he sounds very confident that Clavicular will be served some real justice for how he acted on the airboat.
That
and if
would be
we see kick
crazy.
streamers get years for opening fire on an alligator at the height of their fame, he may go down as one of the biggest idiots in streaming history, at least when it comes to some of the largest creators.
Oh, definitely. I mean, and again, like, I don't think it's a big deal, but if he broke the law, he broke the law, right? It is what it is. Like, don't make me think like, oh, wow, I'm totally okay with it. It's more that, like, you asked me my personal opinion on things. Like, here's my real opinion. There is very obviously a tier list of crimes, and certain crimes are worse than other ones in my mind. The ones that he did, I don't really think are that big of a deal. That being said, if you break the law, that's what happens.
We have some Hall of Fame morons that he hasn't topped out yet, but this is maybe one of the more viral incidents. But for now,
pretty bad one.
we will have to wait to see what actually unfolds, whether it's a felony charge for the Gator or some sort of combination for the assault charges.
Jesus.
It's honestly anyone's guess for what's going to happen. Because the whole Tesla thing, that was crazy, and I don't think anyone thought that he was just going to get away scot-free after that. But
honestly, like, you're right about that. Like, that shit was crazy that he totally got away from that.
It seems like he did. But his roommate did, however, let some interesting information slip on stream. So he's heavily implying that Clavicular is not arrested and not in trouble, and I guess is just chilling. And everyone on Twitter was just creating conspiracies.
Hey guys, Cloud's just like resting. He's just chilling. Like, people were coming up with so much conspiracy theories. Like, but no, he's just literally just chilling right now. Yeah, were you reading the Twitter com?
Oh.
When?
Like today?
Today, yeah.
They were coming up with conspiracies of what happened to Cloud.
I know.
Like, holy shit, did he get arrested again? Did he? No, he's just, yeah, he's just laying, I think. Holy.
He's laying down? Is
Okay.
that it?
You can sort of tell the girl Mia does not even want to open that can of worms and is trying to like change the topic
doesn't
as
wanna be
quickly as
involved,
possible. But if he's telling the truth, it means that currently Clavicular just still isn't in custody, and neither is Violet, since she could also allegedly be heard in the background at some point during the same stream.
Yeah.
What the f is it, Chinara? Oh, Violet.
Do you need something? I can bring you some.
You want Snickers? You want Snickers?
What do you want?
Alright, what are they saying? Until get out. Mia, they're angry now.
Why?
Why they're angry?
Quick update. It seems like the guy who was way off that K was correct, and that Clavicular was just apparently chilling at the house, most likely at the end of the streams to deal with all this stuff. So it'll be interesting to see what happens going forward, because now we have multiple government agencies looking into this.
But regardless, I don't think this airboat situation is going to get brushed under the rug like the other things. So I guess we just kind of have to wait and see what happens. But that was a quick update on how Clavicular is for some reason still slowly destroying his life. If you're new here, feel free to subscribe.
It is kind of crazy how many drama things he's gotten into in like such a short period of time. It is impressive. Like, it's been like five really, really bad ones. I'll link you guys the video. It's been fucking insane. And let me go back. I'll link it to you guys right now. This happened right after this video. This is the full clip, but the main one got like 40 million views. Okay, let me look at it. The TikTok mom one is wild. I don't know what that is. I'd have to look at it. Give me a second. Oh, fuck. It got messed up. What the fuck? Okay, there it is. I think now it's going to work, right? Yes, okay. Had a seizure? Wait, clavicular seizure maxed. What? Wait a minute. It's doing that thing where it doesn't work properly.
Go. Just make sure it's to the sides of the neck, right? As wind plays.
Wait, maybe lift up your arms so we know when you're.
Why would you do this?
Lift up your arms.
Hold your arm up.
Why would you do this?
Don't do it.
Let me know. I think he's gone.
He's gone?
I think he's gone. He's gone. He's gone.
Let go. You're good. You're good. Let him choke. Let him choke. Let him choke.
Oh my god.
Let him choke. Turn him over.
What the fuck?
You're good. You're good. You're good.
Why would you do this?
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
He's good.
Oh my god.
Okay. I'm here. I'm here. Turn to the side. Turn to the side. Turn to the side.
What the fuck?
I'm here, bro.
Jesus. Is stupid? Yeah.
He's good. He's good. He's good.
It's Tarzan. You're good. I'm here. Take your second.
What the fuck?
He's good.
That's an actual seizure?
Never do that shit again.
Wow. Yo, he's crazy.
Give me a second.
What the fuck does
Holy fuck.
How do you feel?
That was the craziest thing ever.
Yeah. No, just give him a sec. Let him sit real quick. Just let him sit.
Yo.
Oh my God.
Like, give him a second. If he stands up and falls, he's fucked.
Yo, that was sick, bro. Dude, the dream was like crazy.
You had a dream, huh?
Dude,
you were seizing.
Wait, really?
Bro,
you look just
let him
like
live?
me, bro.
Well, you know.
Like,
Did
you have like crazy dreams, like fast dreams? The dream was like, bro, I was so scared. Yeah, that's what the dream was crazy, bro. Wait, hold on, let me chill for a second.
When they said that shit feels so lit. That's it, bro.
The Fiji water?
Bro,
like doing it?
No, it feels like.
Bro, dream about the Whopper, no cheese.
What the fuck?
They're getting choked out.
Dude, post-game interview.
Yeah, I'm chilling, bro. That was.
What the fuck?
Fix your mic.
Fuck.
Holy shit, you're like Mia's skin color right now.
Wait, really?
Yes, bro.
Taking a photo of him. Oh my God. And fuck Nitro goes say Heaven. Yeah, I guess so. Can't tell if he's lying or stupid or both. Kids in your school didn't do it. I knew other people that did stuff like this, but I was never around this. Like, I mean, this is something I would never do that. That is fucking nuts. But, you know, like, other people are a little bit crazier than I am. I'll tell you that. Holy fuck, man. And, no, it's not. It's normal. And people passed out because of choking, because of jujitsu. Yeah, that shit would scare the fuck out of me, man. I'm going to be honest. Like, it really would. Like, that's crazy scary. And cutting off oxygen to the brain is peak. Yeah, I would not do that. That's too much even for me to say, like, oh, yeah, it's just like what people are doing. Nah, man, that's too much.
Aware that if you happen to not follow some of those, some of the rules that were set out, that you will be cited, and they will, I guess, there's some sort of fine that comes along with it. But we don't envision that happening because we're going to follow the rules.
Those fines will get your attention, won't they?
It shouldn't be a normal thing, but yeah, that actually, to think that like there was like people that go around and like, oh, let me choke you out. It was the fucking thing. And then like they would like convince people to like literally be to put them in a full Nelson and like, make them go to sleep. It's fucking insane. I've never seen anything like it. It's pretty satanic. And then the whole that like even people in his chat are like saying, "Oh, that's normal." Like, what? They still normalize that 10 years later? That's normal now? It's not good. This is not good. They came on the loudspeaker. They're like, "Yep, this could cause brain damage. Da 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 da. Do not do this. You'll get in trouble, suspended, and maybe even expelled if you keep doing it. Don't even let us catch you doing this on campus. If you make videos of you doing this outside of campus, we will prosecute you." It was awful. I don't even know. I'm surprised people are still doing it.
New water restrictions are now in place across the area, and the changes impact property owners as well as restaurants.
News Channel 8's Alessandra Young has more on the new rules and what happens if you don't follow them.
With phase 3 of the water restrictions beginning today, this is going to impact a lot of people and places like restaurants. For example, here at Eulalie, they can't offer you water. You're going to have to be the one to ask.
It'll be a little bit changed to our traditional way of doing service.
No matter where you go to grab a bite to eat, with these new water restrictions, servers cannot offer you water. Casey Gonsmar Jr., owner and operator for the 1905 family of restaurants, says this will be more of a change for staff and how they tweak their speech serving tables.
So really, it's more of a change on our end. The guests that come here all the time might realize and see that we maybe aren't offering them water right at the jump like we used to be able to. But our guests aren't being affected at all because we still have water to serve them.
But he says not to worry. They have cold water available via tap or bottle if you ask for it.
We are going to follow the city's restrictions, and we're not going to be asking our guests if they would like water like we traditionally would.
Now, for you at home, code enforcement in Hillsborough County is all hands on deck.
The first time, if you got a warning, fine. Then it's $100, $200, $300, and continues up.
Officers will be out starting as early as 4 a.m. and through the evenings.
Right now, everyone wants to check the regulations for where they live, but unless it's reclaimed water, that we should see no sprinkler or irrigation systems operating from 4 a.m. till 8 p.m. at night.
They are sending a monthly report to SwiftMud, and they're hoping people follow these restrictions so they don't have to issue a citation.
We did over 500 cases in March, and so that was reported this week to them. I would anticipate we'll probably do more this month.
Hillsborough County Code Enforcement says if you do receive a violation or a citation, you're going to be receiving that in the mail. For more information, head on over to our website at WFLA.com. I have all the information posted there. In Hillsborough County, I'm Alessandra Young, 8 on your side.
Let's bring in former CENTCOM director and U.S. Army Colonel Joe Buccino. Joe, this report of a backseat weapons operator still on the ground somewhere in Iran is disturbing. What do you know about the chances of rescue? How would you assess the chances of rescue?
I have no idea where these.
Well, it's hard to say, John, at this point. First of all, our thoughts and our prayers here all across the country go with that weapons systems officer and the family left behind. I think that, you've got teams, as identified here in the last few minutes, that are well-trained to do this, well-trained to do search and rescue. That officer has gone through intensive training to get to a location that is a secure location that's away from the population, where he or she can make contact with the unit or make contact with American forces. They know how to do this. We don't know the state. We don't know the physical condition. So there's a lot of unknowns here, John, and we just hope and pray that we can get that service member back.
Yeah, the Iranians are offering a reward for any Iranian who captures this weapons officer alive and holds them. Obviously, that would be the worst possible outcome here. I mean, giving Iran some kind of a bargaining chip that they could parade in front of the cameras.
Which is why that weapon system officer is trained to get away from any population center, get away from where their people are. Look, most of the people in Iran hate the regime, but you don't know. You can't trust anybody. You've got to get somewhere where you've got a little bit of high ground. It's tough there because you've got mountainous terrains on top of the population centers, but you've got to get to an unpopulated center, someplace where there's not a lot of people, someplace where you can perhaps establish an airfield, make contact, get on comms, and identify where you are to the teams that are looking.
We can get some crits in on these hard ones.
All right, there was a report. I mean, the Iranians claim they also shot down an F-35, which is a more advanced fighter, and a single pilot fighter, more advanced than the F-15. Any truth to that?
The reports coming out are that is true. The thinking inside the Pentagon is that is true. And, look, this is, we're flying thousands and thousands of missions over Iran, more than 13,000 to date, and Iran has struck 2 aircraft. So that's a success rate for Iran of something like 0.08%. Iran only has to get lucky once to get informational leverage, and that's what's happened here. This is all that the news is talking about, justifiably so. And, Iran really, they just, with their air defense systems and with their systems that are lower to the ground, that are lower range, they just got to get lucky once or twice, and they've flipped the information here. And now Iran is losing militarily, but frankly, they're winning the information war.
Yeah, Jim Henson is the chief strategist at the Middle East Forum. You mentioned the area, the terrain where that pilot went down is not particularly friendly to the regime. Jim Henson has some thoughts on that. Listen.
Khuzestan province is not good home turf for the regime. The Arab tribes there don't like the regime, but however, that means that the IRGC and Basij have a larger than normal presence there to go ahead and tamp them down when they do protest and things like that happen. So it's a situation where all of our troops, all of our air assets and ground assets are doing everything they can, but the regime also has as many of their people in play as possible.
So the president has said all hell is going to rain down, quoting him, if the regime continues to block the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, they've been hit pretty hard already. Is there more that the administration, more that the Pentagon can do
What a weird glitch
without
they got
totally
stuck in.
trashing the country for, hopefully a better government that comes after this one?
There is more they can do. There's certainly more they can do on the Strait of Hormuz in terms of taking out the coastal ballistic missile weapon systems, the drones that are there on the coast that will fire into the Strait of Hormuz and are therefore shutting down the Strait of Hormuz.
Can show that
this
we don't
is
need them.
an effort of psychological war with Iran because
and then
these
maybe
ships,
they'll
they won't
grovel
come out.
and
These
utilize
companies, they
their
won't send their
asses.
ships because they don't know what's coming out of those coastal bases and those coastal systems. And they also don't know
No, I don't mean
how
assets. I
many
mean use their
mines have
assets
been
because
dropped
they're literally
inside the Strait
just
of Hormuz,
they're looking like
if
a
any,
bunch
at this
of
point.
behinds,
and so,
buffoons.
you don't know where those mines are. You don't know when those ballistic missiles are coming. Those drones, they're on top of you very quickly. So there's an element here of psychological war.
Yes.
There's an element of fear
Both.
that's introduced by Iran.
Incompetent
and
monkeys.
so you've got to beat that back. You've got to defeat those coastal systems and their ability to drop mines before we can start moving these ships
I
out of
just
Strait
need
of
one
Hormuz.
more crit, man.
Joe
We can get
Bacino,
through this.
former
We can do this. I know we can.
Joe, thank you.
See, this gun will do it. I told you that this gun will be doing
Be
it.
sure to
Oh my
like
God,
and
we got
subscribe
nukes.
for all the Fox News latest on
Shit.
YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox
I walked into it.
Well, hello,
Oh my God,
everyone.
I
I
just
am Tommy
missed it.
Laren, along with Rich Edson, Lisa
This
Booth,
is
and Tom
crazy.
Shalhoub. Welcome to the big weekend show. And the big story tonight is a Fox
Wow.
News alert. President
That's the first
Trump
time I've ever
issues
gotten
a
that close
dire
to a
warning
nuke,
to Iran
guys.
today, telling the regime they
I
have
literally
48
almost walked
hours to
into
make
it.
a deal and open the Strait of Hormuz before, quote, all
I'm
hell will
surprised I
rain
didn't
down.
get kicked.
This comes following the president's March
That's pretty
26
hardcore.
comments when he gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or face
I want
destruction
you
of
to
their
see how
energy
close
plants.
this really is.
Trump
I mean, I was
emphasized
like
his
right
ultimatum
there.
during his address to the nation earlier this week.
But doesn't this mean that the
If there's no
the
deal, we are
Nuka-Cola
going to hit each and every one of
the
their
dude-
electric generating
is this
plants very
underground or
hard and
what's going on
probably
here?
simultaneously.
Yeah, talk
We
about
have not
survive
hit
from
their
above.
oil,
That was like
but
on
we could
me.
hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it.
And this all comes as search and rescue operations are underway for an F-15E weapons system officer who went missing after the fighter jet was downed over Iran yesterday. It is still not clear if the crew member was able to eject before the crash.
If only we could
Alex
drive around
Hogan
in
is
it.
live from the White House with the
That would be
latest
awesome.
details. Alex, what can you tell us?
Tommy,
Okay,
we
so
know
we
that
need to
the
get-
search is
I
still
was thinking about
underway for that
walking
missing
all the
U.S.
way
service
over
member
there
after
and hopefully
Iran shot
finding a
down
pack of
this
walking,
F-15E
more miners,
fighter
but,
jet yesterday.
you know,
and
that might
what
be
we're
kinda
looking
low.
at right now is that we do
And,
know that
looks to
service
me like since
members,
I'm in the
American
middle
troops, were
of
able to locate and
radioactive
find the pilot of that two-seater.
zone, I don't. Oh, I do have Radix.
I have never been more
and a bit
proud
of
to be an
Radaway
American than yesterday afternoon. We heard
to help get me through
hours
this, so
after
we
one of
will
the airmen
utilize that.
ejected out of that jet
Normally I
that
don't have that
American
stuff on me,
forces,
guys.
Special Operations Forces
Usually
went
I just
in
have
and
a-
successfully found one of our soldiers.
We're seeing the real cost, and we've got an airman behind enemy lines trying to survive and trying to be rescued. And we should all think about him. We should also think about the 13 service members who have been killed and the hundreds who have been wounded.
Be a new
The
day
F-15E
anyway,
is
I
one
gotta
of the
change the
two
streams
downed
again.
American fighter jets yesterday. Iran also hit a second U.S. warplane. That pilot ejected over the Persian Gulf, and two Black Hawk helicopters involved in the rescue were damaged in Iranian
If only you
fire.
could go up
President
to these
Donald
and
Trump
use these.
highlighting his own deadline for Iran, saying that the country has just 2 days to make a deal and open up the Strait of Hormuz. Today, Senator Lindsey Graham says that he spoke
Yeah.
to the president, writing, quote, we'll get more with that. I think we've lost that element. But again, saying that there is a lot of pressure on the government to be able to finally open up the Strait of Hormuz. We know that there was this deadline of April 6th. So that, of course, is just 2 days from now. Tommy, we know that the president is here this weekend. We do not expect to see him or hear from him today. Back to you.
Alex
know what they're
Hogan, thank you so
attacking.
much.
But I am slowly gaining rads.
All right, 2 rescue
I
helicopters
might
were
be able to
damaged
kill
by
it.
enemy fire when conducting the
if it
search.
can
There were
focus on
reported
me,
injuries to helicopter crew members,
be
but they
able to.
managed to land safely. Meanwhile, Israeli forces have halted strikes in Iran and are assisting the U.S. with intelligence to find that missing crew
Hold
member.
on, I gotta
Joining us now, we're so happy
use
to
some
have
more
retired
things.
U.S. Air Force Senior Master Sergeant and pararescueman Aaron Love. Master Sergeant, we are so thankful to have you and your expertise tonight. Can you walk us through how the
search and rescue is likely being conducted, and walk us through what the dangers are that could be
Well, I
lurking
forgot
for
the
the
VATS
service
quit
members
move,
that are
right?
actually
But you can't.
conducting the rescue operation.
Would like you to join a team.
Thank you so much for having me on and talk about the greatness of the Air Force Rescue Triad that's currently looking for this downed American service member. Let me tell you, when a PR event like this happens, the world stops, the music stops, and one team gets that
Man,
call.
this thing
They are
is
the gold standard for
asking,
rescue.
like,
The
I
United
don't
States
know
Air
what
Force
it's
combat
thinking,
rescue
but if
officers
it
and
stays
pararescue
right here,
operators
it's not
are
gonna
the
live much
number
longer.
one rescue force of choice for the entire Department of War. Every single thing that we can bring to bear to protect this pilot, to report, locate, support, recover, and then reintegrate this weapon system officer is being brought to bear
Yeah, I
right
popped a
now. I
psycho
can't
for
tell
this.
you what the risk evaluation looks like inside of the rooms with the generals that are deciding
Yeah.
when to let this mission go.
That's right.
I can only tell you that in the team rooms where they're checking their radios,
And that's why
checking
we
their
grab
medical
1,000
equipment, making
rounds.
sure this plan is locked down to the exact
Okay,
second,
let's get in
that
and
risk
out, all
assessment
right? We
is
don't have
going to
very much
go
time,
out the
guys.
window. These teams live by the motto that
I was
others
hoping to
may
get some
live, meaning
ultrasight,
quite
but
literally they
we
will
might have to come back.
sacrifice themselves to get to a downed American service member, and that is what those teams are getting ready to do right now.
Master Sergeant, what kind of training goes into those teams that are going to go in to look for that pilot? And also, on the other end, do pilots train, or how much training do pilots go through for incidents that might happen like this?
Please call me Aaron. I'm retired. I appreciate the formality. Listen, just to become a pararescueman or a combat rescue officer, it's the longest pipeline in the Department of War. There's only about 200
To think they were all there
active
killing
duty
the
PJs that are
Nuka
working
guy
at any
while I was
time
getting
today.
murdered.
It takes a 91% attrition rate out of the force. Only 9% of the people graduate that 2-year pipeline. It takes another year at your unit before you're ready to deploy. Most of these pararescue and combat rescue operators and the air crews that are associated
It's
with
an
them have
amazing job that
multiple
guy did with the boom,
combat
by the
deployments.
way.
They're constantly training for this mission. On the pilot
Okay,
or the
so I gotta
Wizzo
go
side of it,
back
in this,
and grab my
in this
stuff.
instance, the weapon system operator,
And I don't
this
really
gentleman
have
has
much
had SEER
room to
training,
get in and out of
survival,
this.
evasion, resistance, and escape training. They work closely with the rescue
Meaning,
forces, the
in order
pararescue
to
and
do
combat
anything,
rescue
I
officers.
might have to get
They
my
work
survival
with
tent
these pilots to let them know exactly what their
involved.
actions should be on the ground, how to affect their own rescue, how to evade, and hold what they've got until the cavalry can come in and effect the rescue. So everybody is working, from the SEER specialists, from pararescue operators to the people flying the helicopters and the C-130s and the rescue triad. This is an entire team event, and they've been training their entire lives to do it.
Aaron, thank you for your service.
Not my
We so
unused
appreciate
lighter.
you, sir. If Iran had the pilot or knew the pilot was deceased, would they be
Okay,
using that
let's
for
see if I can
propaganda
my
purposes?
stash.
I believe that to
'Cause
be
it's
so.
not the same
Every
as
reporting that
my-
I'm seeing leads me to
Oh,
believe that
look.
this pilot is doing exactly what he is supposed to do in his evasion action plan. That can include
Did I grab them?
communicating on encrypted radios, performing specific things, specific actions in specific terrain in order to let the rescue forces know that he's ready for pickup and he's alive. If Iran had him, he would be the biggest propaganda tool in this war, and we would see it break everywhere immediately, which leads me to believe that this American is fighting on the ground, doing what he's supposed to do, and having the actions exactly what it needs to be to give time for those rescue forces to locate and recover him.
Aaron, Tom
Damn it.
Shalhoub here. Most of what people like me, what we know about these situations comes from the movies, right? We watch Top Gun. There's a great movie called Behind Enemy Lines with Owen Wilson, where he's behind enemy lines. It's this kind of situation. What is this down pilot doing? Do they tell him to stay put and hide, or do they, in the movies they always go somewhere. They say you got to get to the Bravo location, and then that's the movie. They're traveling there. But is it, obviously you don't know what he's doing, but is it mostly stay put and hide, or is it get on the ground to some location?
The Air Force Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape
Right.
specialist that we have, it's a specific
That's what I'm
career
talking
field.
about. Pay
They
it forward,
develop
folks.
intricate plans for
'Cause
what
he's
he's
gonna go-
supposed
he's
to do
trying to hunt for
immediately
some ultrasight
after he
too, I
hits the
bet.
ground. And
And now
then
he's gonna
for
have
a
a
certain
few more
amount of
minutes.
hours after that.
And
And
none
then
of this stuff
it
is free, by the
transitions
way.
to
Like,
long
you just
term.
gotta kind of like
Holding up or hiding in
accumulate-
terrain, if he feels like he's safe, he can
accumulate
make that
the
decision on
materials
the
to do
ground. But
this.
there is a very
like
very detailed
purified
plan for
water and
exactly
a rat
what
away
he's supposed
would
to
make
do,
2 diluted
exactly
ones,
how to communicate, exactly how to act,
which
how
I
to
sell
move,
for half
and
the
how to
price of
react
the
if
real
somebody
thing,
were
so
to
people
walk
can
up on
understand
him.
economy a
Not
little
only
better.
does he know that, but the
Grab
rescue
that golden
forces
resin.
know
I'll
it as
take that.
well. It's
That's
how
cool.
we can expect to find him in specific
cannon,
areas
that's kinda
that our
lame, but,
intelligence folks had said would be safer to go. It could be as simple as walk west until you hit a body of water, and we will be there to pick you up. But these plans are intricate, they're highly protected, and the rescue forces know those plans as well. So this gentleman on the ground can make a number of different options inside of that plan, whatever gets him back to friendly control.
Aaron, just real quickly, as we're all watching this, you know, we look at the timeline, and we, as civilians, don't necessarily know what that means, that there hasn't been the second rescue. Can you take us into that just briefly on how we should be looking at the timeline and how long something like this you would anticipate it to take?
That's it.
So this can happen from minutes like we saw with the first F-15 pilot that was recovered. The A-10 pilot was recovered in the same amount of minutes. It was very, very short. But if you look at classic rescue examples of Captain Scott O'Grady, he spent 8 days on the ground evading before he was rescued.
Oh, there's a lot of
There's a lot of calculus that goes into these decisions. They want to make sure that we maximize our advantage. Unfortunately, the illumination in the south of Iran tonight is going to be pretty bright, 93 to 95%. We would love cloud cover. We would love completely dark illume because we can maximize our advantage of night vision and the other intricate suites of operating systems that we have. So that all plays into it. The only thing that I can tell you about that calculus is that the teams right now, from the helicopter pilots to the CROWs, combat rescue officers, and the pararescuemen, they are speaking in a unified voice, and they are giving one message to everybody up the chain, and that's send us. Send us right now.
Master Sergeant Aaron Love, thank you so much for joining us tonight, and of course, thank you for your service.
Like no health left.
Thank you. You were worth it. That others may live.
Love it. He gave us a lot of information, Rich. I'm kind of wondering, besides the whole rescue operation, we know we got the best of the best that are doing this. I have full faith in their capabilities and their abilities. How does this change the political conversation and the narrative back home? If they rescue the second crew member, I think maybe things go on as planned. But if there's not a rescue, or if he does fall into enemy hands, that definitely changes the conversation back home.
Oh, it does. It's enormously consequential. It's also enormously consequential for the negotiations that are ongoing with the Iranians right now, if they are ongoing, or to what extent they are. The Iranian government has loved taking Americans hostages, even before this latest shooting has happened. I actually went on an Iranian hostage exchange in Switzerland under the first Trump administration. It's not the first time that the federal government of the United States has had to trade to get Americans back from Iran. Now there is an actual conflict ongoing. There were actual discussions ongoing,
especially over that type of terrain.
And this would be terrific for the Iranians' leverage point to have. So it's very, very important for this service member, and also for the discussions that he makes it out of Iran.
Certainly. Lisa, is this a setback? Is this a hiccup? Or does it just feel larger because we don't accept, you know, any snafus? You know, we've had this expectation that because everything has gone so well, we expect it to continue to go perfectly. It doesn't always happen that way in conflict. But how big of a deal is this in the national conversation around this conflict?
I mean, maybe all of the above, right? Can I choose like option D or whatever, option C, whatever it is? I mean, obviously, you know, President Trump went out and gave a speech and told us that Iran's military has largely been degraded, but clearly Iran still has some capabilities if they were able to take down this aircraft and we have a missing pilot. So that does sort of complicate the narrative there, but that doesn't mean that we haven't done a lot of harm to Iran's abilities. I just think the question here to me is, will the American people accept just degrading Iran's nuclear capabilities and military infrastructure as enough? Because clearly they haven't been completely neutralized, and how do we completely neutralize absent of like a full-blown ground invasion, which I don't think is going to be acceptable to the American people. And I think the challenge with Iran is this decentralized structure that they seem to have, this mosaic structure that they have, where they have decentralized commanders throughout the country and all these different provinces, and they have military assets distributed across the country as well, particularly in mountainous terrain. So will the American people accept simply degrading Iran's military capabilities and nuclear capabilities as winning? I don't know, and so what does winning look like? You know, I still support the president, but obviously the longer this goes on, the more questions we're going to have as the American people, particularly if there's more blood and treasure or people or military men and women who are losing their lives, and or also the destruction of our capabilities like this aircraft.
Right. So Tom, we've lost 13. wonderful American lives thus far. We've got one pilot rescued, a crew
There we go.
member
See, we
that's
got it.
still in
All
the
right, cool.
process of being rescued, and we are all hoping and praying for
See,
a
that's
safe
how we do
return.
it. Now we can go
But the American
enjoy
people, even
doing some
some
more
in
dailies.
President Trump's base, they aren't completely satisfied with everything so far. I think we're about a month in, maybe a little bit more. He promised us on Wednesday night that we were about done. Does this change?
Well, I think people are having the same trouble that we have when we discuss it on shows like this, you know, because we are always hoping for the best. We don't know. We don't know exactly what's going on. So I think you have a certain type of personality. They're frustrated, and they're just thinking short term. When is this going to end? When are we going to get out of it? When, you know, where's the success? How do we? You know, there's a lot of people saying things like plan.
Okay, so I'm trying it again to give it a good reference on the frame drop. Immediately at midnight, it seems to have stopped its thing, and now it's actually giving me great KPS.
A lot of it is watching,
if you can see the bottom of the stream, everything is going fine, except for this is actually on the Fallout 76's network. This has nothing to do with my
We're on the sidelines, and all we can do
is
pray for safety. So that's what I'm doing.
Well, the greatness of the American military is still being shown every single day.
Okay, good. I'm having PTSD.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Come on. I wish there was a way you could like melee and get out of this, but you can't. You're just stuck until it says. I don't even know if it's going to let me.
This weekend, it went all over
because I didn't get back. I didn't get in it.
That you,
so
as FDA commissioner, are finally cracking down.
You know what I mean? I might actually be screwed out of a fusion core and a freaking
torturing
suit.
Innocent dogs.
Holy fuck!
For very little scientific benefit or research, if
this is
at all.
Great, folks.
So the floor is yours, Mr. Commissioner.
Maybe I should have let him kill me.
Policy.
Well, good to see you, Benny.
That was my only
hope.
You know,
we have to modernize our Health and Human Services agencies, and that means at the FDA, we need to move to computational modeling and modern techniques and something called organ-on-a-chip technology, where you can test a drug on a cell culture line in a laboratory. We don't need to be doing a lot of the animal testing that we're doing. So when I came to office a year ago, we announced within weeks a roadmap to eliminate unnecessary animal testing. And I'm proud to report today that we had another major milestone in the last week. We announced our new guidance that says you don't need to do a lot of the types of animal testing that have been going on. You don't need to test monoclonal antibodies on 144 chimpanzees.
Quit because it's not going to put that into my inventory. Because it's never been in my inventory. You see, so there was the problem with why the glitch shouldn't. They shouldn't even allow that thing to happen.
We have a facility that housed cattle and goats. There are no longer any animals at that facility. So we are on track on our roadmap. The reason this is important, Benny, is because not only is it more humane for animals. I personally don't think God created animals for us to test all these products on when we have better techniques. But also, we are lowering the cost of research and development for drugs. That means lower drug prices for everyday Americans. And for example, the 144 chimpanzee requirement, that takes time. That takes 6 months to a year. That means people who could benefit from a powerful new drug have to wait an additional year to get access to that drug. We just approved 2 cancer drugs in 44 days and in 55 days, respectively. These are powerful new cancer medications that can literally bring people out of hospice. Do we really think that we need to have unnecessary delays in the process from things that just don't make sense? That's what we're changing at the FDA.
You know, it's very interesting doing this for so long. You very rarely find circumstances where you can really truly unite all of Americans. But the vast majority of Americans love dogs. They love their pets, and they have a personal relationship with a dog, either that they grew up with, for me, a Black Labrador, or a dog that they currently own, or maybe they're like my neighbor and they own 18 different dogs. Either way, there's very rarely circumstances where you can say the vast majority of Americans unite. It's like a 90-10, probably 99-1 issue, and this is one of them. This horrible image was, of course, circulated of Dr. Fauci testing on these innocent beagles. I believe it was sand fleas. and they were being eaten alive on purpose, and it was cruel and it was evil. Perhaps you could tell us, why would you ever do this in the first place? How bad did it get, Mr. Commissioner, in order to sort of underset how important it is that we stop
next.
Look, that was an NIH-funded study that you're describing, I have nothing to do. There's no way anybody can explain that except that it was mad scientists that were doing things on animals just because you can. Now, just because you can do something to an animal doesn't mean you should. And do we really need to know that that particular pathogen can spread via sand flies and from one dog to another dog? Is that really the cutting edge of science that we have to discover? Or can we understand food and school lunches better, and the role of all these toxins in the environment and the microbiome? So what's crazy about some of these inhumane animal experiments is that they came at the expense of studying basic things that we need to understand in order to have a healthier population of children in this country.
I know this is a personal question, but are you a dog guy, a cat guy? do you have any pets at home?
I love dogs, and people ask me that all the time because of all the reforms we're doing to eliminate unnecessary animal testing. But we don't have a dog. My wife's allergic to dogs. But look, I get it. Dogs are wonderful, beautiful creatures, and they are emotionally intelligent. And so, look, we want to do what's right, even though I personally am not going to benefit here the animals from home.
Yeah, I'm like horribly allergic to cats. I really love dogs, but I got 4 little kids, right? And so it's like not enough hands in the first place. So hopefully a dog in our future, but probably a decade down the road. Nonetheless, I'm cheering for and celebrating all of this. All of America is, it seems, totally and completely cruel. We have Senator Rand Paul on all the time, Mr. Commissioner, and he's constantly banging on about his criminal referral for Dr. Fauci. In your time at the FDA, do you believe that there's perhaps criminal influence that may have happened in different eras?
Well, Dr. Fauci, since he was at the NIH, we don't directly have any records of his activities, but we did see a cover-up to silence data on myocarditis, a COVID vaccine complication highest in young kids. So young kids were the lowest risk for COVID, getting in trouble with COVID infection, and they were the highest risk for myocarditis. So by sort of suppressing that information, it sort of created a misrepresentation of the risk-benefit ratio. Now, that data has since been made public, and myocarditis appears in the label of these vaccines. So we're doing what we can to set the record straight. But look, when we came to office, we walked into a mess. We had been funding a lab in Wuhan, China that likely brewed up the virus that killed 25 million people. We walked into 12% to 14% of NIH grants were going to DEI, not to curing rare diseases or cancer or kidney disease or diabetes, but to describing differences in the population, which we already know are true. So we walked into a mess. And so what we wanted to see was money go towards important things that have to do with the well-being of kids, addressing the 40% of American kids that have a chronic disease, having SNAP waivers for the first time in government, where Brooke Rollins has said now 20 states have applied for these SNAP waivers where you don't have to use taxpayer dollars for junk food in the SNAP program. So we're not afraid to go radical, and that's exactly where we're going.
That's so important. I'm sorry, I have to ask one follow-up on SNAP. What, tell us, how insane had it gotten? How
just leave you the fuck
How
alone
is it that the Health Administration in our country was funding the most unhealthy choices for our children?
Yeah, $400 million a day was going out of the government for food.
Not like New
and
Vegas,
that's not even to mention what was going on at the military bases. Now, military has said, hey, we want to participate in this health revolution. We want to serve healthier food. So we've seen incredible partnerships across government, the Department of War, the USDA, HHS,
And
FDA.
it's right here,
We
so-
rewrote the food pyramid to tell people the
Wow.
truth. You know, we're interested in telling Americans
Legendary
the truth
venomous
and letting
Marlark.
them make good decisions. We told women the truth about hormone replacement therapy for
And they both fall
postmenopausal women,
simultaneous 'cause
the
they didn't
profound
seem
short and long-term health benefits, and we told people the truth about
Pretty lame,
food
pretty lame,
and the
not
importance
gonna
of real
lie,
food and the
but it's okay. This is how we do it, you know, we're
estimation
pretty
of
buff at
protein
this
in
point.
the old food pyramid. So we're not letting industry write the food pyramid based on what they want you to buy. We want scientists with good nutritional bases write the food pyramid so that this can be a procurement document for every government
we're supposed to
agency
be
that
able to
buys
trade
food,
these
from the
things to
local
a
school
vendor.
district to the state level to the federal level. This is real food, and this is what we want people to buy.
It's incredible. We have up on screen here the inverted food pyramid versus
count?
what I grew up with, and it's
Yes, it
crazy.
does.
Was just upside down.
We'll be
It
set.
really is unbelievable.
'Cause I got
It really
too
is
many
unbelievable.
grenades.
A parting message, perhaps, Mr. Commissioner, about these reforms to save animals and to not torture animals. You know, like why did Dr. Fauci do this? What? Yeah, I mean, because this is the news of the day. This is the top 10 tweets in my timeline. Is people celebrating your decision here? This might be the single most popular decision the federal government's ever made, at least in recent memory. Yeah. What's your parting message?
Well, it's sad that scientists figured out that beagles are particularly docile and cooperative. And so the beagles then got recruited for these cruel scientific experiments. So we're setting the record straight. I think we need to understand that it's not bad to challenge deeply held assumptions in science. That is, in fact, how
Okay,
science is
there's all that.
conducted. So
I
whether
need
it be
that, I
telling
need
people the
that.
truth about food, whether or not it's doing what I agree 90 to 99% of
almost a full
Americans
set.
believe to be right when it comes to the treatment of animals.
Yeah.
And I'm not even sure
Right
who the
on right
one
leg,
is in the 99 to 1. I
2
mean,
left
I'd like to
legs,
meet
don't
that
need
one,
it.
but you know, these
Or
are
maybe not.
things that,
Torso, so
or maybe
all I
not.
need to
Yeah.
But
make
these
is
are things that
a-
make sense and they're
And this is
scientifically
crazy
valid.
too,
We need
to think that
to
like, I
encourage
need a whole
scientific debate,
60 for
not
my girl
censor it.
and a 45, but I just got
Yes.
almost a free 45 for her. Like instantly, just by walking around. Alright, so we're gonna get out of here. We were trying to find a teddy bear in these train stations. Sometimes they're sitting on the benches. In case you guys
To our
don't
breaking
know.
news, Al Jazeera is
No, you're
reporting
not.
the missing crew member from the downed US fighter jets has been recovered. US officials have reportedly told Al
6-7.
Jazeera and Axios that the crew member was rescued after a heavy firefight. The official has also revealed the rescue operation is still ongoing as the team needs to successfully exfiltrate or be exfiltrated from Iran and get back to safety. We'll have more information as it comes into the newsroom. US President Donald Trump is warning all hell will rain down on Iran if it doesn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz within the next 48 hours.
dude had a
He
distillery,
issued the threat on
basically.
Truth Social, writing, "Remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz
Okay.
Strait? Time is running out. 48 hours before all
Sorry,
hell
bud.
will rain down on them. Glory be to God." The US president
Not
also shared a
today.
video of a strike on Tehran,
know where any
which
teddy
he
bears are,
claims
by
was
the way?
responsible for the death of
He's all
Iranian
dead.
leaders.
Okay, but
He
for real,
captioned the
though, we
post,
need to get
"Many
these teddy
of
bears
Iran's
off the list.
military
That's the only
leaders who
reason why
have
I'm in
led
town
them
right now.
poorly and unwisely are
Teddy
terminated,
bears.
along with much else, with this massive
Come on,
strike
just
in
give me a teddy
Tehran.
bear.
It is unknown when the attack took
Oh
place.
shit. Teddy bear. Okay, that's it. So that's now off, and now it's just this and me for now in the night. Sorry if you can't handle me stepping away every now and again to smoke, use the restroom, and probably snack. Need a snack. Then, yeah, you guys make sure, to leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for stopping by. if you did and you're new here, why not stick around and see if you like it for tomorrow or the next day, or if somebody else is into stuff like this, share it, for them, so they can get something out of it. I know I'm not for everyone. Sometimes, like, it gets a little ADD for me too, but I'm trying to make sure my stream is capable under load. I gotta get to my house, and I mean, this teddy bear venture is not happening. Like, I thought maybe there would be a couple inside these rooms. They're not open. All these are kind of shut, which is kind of lame in my opinion. Like, why have all this and not, like, that needs to be a quality of life, because not guaranteed not every single person was able to board up their windows, fam. Like, seriously. Like, think about it. Like, come on, man. Anyway, I'm just gonna, like, pray that there's teddy bear on that guy. Like, of course, there's not a teddy bear. Some ammo as well. Oh, wow. Some ammo is well needed, especially because I just expended it upon these folks. Alright. Well, let's get a teddy bear or on the move, because I cannot stress this enough how I can't go into anywhere in here, and it's so frustrating because you'd think this place would be hot rifling with teddy bears, but no. Not one teddy bear. We get 0 teddy bears. Damn teddy bear thieves. Golly. He didn't see that coming. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here before I get flanked again. You must be at your camp to manage it as a best build. Bro, I'm just trying to fast travel. Oh, I can't. Well, didn't say that. Check this shit out. It won't work. I'm gonna start saying that. You won't. Because glitch. Okay. See how it's not even allowing me to fast travel? Is that too close? Check it. I'm gonna do something weird. I'm gonna activate this. I'm gonna do something weird. I'm gonna activate this camp, and then I'm gonna fast travel to. Really, it doesn't really matter. I could go to this one because I have it at this one too. I just need a symptomatic. Oops.
Attention citizens, nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
King Shot, build and fight.
Final step, attach robotic ignition system. Thank you for using help desk technology. Welcome to the Gadgetron Help Desk. We are here to offer you advice during your interplanetary travels. The Help Desk is a free service provided by Gadgetron Corporation. You can interrupt help desk messages by pressing the triangle button. To disable help desk messages, please select options from your pause menu. Gadgetron's OmniWrench 8000 includes a new crouch feature. To activate it, use the R1 button to crouch, and then press the square button. You just picked up nanotech. Whenever you sustain injury, let Gadgetron's patented nanotech system rebuild your body from the inside out. Press the circle button to equip it, and the circle button again to fire it. You can also use it in first person by holding down the L button.
Interesting.
Guy!
You're quite handy with your wrench.
You bet. I built that ship with it.
Currently, I'm in search of someone who could be of assistance in saving the solar system. Do you know where I might find that fellow?
Well, he's on the radio every week. Other than that, no. Hey, what's with all this save the solar system stuff anyway?
Hello, citizens of... My race, the Blog, have a small problem. Our planet has become so polluted, overpopulated, and poisonous that we are no longer able to dwell here. But I, Chairman Dredd, have a solution. Populations, form a line behind me and kiss my... We're still on? Well, turn it off, you idiot!
The people on those planets are hosed. Well, good luck getting Captain Quark to help you.
Actually, you could help me. If you could use your ship to take me to the coordinates contained in this infobot, I might be able to gather further information there.
Even if I wanted to, I can't. I'm missing a crucial component of the ship.
The robotic ignition system.
How did you know that?
I, sir, happen to be equipped with the latest in robotic ignition systems. My programming allows me to start any ship I choose.
So, I agree to take you to this wherever it is, and you get my ship started for me?
That is what I'm proposing.
Deal.
This could be a problem. Take care of it.
Whoa, this is great! So that's where I've been stuck this whole time.
Please return your appendages to the steering mechanism, sir.
Huh? Oh, right. Sorry. Oh, and by the way, you can stop calling me sir. The name's Ratchet.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, sir.
You got a name?
My serial number is V54296.
Oops. I'll just call you Clank for short. Hang on.
So you see, it would be most beneficial if your citizens were not in the city when my workers begin removing it.
Preposterous! I will not stand for this.
Unfortunately, you have no choice in the matter.
Let's just see what Captain Quark has to say about that, my good man. I don't see what's so funny. Captain Quark could dispatch you without even breaking a sweat, you puny.
You have now officially worn out your welcome and my patience.
This is your last chance. Stop this madness now!
Okay, wait. You're right. I will withdraw my troops.
Really?
No! He's all yours, gentlemen. Try not to leave any marks.
Clank? Where are you? Oh, sorry about that. Well, we're not leaving the way we came in.
Perhaps we could procure a ship from one of the inhabitants.
If there are any left.
Mercenaries, torturers, assassins. I'll tell you anything. Here, take my infobot. It's all I've got left.
Sir, we're not assassins.
Hold on. Let's see what he's got.
Has this ever happened to you? Hi, I'm Captain Quark, and believe me, there's nothing worse than staring down a Blargian snagglebeast from the inside and knowing your equipment isn't functioning properly. That's why I come to Al's RoboShack for all my electronic needs. Al has been the exclusive repair shop for my super electro gadgets since I was knee-high to a sand mouse. If Al can't fix it, it's not broke. Right, Al? You said it, pal. So if you're fighting crime, or just fighting grime, come to Al's RoboShack in Metropolis for all your robotic repairs. Al's RoboShack, it's Quarktastic.
Do you know what this means?
Yeah, Captain Quark is really sold out.
No, it means Captain Quark is on Metropolis. We could tell him about this invasion.
If we had a ship.
Well, a ship? What? You're not going to torture me? Well, as planetary chairman, I could arrange for you to borrow our courier ship.
Cool.
You can count on us, sir.
Right. Thank you, your chairman shipliness.
Gadgetron infobots give you coordinates for new planets. You should press the select button to bring up the map and go to your ship. It's marked with a star.
I got some great bargains for you today.
Hello, citizens of... My race, the blog, have a small problem. Our planet has become so polluted, overpopulated, and poisonous that we are no longer able to dwell here. But I, Chairman Drek, have a solution. We are constructing a pristine new world using the choicest planetary components available. So, what does this mean to you, you might ask? Using highly sophisticated technology, which you couldn't possibly understand, we will be extracting a large portion of your planet and adding it to our new one. Unfortunately, this change in mass will cause your planet to spin out of control and drift into the sun, where it will explode into a flaming ball of gas. But, of course, sacrifices must be made. Thank you for your cooperation.
Cut!
And if you don't like it, you can take your whiny, sniveling, snot-nosed populations, form a line behind me, and kiss my... We're still on? Well, turn it off, you idiot!
Hi there, Fuzzball.
Welcome to the Captain Quark Fitness Course. If you're strong enough, fast enough, and clever enough to beat my fitness challenge, you will receive a reward from my head trainer. Simply make your way to the third island to complete the course. Good luck. Quark Enterprises is not responsible for sprains, broken bones, snapped tendons, bruised egos, or accidental death incurred while taking the challenge.
Excuse me, Captain, but we have more pressing issues. We urgently need your assistance.
Clank?
Yes?
Do you notice anything on